please. Okay. Uh, Good afternoon, everybody. It is our pleasure to announce that our college organized 6th webinar in this pandemic situation to enhance knowledge of all levels of education. Today, we are going to organize 7th webinar. This international webinar organizing by the Cine Club and the Department of English, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, in collaboration with Chapra Bengalji Mahavidyalaya, Chapra Nodia. The topic of this international webinar is the world cinema, literary applications and beyond. Now, time to inauguration. I request Sri Sunil Kumar Vishwas, President, Governing Body, to inaugurate this webinar. Sir, President, sir, please.
নমস্কার। সিনে ক্লাব ও মাঝদিয়া সুধীরঞ্জন লাহিড়ী মহাবিদ্যালয় ও চাপড়া বাঙালজি মহাবিদ্যালয়ের ইংরেজি বিভাগের যৌথ উদ্যোগে আজকের ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ওয়েবিনারের আলোচ্য বিষয় ওয়ার্ল্ড সিনেমা, লিটারারি অ্যাডাপ্টেশনস অ্যান্ড বিয়ন্ড। মাননীয় ভারপ্রাপ্ত অধ্যাপক ডক্টর সোমনাথ ব্যানার্জি, চাপড়া বাঙালি কলেজের মাননীয় অধ্যক্ষ ডক্টর নিরঞ্জন গুহ, ওয়েবিনারের আহ্বায়ক অধ্যাপক সুভাষ চক্রবর্তী, যুগ্ম আহ্বায়ক অধ্যাপক শিল্পী বসাক ও ডক্টর অনিমেষ রায়, সঙ্গে সঙ্গে মেম্বার সিনে ক্লাব, উভয় কলেজের অধ্যাপক মন্ডলী, শিক্ষাকর্মী, ছাত্রছাত্রীবৃন্দকে আমার প্রীতি শুভেচ্ছা। সেই সঙ্গে এই ওয়েবিনার রিসোর্সের পার্সন হিসাবে উপস্থিত আছেন ডক্টর নীলাদ্রি রঞ্জন চ্যাটার্জি, কল্যাণী বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়, ডক্টর মাসরুর শাহিদ হোসেন, জাহাঙ্গীরনগর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় ঢাকা, ডক্টর দেবজ্যোতি চন্দ্র, রবীন্দ্রভারতী ইউনিভার্সিটি, ডক্টর সমীপেন্দু ব্যানার্জি, গৌরবঙ্গ বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়, ডক্টর সুবর্ণা মণ্ডল, সংস্কৃত কলেজ ও বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়। সবাইকে আমার আন্তরিক শুভেচ্ছা ও অভিনন্দন। আজকে ওয়েবিনার শুভ হোক এই কামনা করে আনুষ্ঠানিক সূচনা করলাম। দেশ করোনা মুক্ত হোক, সবাই ভালো থাকুন, সুস্থ থাকুন। নমস্কার।
Thank you, sir. Thank you your valuable speech. Now I request Professor Niranjan Guho, Principal, Chapra Bengalji Mahavidyalaya, please deliver his lecture.
It's a great pleasure to be with all the participants in this good afternoon. Good afternoon. My heartiest congratulations to the organizing committee for giving us this opportunity to organize such a wonderful international webinar on world cinema, literary adaptations and beyond, in collaboration with this institution. Special thanks to the Cine Club and the Department of English, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, and the Department of English, Chapra Bengalji Mahavidyalaya. I like to pay my gratitude to the eminent personalities and honorable speakers who are with us in this auspicious moment. We have with us Patron-in-Chief, Sri Sunil Kumar Vishwas, President, Governing Body, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, Chairman, Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, Teacher in Charge, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, Convener, Subhayu Chakraborty, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Sudhiranjan Mahavidyalaya, and also Coordinator of Cine Club, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya. I also pay my gratitude to joint conveners Srimati Shilpi Bosak, Head Department of English, and member Cine Club, also Dr. Animesh A.L. Rai, Head Department of Sociology and member Cine Club. Super Dr. Sanot Kumar Vishwas, librarian and convener, webinar monitoring, and also the honorable members and distinguished dignitaries. I also like to pay my heartiest greeting to the respected and valuable resource persons who are with us. Professor Natriranjan Chatterjee, Department of English, University of Tripoli, India. Professor Masroor Sahid Hossain, Department of English, Jahangirnagar University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dr. Jyoti Chando, Associate Professor and Head Department of Mass Communication and Videography, Rabindra Bharati University, India. Dr. Somipendra Banerjee, Assistant Professor, Department of English, University of Gaurbango, India. Dr. Subarna Mandal, Assistant Professor, Department of English, the Sanskrit College and University, India. Also to the session chairperson, Dr. Sanjukta Chatterjee, Assistant Professor, Raiganj University, India, and Dr. Deep Paul, Assistant Professor, Bakura University, India. I think during and after this global pandemic due to COVID-19, actually what will be the impact of literature and on world cinema, changes in perspective of filmmaking, viewing based on gender and class, psychosociological, political and economic scenario, and literary adaptations in film. We will be here listening here the lucidly announced features delivered. Once again, I hope that the upcoming sessions shall be very interesting with all of you. Once again, very good afternoon. নমস্কার সকলকে। Over to Sanat.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable lecture. Now I request Professor Shubhavu Chakraborty to introduce the webinar theme.
A very good afternoon, everybody. Today is the only day in which we have been able to, organize this particular event. So let me introduce the webinar theme. You see, cinema and literature are two distinct but equally extraordinary works of art. Whereas literature has been a popular form of expression over the centuries, cinema is relatively a new genre that has developed during the 20th century. But still, both the forms of art have certain similarities as it takes the readers / audience to a different world altogether. Whereas literature has the ability to take our imagination to a different realm, cinema visually stimulates us and transports us to a different space altogether. In fact, both literature and cinema are interdependent and needs to be studied closely, which is the motto of this webinar. It is also a platform to bring together the best brains of the continent together, debating, discussing about the immense possibilities that both these art forms can generate. When we find that piece of literature is developed in films, it undergoes a certain transmutation. Now, talking of world cinema, when we really think about world cinema, in India we have a problem of restricting ourselves either to the Hindi cinema or to the popular cinemas that are being exported from Bollywood, or maybe the regional language cinema. But we tend to forget that we have a bouquet of flowers in the world ready for us to watch them. So here we have taken the opportunity to bring forth even world cinema very close to our homes. And you see, COVID-19 is a pandemic where we are being asked to stay safe. But there is one advantage. It is due to this particular COVID-19 situation that the best brains of the world are together here debating and discussing about the immense possibilities of world cinema. We have resource persons from Bangladesh. We have paper presenters from Saudi Arabia. That makes this particular event truly international. I thank you all for joining us. There were around 250 papers which we received, 250 abstracts. From there we shortlisted 50. I thank the blind peer review team for doing so. And in course of we have created two parallel sessions of paper presentation for the first time in the history of Nadia. And I hope that you will be joining all the sessions and be together and get enriched and also enrich us by your valuable feedback. One more announcement, the feedback links are to be posted at the chat box. You can, get and then only certificates will be issued. I heartily welcome all the resource persons. I heartily thank Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, Dr. Niranjan Guha, respective principals, and also Sri Sunil Kumar Bishwas, the president of the governing body of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, along with the research persons and the paper presenters who have actually helped us a lot in order to make this particular kind of event a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shuabu Chakraborty. Professor Chakraborty nicely described the theme of this webinar. Now we are going to start our technical session on. The coordinator of this technical session is Professor Shilpi Bosak, HOD Department of English, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya. I hand over the mic to Professor Shilpi Bosak.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you, Shanudha. It's my privilege and honor to coordinate the first session of this international webinar. We have in this first technical session 3 eminent speakers: Dr. Debjyoti Chanda, professor from Rabindra Bharati University, Professor Masroor Shahid Hussain from Jahangir University, Dhaka, and Dr. Subarna Mondal from the Sanskrit College and University, Kolkata. Our first speaker of eminence is Dr. Debjyoti Chanda. Let me introduce him to the audience. Dr. Chanda is an associate professor in the Department of Mass Communication and Videography, Rabindra Bharati University, where he currently heads the department. He did his schooling from Don Bosco Park Circus, Kolkata. He joined St. Xavier's College, from where he graduated with English honors. He did his master's from the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication from University of Kolkata. He qualified NET and was awarded Junior Research Fellowship by University Grants Commission. Having qualified Indian Information Service exam conducted by UPSC, he joined the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting in New Delhi. Having served the central government, he resigned from IIS, returned to Kolkata and joined Netaji Nagar College as an assistant professor. He joined his present position in the Department of Mass Communication and Videography, Rabindra Bharati University in 2006. Dr. Chanda's area of PhD research is communication strategy for self-help groups. He is also an English news reader and anchor since 2003 in DD News, Doordarshan, India's national broadcaster. He has also been the secretary of the Kolkata chapter of the Public Relations Council in India. Today, Dr. Chanda will be talking on the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the film industry, an overview. Welcome, Dr. Chanda, to this webinar. And now the session is yours. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Good afternoon. Greetings from Rabindra Bharati University. Hope all of you are fine and keeping well. I would like to first thank the organizers of this webinar, the chairman body, the principal, staff, and students of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, and Chapra Bangalchi Mahavidyalaya for your kind invitation, and especially to my young friend Shubhayu Chakraborty for his engaging demeanor. The topic of the webinar today is World Cinema, Literary Adaptations and Beyond, and we are confined to our rooms, and these efforts to bring scholars together deserves great applause and appreciation. Celebrated media personality Vivekananda Roy, while referring to cinema, called it the conscience of the race. An anonymous connoisseur of the art form said, cinema exists to help us recover the sensation of life. Then enters the virus. The pandemic triggered by the novel coronavirus has negatively impacted every aspect of human life. The creative art form in general and the film industry in particular have come to a standstill. Once the world said there is no way one can shut everything down in order to lower emissions, in order to slow climate change and protect the environment. Mother Nature responded by saying, here's a virus, practice. Cinema has always been so exciting. The reel rolls and the chaos starts. It's out there, inside. It's a storm that is coming. Now, how important is cinema in our lives? Bertrand Russell once remarked, I quote, but perhaps the most important of all the modern agents of propaganda is the cinema, leading to almost worldwide uniformity. The great majority of young people in almost all civilized countries derive their idea of love, of honor, of the way to make money, and the need and importance of good clothes from the evening spent in seeing what Hollywood thinks good for them. I doubt whether all the churches and schools together has as much influence as cinema on the opinion of the young minds. The producers of Hollywood are the high priests of a new religion, unquote. Cinema is in general, are a culture-specific standard product reflecting a national character. However, the great masters of cinema have always adopted cinematic idioms that are admissible to the universal language of cinema, which has found ready acceptance with the cinematically literate audience everywhere, despite their inalienable national character. As in the rest of the world, cinema is followed in India with a passion and a longing which is more than any other creative art. Nirad C. Chaudhary once observed, if I am asked what human activity is most widely appreciated and easily understood as a cultural expression in India today, I would not have a moment's hesitation in saying it is cinema. However, many critics have described Indian popular cinema as Indian films minus India. Horshit said, if I could turn off the Hindi language soundtrack for a moment, ignore the ethnicity of the actors, there is virtually nothing in mainstream Hindi cinema that would tell you that it is set in India. The tales of fantasy and the lavish scale in which popular Indian cinema are filmed and produced could belong to any place in the planet. However, the undergoing of the metamorphosis of the popular Hindi cinema is probably too temporarily close to us in clarity of expression, explanation, hypothesis, and conjecture. Indian cinema, it may be said, is a contemporary Indian fantasy being played out, figuring oneself in the arena of the market economy. And with the reference of the market economy, leaving aside the discussion on aesthetics and adaptation of cinema to my more learned colleagues participating in today's webinar, let me concentrate on the primary focus of my discussion, that is COVID-19 pandemic and the effect of it on the cinema industry. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a substantial impact on the film industry across the world to varying degrees. Cinema and movie theaters have been closed, festivals have been cancelled or postponed, and film releases have been moved to future dates or delayed indefinitely. As a result, the global box office collection dropped by millions of dollars, streaming became a more popular option, and the stock of film exhibitors also dropped dramatically in stock exchanges the world over. Many blockbusters scheduled to be released between March to November has been indefinitely postponed. Film productions has also come to a halt. As the ban on mass public gathering was announced by governments across continents, the first tax fell on movie halls and theaters. In the USA, the Academy Awards and the Golden Globe Awards modified their eligibility criteria, which required that a film must be screened for a minimum period of time in the theaters. Now, film released outside theater, that is, digitally, etc., will also be considered. Film released via password protected or transactional video will be considered from now. The Indian and the Italian Academy Awards were cancelled in March and April, like many others the world over. Similarly, many international film festivals and other promotional events were also cancelled. The Cannes Film Festival has been rescheduled for October, and curiously, the main venue of the Cannes Film Festival has been transformed into a homeless shelter. Similarly, theatrical releases of films were cancelled across the world, resulting in an alternative method of release being adopted in many cases, including via OTT platform. The stock of exhibitors, companies that own and finance showing films in theaters, have depleted, although stock markets in general have rebounded recently in many parts of the world. Only the stock of Netflix showed upward trends. Why it has happened, all of us know. The 190 billion Indian film industry is today passing through the worst phase in history due to the lockdown necessitated by the coronavirus pandemic. The film bodies, the Federation of Cine Employees, and the Indian Film and Television Directors Association halted the shooting of so many programs. Reliance Entertainment stopped the release of Rohit Shetty's film Suryavanshi on March 12th, after which many other big titles were also not released. Some were released on OTT platform, Disney and Hotstar. Similar reports have poured in from the regional film industry across India, that is from Maharashtra, from Telugu film industry, from the Bengali film industry, from the Chennai film industry as well. Industry experts have estimated that the Indian film industry has already lost more than 1,000 crore rupees. And for the first time, the entire box office collection for 4 months has been absolute zero. Financial Express have reported that the film industry faced a decline of 29.1% in the first quarter of the financial year 2020. It is also being suggested that the film industry is having a rippling effect of the pandemic on the society and the economy in general. And this is very important over here, since we were discussing about the production aspects, about the distribution aspects of the film industry. One thing is also very, very important, that is the creative aspect of the film industry. because of the pandemic and the economic downturn and the social and the psychological disturbance this pandemic has created, the output in terms of creative expression has also been impacted. Many experts are telling that the creative aspects of films might also be impacted. Creativity of many associated with the film industry may be affected, which will hamper the quality of films. Events also. Films today, today films are associated with many events, because that is today a part of the marketing exercise. Before a film is actually released in the theaters, there are a series of promotional videos, promotional events that take place today. And that helps in generating that curiosity about that film. The write-ups in the magazines, even photo shoots of films, etc. are done. All these events today are not taking place. And therefore, the advertisements that is necessary to generate the curiosity about the film, the interest of the film, is also not happening. And this is also impacting the film industry in a great way. And many of these events, just like today, we have shifted our classrooms, our seminars to the virtual space. A lot of these events today are happening in virtual space. However, there is, amidst these dark nimbus clouds that we are seeing around, some experts have also seen a silver lining around us. There is an ongoing subtle line of correction that is happening in the cinema economy. This is very important. We are seeing that not only in terms of content, but also in terms of economies of making a movie, there is a kind of correction that is taking place. From a A-grade artist in the Indian film industry to the ordinary crew member of the shooting of the film, they have started to charge less. The exorbitant amount of money that used to be spent on the film is taking a corrective downturn in the pandemic situation, because the producers naturally, the sponsors naturally, the advertisers naturally are not being able to commit that amount of investment in this very uncertain circumstances, because we are not sure when the theater halls will be opened, when people will be, without fear, be able to go back to the theater halls, which is actually the destination of a moviegoer. And it is not the Netflix, not the OTT platforms, not within the confines of our homes. From an A-grade artist to a crew member, everybody has started to charge less. This is a very important and salutary effect. The little bit of activity that is going on in the film and television industry, the little bit of the films that we are seeing that are being streamed in our mobile phones, the movie making, then from a mere profit-making venture in the mainstream media industry, is again shifting focus on the quality of the film as a creative art form than a profit-making venture. This is very important. The entire film industry has come to a standstill in India as across the globe. We are all waiting with bated breath that when this particular pandemic situation will be over, and we will be again, because as we understand that making of a movie from the very beginning, from the very idea, from the very script to actual shooting and the post-production and final marketing and the distribution, the entire process, the very long process, a process which requires, there is a lot of creative aspect of it, and there is also a lot of technological aspect of it. All these aspects together, it is a very synchronizing, it is a very stage-by-stage process, and that requires a situation which is very normal, because movie making requires what we see actually the end product. There are so many people behind the scenes, and unless under the present circumstances, when the transport sector is not operating, when our financiers are not ready to commit that amount of money, the film industry today is in a state of quandary. Therefore, in the circumstances, cinema across the globe is facing a future which is considered at the present moment, it's being considered to be bleak, and we will have to very patiently wait, maybe for another 6 months or so, to see what the turn of events take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chanda. Your lecture on cinema and the effect of COVID-19 on cinema industry is both informative and enriching. Now the session is open for question and comments. Participants, if you have any question regarding Dr. Chanda's talk, kindly put the question in chat box and we will read them to Professor Chanda. Hello.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Sir, there is a question from Aishwarya Chaudhuri.
Yes.
She wants to know whether cinema is the reflection of society or society reflects cinema.
It's like a chicken egg question. Of course, cinema mirrors society, and cinema is also conditioned by the society. Both are equally true. I feel that we have seen that cinema definitely mirrors society, because cinema often it may be a work of fiction, but those who are in cinema, those who are creating a film, they have their experiences of life are often considered while making a movie. Again, when we go and watch a quality movie, that also has a great impression on the mind. It can have a mass impression on the entire society, and it can also, the film can also very qualitatively, positively, the message of the movie. I do not subscribe to the view that all films need to have a message. There may be films, just a movie may be just for a movie. But again, if there is a message that is there, then that message might also the psyche and the condition of society.
Thank you, sir. There is another question from Varuna Sharma. She wants to know, what was the theoretical framework of your paper? It seemed less literary and more factual based.
Yes, this was I had when I had started my presentation, I said that the aesthetic part of it, the literary part of it, will be dealt by my more colleagues from the English departments. I saw a list of the papers that were there, but mine was, since we are working in a pandemic situation, we are currently moving in a pandemic situation, I wanted to just give you a broad overview of the nature of difficulties and the circumstances. It was more, since from the journalism department, it was more a journalistic presentation of the kind of difficulties that the film and the media industry and it is passing through during this pandemic situation, an overview of the industry.
Yes, yes. Sir, would you like to take another question?
Yes, of course, if you have.
Okay. Meera Surya Narayan, she wants to know how much do you think the makers of Gulabo Sitabo lose by releasing on OTT?
But I have no information on that at the moment. This is a
Yes.
very specific question. How
Yeah.
much money did the producer lose because it was not released in the theaters and instead
Yes,
the
yes,
OTT
yes.
platform was opted for? I have no idea at the moment.
Thank you, sir. Since ours is a very tight schedule, we can't take any more question as of now. But thank you, participants, for your questions, and thank you, sir, for your patient hearing of the questions and answering. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Professor Mashur Shahid Hossain is with us. Now we will move to the second speaker of the first session. Let me introduce Professor Masood Shahid Hossain to our audience. First, welcome you, sir, to this webinar.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Professor Masood Shahid Hossain is from Jahangir University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. He teaches, publishes, and presents paper on a host of areas ranging from comparative literature, post-colonialism, and critical pedagogy to cultural studies, media studies, and queer theory. He has presently been working on 3 book-length projects. First, rewriting his dissertation on violence against men in film and literature. Second, Second, a critical survey of South Asian electronic literature. And third, developing an archipelagic approach to the pedagogy of the literatures of the British Isles. He is also a creative person. He composes poems and songs and has recently launched a YouTube channel dedicated to music. Professor Hossain today will be delivering his talk on approaching the word/image or a comparative reading of film and literary adaptations. So, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shilpi Boshak. I think I'm audible.
Yes, sir. You're perfectly audible.
Yes, I take everyone's pardon because today you will hear me, and also along with me you will hear some extra sound because 2 construction works are going on around our house. So you may consider it as a kind of background music to my speech. Okay, and thank you for inviting me to this webinar and for choosing me as a kind of resource person. Yes, we know that we are in Corona. The Corona crisis closed us, closed our schools, closed our tours, closed our borders. It has closed us, but it has also brought us close to each other. Had there been no Corona crisis, no Corona pandemic, I might not have been able to meet and talk to you today. So this is the ambivalence of Corona, the ambivalence, the bivalence, the double power of Corona. I started with the word ambivalence as I am going to talk about adaptation. And I contend that it is the ambivalence in both sense of the word that informs our understanding of film adaptation. As the previous discussion was more on a kind of economic and journalistic interpretation or information about film adaptation, my talk will take or snatch directly to the very pedagogic, very methodological discussion on adaptation. Since I'm approaching the war between word and image, that is book and film, let me start by 2 anecdotes, a kind of questions. Imagine your younger sister went out to buy books or to watch films. Will you react in the same way in both ways? Or imagine you see your son reading a book or watching a film in the evening, will your reaction be the same in both cases? There is a strong possibility or probability that you will be relieved, elated, or satisfied when you see them reading books. And you might be angry or uncomfortable if you see them watching films. Even after you learn that they're watching Macbeth adaptation, your reaction may change in degree, but not in nature. So film is still considered lesser in merit, sanctity, and cultural value than literature. If this is a contest, books or literature wins. Now let's think it another way. Many of us may have watched many or all seasons of GOT, Game of Thrones, but I wonder if all of these fans and viewers have read the 5 heavy books on which the series was based. We know the answer, that no, most or probably many of us have not read the books, the 5 books together entitled A Song of Ice and Water. Why? One of the reasons is that watching time is 20 to 30 times lesser than what it takes us to read a book. If this is a context, then in this case, films win. Now, for a better understanding of the technical thing, I would now like to switch to a PowerPoint slide. So let me see that if it works. If it works, then it is fine. And I will ask you that if it really works. Okay. So do you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, it is visible now.
It's visible now. Thank you. Okay, and I think that it's I mean, I opened the PowerPoint. Do you see that? I mean, is the full PowerPoint open now?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay, so this is the title of my talk. So my today's talk takes this contest between word and film into account, between image and word, books and film. So understand what adaptation is and how it works. So the title of my talk is Approaching the Word Image Word, a comparative reading of film and literary adaptations. I will focus on the pleasures and the perils of the use of film and literary adaptations in literary studies and film studies. Let me first make a distinction that I made between film adaptations and literary adaptations. By film adaptations, I refer to the films that adapt literary works, that is, a book to film adaptations. And there are so many adaptations around. For example, the film adaptations of Charles Dickens' Great Expectations appeared in 1998 in Alfonso Cuarón's film, and also in 2016 in the form of Fitu. By literary adaptation, in this particular talk, I refer to the novels that are adapted from films. That is, a film-to-book adaptations, which is also called novelization. It is relatively rare, but it is there. For example, the very cult classic Love Story by Eric Segel. This is a book which was based on the screenplay of the film. And just we have talked about the adaptation of Great Expectations, that is Cuarón's film. Now, on the basis of Cuarón's films, there came a novel called Great Expectations, written by Deborah Schill. Now, this is a novelization, but of course, when we say literary adaptation or novelization, it may take more complicated form. For example, the piano. Jane Campion's Piano was novelized by Jane Campion herself with the help of a co-writer. And this novel was not simply a kind of rewriting the screenplay. Rather, this novel, called The Piano, the Novel, explores or exposes something that was unexplained in the film. So therefore, since I will talk today for 25 more minutes, so in today's discussion, I will not take into account the literary adaptations or novelizations. I will sample the film adaptations, but the points I will raise will be equally applicable to film and literary adaptations. So my today's discussion will unfold in two major parts. That is infidelity, the art of adaptation, and interanimation, that is a study of adaptation. And these two discussions are sandwiched by the discussion of the word-image ver, or we can say the word-image transaction. Now, what I contend in my talk today is that it is important that the departments of English, departments of literature, departments of film studies, they concentrate on the study of film and literary adaptations. But it is equally necessary that adaptation studies are critical, informed, and responsible. In order to understand and to compare film and literary adaptations, scholars, teachers, and students must command the basic understanding of the different ways in which films and literature communicate. I insist that we must take into account the generic features of film and literature while we are appreciating and evaluating an adapted work of art. So the first point, or the first section, is the word image were. The phrase the word image were is adapted from Camilla Elliott's essay, Novels, Films, and the Word Image Were. She showed that the dialogical war between literature and film, between books and films, started in the 1920s. That is the decade films hit the silver screen. And now, after 100 years, in 2020, in the age of interactive poetry and adaptation industry, the war or the contest became more nuanced. The question that props up is this a war between two superpowers, or is it a civil war? That is war between the inmates. The answer is not clear-cut. Why? The answer is there on the PowerPoint. That is, regarding the representational mechanism, films and books or written literatures are different because literature communicates through symbol, through words, and symbolic sign, that is word, and images communicate through images, that is iconic sign. So films belong to the image group and books or literature belongs to the word group. But seeing from the other perspective, films and books are similar. If we think of the representational poetics, that is the modes of narration, the modes of point of view, in that case, books and films use verbal visual modes. On the other hand, painting and music, they communicate by non-verbal modes. So therefore, the books and films, they are equally different and complementary. Now, is there a war between word and image in spite of their complementarity? Who won? Well, this is a war not about winning. Rather, this is a war of domination. While in the contemporary world, films have more consumers and hence more profit-making are more profit-making than books. But on the other hand, a significant number of films, today's films, are based on books. Therefore, the word image war is peculiarly conspicuous, and it is conspicuous in the departments of literatures and the departments of film studies. Both these departments are somehow suspicious about or not much interested in film adaptations because it somehow switches the focus of the particular department. But I contend that the study of film adaptations and study of literary adaptations are crucially important and helpful both for the departments of literature and departments of film studies, because it helps us having a comparative reading, comparative understanding of the way discourse operates, discourse works. And more importantly, it helps us have a better understanding, more nuanced understanding of adaptations. Now, this takes me to the one of the core sections, but I will do it briefly because it is technical and I assume that we know this. This title is Infidelity, the Art of Adaptation. And the very title, Infidelity, is presented with an hyphen suggesting the complicated nature of fidelity and infidelity in adaptation. Okay, so since this is technical, I will do it briefly because my focus is on the third section. So if we try to define what is adaptation, adaptation is not simply a generic transference from one genre to another. It is more, it is reinterpretation of a text in new generic contexts. And more importantly, it is relocation of the source text's cultural and spatio-temporal settings. And these four kind of, we can say, features of adaptation may help us understand what adaptation is actually. So what I contend, why I'm talking about this, is that when we are talking of film adaptation in comparison with literary text, we often consider literary text at the original and film adaptation as something secondary, as something derivative only. And therefore, we often compare adaptation only in reference with the the original text. But it is important that adaptation is not simply a generic transition. That is the first point, that adaptation is a transpositional practice. Transposition, that is positioning from one genre to another genre. So, I mean, transferring a text from literature to film. But adaptation is something more. Adaptation is also reappearance of discourse. What it means is that a same text that appeared, somewhere, like Shakespeare's Macbeth, that now reappeared in a different country like India, in different language, in Hindi, by Vishal Verdvej in the form of Maqbool, or Hamlet in the form of Heather. Now, this means that a discourse that has already existed, it reappeared in a different context, in a different way. What is important to note is that adaptation is not simply a derivative of the source text. Rather, after the arrival of adaptation, the source text has been changed because our way of interpreting the source text, our way of interpreting the original text has changed. Therefore, adaptation is also reappearance of discourse. Third is that adaptation adaptation approximates the original text. We understand it that to make Heather or make Hamlet contemporary, Vishal Verdvej had to change the context, the language, everything. And finally, adaptation is a discursive event. That it means that adaptation, when we are talking of film adaptation, we are not only talking of the dialogue or interaction between, for example, Verdvej's Maqbool and Shakespeare's Macbeth, but also we are making comparison. It is also a dialogue between the many other adaptations of Shakespeare's Macbeth. So when we are talking of Vishal Verdvej's Maqbool, we are not only talking of Macbeth, I mean Shakespeare's Macbeth. We are also talking of the adaptations of Shakespeare's Macbeth in different language, in different countries, at different ages. So therefore, adaptation is a complicated and intertextual business. The second is types of adaptation. I'm skipping this part just in briefly, that there are three types of adaptations. Transposition, for example, Satyajit Roy's Charulata. This is a generic shift. Then there's critic. Critic is a kind of adaptation which criticizes or attempts a counter-canonical resistance against the original text. For example, Peter Greenaway's film Prosperous Books is a critical take on Shakespeare's The Tempest. For example, it foregrounds its racial and gender politics. And third is analog. It is so much away of the original, though it is based on a text, but it is so much away that it is difficult to understand that if it is an adaptation. For example, Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now, which is based on Heart of Darkness. Now, as the title of this section is Infidelity. So what is important for us now to understand is that the art of adaptation revolves around the question of fidelity. That is how close a film adaptation is to the original text. That is our common sense understanding. But in response, in contrast, Julie Sanders argue that a film adaptation is at its best when it is the most infidel. That is, infidelity is a kind of virtue when we are talking of film adaptation. By infidelity, we mean that a film adaptation or the value of a film adaptation does not rely solely on how close is it to the original. Rather, the value of a film adaptation relies on its invention, its innovation. Therefore, some critics say that when we are thinking of evaluating or appreciating a film adaptation, the focus should not be on fidelity. The focus should be on fertility. That is, how much invention, how much innovation the adaptation met. With this, we are moving to the core and the third section, in a sense, the last section of my presentation. That is interanimation, the study of adaptation. This gives us a better understanding of the way films and books, literature, word and image works. Let's imagine a novelist who wrote this sentence. 1860, Miss Sen was walking along a crowded street in Kolkata. It's fine. Now imagine what a film director has to arrange to bring or recreate this scene on screen. On top of everything, it's $1 million arrangement. Now, only because a film does not have this scene, we cannot call this film unworthy. We cannot call this film unfaithful to the original. We cannot call this film worse than the book. Because we must understand, when we are comparing literature and film, that books and films are two different mediums, and their mechanisms of communication are different. Though I'm counting time, but again, let me know if I'm overdoing. I think I still have 15 minutes.
Yes, sir, you have.
Thank you. Okay, so therefore, in this discussion, what we are trying to say that for the present purpose, I would like to focus on three methodological issues: narration, production, and consumption. These are, in a sense, difficult things, but I try to do it as simply as possible so that we understand how literature and films, how words and image interact. So if I start with narration, it is divided into three parts. So let me start that three aspects at which books and films part their parts. First is the narrativity, that is the mechanism of presenting a narration. Rolla Barthes proposed a universal or scientific principle to analyze any narrative, be it film or history or painting or literature. He divided the segments of a narrative into units, and he offered two basic units: distributional and integrational. Distributional or functional units refer to the story of a narrative, that is the actions, the causes of the action, the effects of the action, that is the story in general. Now, distributional units are of two kinds. One is nuclei, that perform the cardinal functions. That is, nucleus or nuclei refer to those actions which are of direct consequence of the development of the story. But there are also catalyzers or fillers, that is the actions that are less pivotal, not necessary for the story to unfold, but they affect the narrative. For example, if an event delay the narrative or delay the solution, then those events can be called catalyzers. Now, if we now move to film adaptation, that is when a film adapts a novel, then in film adaptations, distributional units can be plausibly transferred from written form to visual ones. Let us see this sentence. A novelist wrote, "Mr. Bond was run over by a bus while he was crossing a road." This is a nucleus, distributional unit, and we understand that it is possible for a film to present it as it is on screen. Therefore, distributional units are transferable relatively easily transferable from literature to film. Now, what if a film director changes any of the nuclei or catalyzers? If he changes, it risks the tampering with the original. For example, in his film adaptation of Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, Director Roland Jouve changes the sad ending of the novel into a happy one. What happens is that the ending is emancipatory, fine, but it is likely to offer a wrong idea about the Puritan age in the then US. So we can find this ending problematic. Now, if we move to the discussion of the integrational units, that is the second type of unit in narrativity, it means some indices, some indexes, we can say. These indices include the psychological states of a character or some features of a character. Books and films differ significantly in this aspect. For example, let us see this example. That is, a novelist wrote, Mr. Bond gives a tense shrug, or Mr. Bond gives an anxious shrug. It's fine. Now, when a film director adapts it for screen, he or she has to think of a lot of things like cinematography, lighting, sound, acting. Even if everything is properly done, visual cannot guarantee that when the character shrugs, the audience, the viewer, takes it as anxious, as tense. Therefore, here lies the difference, and this difference is one of the major reasons why the film adaptations make significant addition, deletion, and modification to the original text. I would like to now refer to a very famous example. It's the suing scene in Jean Renoir's 1936 film, A Day in the Country. In French, it is Un Parti du Campagne. In the short story, it is based on a short story by Guy de Maupassant. And Guy de Maupassant, in his story, presented the innocent yet seductive quality of a young girl. Now, the question is, how would the film director present this innocent yet seductive nature of a young girl? Jean Renoir solved the problem by doing some change. So this is the film, steal from the film. Now, what Jean Renoir did because a film cannot properly show that this scene is equally seductive and innocent. Now, what he did, he included or added three sets of characters, which these are not in the original story. That is, he added a group of priests, see how they are looking at the girl. He added a group of young boys, see how they're looking at the girl. And he added a very luscious, naughty sailor come worker, and see his gaze. Now, what happens? It is by using these gazes and the variations of gazes, Jean Renoir gave us the feeling that this is the girl which is apparently innocent looking, but also it generates some kind of seduction, some kind of eroticism among the audience. Now, what happens since these characters are not there in the story? So we just cannot say that since these characters are not in the original story, and since the film director included them, so this film is unfaithful. This film is bad because it compromised with the fidelity of the original. Then we are wrong. We are wrong because what can be represented by writing may not be represented the same way through visuality. Therefore, Renoir had to modify this. So when we are talking of film adaptation, we need to keep this in mind. Just a quick watch of the film. I'm not sure if you can hear the sound. That is not important. This is the scene that I was talking about, and we will just see some part of it. It may take 30 seconds. So this is in French, and so there are the English subtitles. Now, the camera works its best to present the eroticism and innocence, but then Renoir added these characters. That is the group of priests. And it's full of fun. Then came the group of boys. It is more like a kind of fun, a kind of childhood fun. And then came that naughty sailor, and it is the sailor's naughty eyes and talk that somehow eroticizes the whole thing. So this is what I was saying, that the narrativity in which films and literatures differ. And that is the reason why film adaptations had to do many things. Now, I will briefly take up the other two issues, but it's very briefly. The second important point of difference and complementarity is focalization, or we can say the point of view. Now, Genet offered two types of focalization. One is cognitive focalization, that is the narrative focalization, but we say in literature, omniscient point of view. The other, so now keeping with the, and other is the vision, how much the character sees. Keeping this both in concern, Francois Jost identified two types of point of view. One is focalization. Focalization involves the storytelling, the fabula, that is the way a narration narrates the story, that is a narrator narrates the story. For example, a novel or a film may be narrated through a character's memory, through one character's perspective, that is focalization. The second is ocularization. Ocularization is how the camera sees. We understand that what we see in a film is what the camera shows us. What the camera does not show, we cannot see in the film. Therefore, camera has its own, camera means the director, the cinematographer, they have their own focalization, own point of view in a film. So, literatures, including play, that's novels on page and play on stage, they adopt focalization mainly, while films adopt both focalization and ocularization. Understandably, it is ocularization that makes film more complex and stronger a medium than written discourse. For example, camera angle serves expressive function. This is a unusually high angle shot. Now, only through this unusually high angle shot, this is from Shawshank Redemption, an adapted film, you can present a character as down, as powerless, as helpless. It is only by this high angle shot that you can say a lot of things, which a novel may take 3 or 4 pages to convey. The third point is, so therefore, when we are talking or thinking of film adaptation, we must need to keep into account the way camera works, and we have to have some knowledge of film studies. The third is temporal dimension. That is, and we can say that the amount of duration it takes a novel or a play, we can find 3 types of duration in literature and film. The first is story duration. Story duration refers to the total span of the story involves, including all flashbacks. Plot duration is the specific time that the narrative covers. What is important for today's discussion is screen duration. That is, how long does the work take us to study or see? You may take, if we think of Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights, you may take 5 hours, not possible maybe, or 15 hours, or 5 weeks, or 15 weeks to finish reading Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights. A film, on the other hand, an adapted film, Wuthering Heights, now by William Wyler. Now this film, no matter how much pause you give, how many pauses you give, this film is ontologically bound, and this film runs for 103 minutes. Now the screen duration of a film that usually falls within 90 and 150 minutes often limits the narrative and plot duration of a film. This is, for example, it forces a film, leaves out, deletes many details that we find in a book. However, this is not the limitation of films. Rather, films overcome these limitations and come up with inventive things, innovative things. So the innovative things of precision, symbolism, and intertextuality. So therefore, when we are evaluating or studying film adaptations, we must take these things into consideration. Okay, it takes us time, so I will be very brief in the next discussions. And let us see just quickly this is. So we take that there are 3 points at which films and novels differ. One is narration. The second point, second major aspect is production. For example, if we think of the audience, we understand that literature involves literate audience, so it is lesser in number. While any person can watch a film, I mean, without having knowledge, without having any linguistic idea or without having education, a person can watch a film. Therefore, while literature or novel has a limited audience, films have the mass. Therefore, films have to take into consideration the taste of the mass or the mass taste, and that may explain why Sanjay Leela Bhansali, when he adapted Sharat Chandra Chattopadhyay's Devdas, he added dance scene between Parvati, wife in Zinana, and Chandramukhi, a Nautch girl. They are dancing together, which is kind of impossible a party scene. But Bhansali had to bring it to the screen so that it can attract the audience. The similar thing might be okay with production process. We know that literature is a relatively autonomous venture. It is a writer usually who writes, but film is a collective venture. Many people are involved there. So, for example, when Shardindu Bandyopadhyay created the character Bomkesh, he is a kind of god. What he did is that is what Bomkesh appeared like. But when Bomkesh is adapted into film, and when it is converted into film version, it involves a lot of things. For example, the casting of Sushant Singh Rajput in Bomkesh book, she somehow determines the way we see Bomkesh. So therefore, when film adaptation happens, it takes into account a lot of things. Unlike a novel where the writer is a kind of god. The third point is extra-verbal dimension. Literature is made only chiefly of words. On the other hand, films involve lots of things like costume, scenario, camera, etc. So films involve lots of financial and technological support. So for example, if we think of The Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne, and if we think of the emotional appeal of the last scene, I mean the where the character will be hanged out, that is the scaffold scene, it takes the writer to imagine, collect information, and write. For a film, it involves lots of preparation, and therefore it involves lots of network of production. Therefore, for a film to make the similar appeal needs including extra viable dimension, including huge budget. And finally, the production code. We know there is censorship, but literature has relatively less harsh censorship, while films have self-imposed production code. For example, in Bangladeshi novel Soyed Shamsul Haq, which has a kind of pornographic detail of sexual activity, Khelaram Kheleja, this is a fine book and it is okay. It is not banned. But if this film, if this book had it been adapted to a film version in Bangladesh, it would have been banned, and it might have created the uproar that fire activated in India. And the last point of discussion is consumption. This is simpler. That is how literatures and film adaptations interact. The first point is when the audience takes it, film adaptations benefit the originary literary text. For example, because of the film adaptation, and if it becomes hit, the originary book may receive increased readership. And not only that, the old ideologies also become renewed by the appearance or popularity of film adaptations, something that happened with Sense and Sensibility, Ang Lee adaptation by Ang Lee of a novel by Jane Austen. But on the other hand, if film adaptation benefits the original text, the tag adaptation also benefits a film. For example, when we say that Zulfikar and Omkara are adaptations of Shakespeare's plays, it immediately attracts critical attention. On the other hand, it also may ensure the commercial success, because people would like to see, for example, The Unbearable Lightness of Being or Macbeth, because they'd have no time to read Macbeth or The Unbearable Lightness of Being. But reading this has cultural capital. Reading this has prestige. So they may go for film adaptations to accrue this cultural capital. This takes me to the close of my discussion, that is the word image transaction. And you may have noticed that I changed the word thing. That is, instead of the image word, I now use the term image word transaction. So what this short discussion makes us understand, that there is complementarity, though there is conflict, but there is also complementarity in the interaction between image and word. In this age of postmodernist transcendence, in this age of disciplinary convergence, departments of English are facing some hauntology of becoming into cultural studies, and some predictions are there. Maybe in near future, our study of Shakespeare and Wordsworth be replaced by the study of the Harry Potter franchise and Hindi soap opera. That is, cultural studies may take the space of literary studies. Therefore, adaptation is a kind of liminal thing, and in between. It involves the study of both literature and both films. What is important? It helps. That is, study of adaptation gives us, the students, the scholars, the teachers, a better understanding of both literature and film. Therefore, I say that this involves a kind of metacognitive transdisciplinarity that literature and film studies departments should approach. And also, the approach should be critical and effective. That is what I wanted to explain in today's session talk is this, that it is important that we study film adaptations, not only in the departments of film studies, but also in the departments of literature, in the departments of English, Bangla. But when we do this study must be critical. That is, not only we should apply our technologies of literature in a study of adaptation, we must also learn some technologies of film, so that our study of adaptation, our comparative study of film adaptation is informed, critical. And it is by this that our students will be exposed to the ways words and image conflict and complement, which will lead them to make effective use of both rhetoric and the visual devices. It may motivate them to analyze verbal and visual texts more fruitfully and incisively, and it will help them learn how every discourse is ever susceptible to regressive or productive reinterpretation, reconfiguration, and reinvention. And this is what the interaction between word and image generates. So this is the what I wanted to talk about in this short discussion on approaching the word image verb, a comparative reading of film and literary adaptations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was really engrossing. The lecture makes us understand the different aspects of adaptations, and we should look that adaptation is not merely a derivative discourse, but it is a discursive event. And we also learned that the art of adaptation and the study of adaptation from books to film, or the vice versa, they are both similar and dissimilar and complementary to each other. So thank you, sir. Now the session is open for questions and comments. Hello. Sir, there is a question from Sneha Thakur. She wants to know, the intent of the author gets compromised in the name of readaptation. How far do you agree?
Sorry, what's the first part, your question?
The intent of the author gets compromised in the name of readaptation. How far do you agree?
No, it's yeah, I can see the intent of the author gets compromised in the name of readaptation. Okay, it is difficult to say what Sneha Thakur means by readaptation. But it means a lot of things. I'm not going to take into the readaptation into account. The author's intention can be modified and even compromised, even abused. I refer to the Scarlet Letter. That is, we know that Scarlet Letter ends with tragedy, but the film adaptation, it ends with the happy ending. That is, all the characters come together and they live for a better life. As I said that, and I mentioned it in my talk, that we may say that this is the filmmakers or the director's freedom. But the problem is that the film is also about the Puritan age and its impact on sexuality, on women. Now, when we change this ending, the people who may not have read Scarlet Letter, they may get both a wrong understanding of the Scarlet Letter, and second, a wrong understanding of the oppressive culture of the Puritan age. Therefore, I do not always agree with the change of the, as I said, the distributional unit. When we change it, then it may risk the tampering with the original, and it may be negative. The effect might be negative. Now, let me add, since answering this, the way, though I'm analyzing it in brief, when I said it, mark that I not simply said that I did not like it. I did not also take only ethical question. I also brought into focus the very technological thing, that is technology of adaptation, that is distributional unit. My today's presentation has this target, that is when we evaluate, dismiss, or appreciate a film adaptation, it is important that we bring into our discussion the technical things so that our discussion will be better and also fruitful.
Thank you, sir. There is a question from Meghna Mukherjee. She asked, what about period films that are based on historical figures?
Yeah.
From a new historicist point of view, where history is interpreted as a text, can we say that films like Elizabeth by Shekhar Kapur is trying to reinterpret or recreate a historical narrative? And can that actually make or break the masses' perception of a particular historical era or figure?
Yeah, thank you. It may take a long time, but I'm making it short. First is that historical films are not always adaptations. But if we think that historical films are based on some historical narratives, then we may call them adaptation in that sense. Okay, second is history itself is a construction. Because history, though we consider history as something factual, but it is someone who wrote it. And we know that history of colonization or the history of Bangladeshi liberation war is different when it is written by a Bangladeshi writer and it is written by a Pakistani writer. So history itself is construction, itself a narrative. So now the main question is, when the period films represent historical figures, if we consider it as a period films, my position is this, that we should have the ethical responsibility to the historical figure. Since we did not meet those historical figures, and in many cases, we may not have read those figures in our history books. So in many cases, what happens is that we come to know of those historical figures from the film. Therefore, for the mass particularly, historical period films have this, have this responsibility. But there is a but. Period films are period films. They are not history. They do not claim to be history. And so they do not claim to be factual. They are fictional. So therefore, they have the freedom. But it is we literate beings, we are in the departments of English literature, we know this. But what about the mass? So in spite of claiming this, that period films are fictional, and there is a freedom of presenting character with imagination, true, fine. But again, we must be ethically responsible so that we do not present something for which we do not have any evidence. We know one of the major problems of this happened with the film Padmavat. I'm a fan of Bansali, but Padmavat probably his worst production regarding the representation of several figures. And there are, we can say that, dangerous compromise with the history. But of course, that history itself is construction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, audience, we cannot take any more questions due to our tight schedule. And thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you. Hope we will have you physically someday in future in our college.
Thank you. I'll be happy to visit your college. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to welcome the third and last speaker of the session, for the first session. And the third speaker is Dr. Subarna Mondal. Madam, are you here?
Yes. Can you hear
Welcome,
me?
madam. Yes, yes. Welcome, Dr. Mondal, to this webinar. Let me introduce you to our audience. Dr. Mondal is an assistant professor of English at the Sanskrit College and University, Kolkata. She holds a PhD from Jadavpur University. Her publications include articles on films and literature published from Palgrave Communications, Palgrave Macmillan, and Northern Lights Film Journal. Her area of interest includes the Gothic tales of late Victorian age, the Gothic on screen, body horrors, and the films of Alfred Hitchcock. Today, Dr. Mondal will be talking on Hitchcock and his femme fatales from noir to slasher. Madam, over to you.
Okay, thank you. First, I would begin by thanking the organizers of the webinar, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya and Chapra Bangalji Mahavidyalaya, and especially Shubhayu Chakraborty for inviting me. I will be speaking about the infamous leading ladies of Alfred Hitchcock's films, and I'll begin with two incidents of Hitchcock's life. Now, the biographer of Hitchcock, Donald Spoto, in 1999 had published a book which is called The Dark Side of Genius. And in The Dark Side of Genius, Spoto relates two very weird incidents of Hitchcock's life. And one is, we all know, it's in Spoto, it's in some other articles, the interview of Tippi Hedren. All of us know that Hitchcock had a kind of obsession with some of his leading ladies, and especially Tippi Hedren, and that is the starting point of my paper. And in Spoto says that in one of her makeup sessions, when Tippi Hedren had this thick layer of makeup on and she had this mask-like makeup, that mask was preserved by Hitchcock for years with him. And that is one incident I would like to start with. And the second is Hitchcock had also made a miniature of Tippi Hedren. Tippi, as we know, she worked in The Birds. She was in Marnie. And Hitchcock made a miniature of Tippi Hedren with impeccable clothes and accessories and everything intact. And he had wrapped it in a pine box and had gifted it to Tippi Hedren's 5-year-old daughter, which was extremely scary for the girl, for the little child. Now, such attempts may be read as a man's effort to eternalize a body that he found fascinating. The idea of destroying an ephemeral body, its recreation into a tamed version, and its constant patient preservation is a recurrent part of human history. Now, when this process of creation and preservation requires prior destruction, then the entire process becomes excessively and menacingly physical. And I'm going to talk about this strain in Hitchcock's films. And my present lecture will attempt to situate Hitchcock's one of the famous films of Alfred Hitchcock, that is Psycho, which was released in 1960. So this paper situates Psycho at a crucial juncture in the history of mainstream narrative cinema, when the body of the femme fatales, the dangerous women, that is meticulously tamed and controlled in film noirs that were quite popular in the 1940s and early 1950s, those bodies, the female body, is transformed into a site on which an all-out physical attack is directed. Crucially, at a time when second-wave feminism was making its presence felt. Now, Psycho plays the pivotal role of converting the more controlled version of educating and taming deviant female bodies in the film noirs of the 1940s and 50s to an all-out slashing of a female body that spurred on the exploitation films of the 1960s, or the slashers of the 1960s and 1970s. So a female body which was conveniently tamed in the film noirs of 40s and 50s, post-Psycho, somehow the filming of those bodies changed. And a new genre started from the 60s, that is late 60s, that is the slasher genre, where brutal attack towards female body and a combination of titillation and gore became the order of that genre. Now, post-war America was not a very congenial space for women's sexual freedom. It was a time when the values of family, proper, respectable living were being endorsed with great enthusiasm. The rise of the Noah films in the 1940s and 50s were replete with instances of the threats posed by femme fatales to the integrity of the heteronormative family. A femme fatale who transgresses the boundaries prescribed for women, but is ultimately tamed with the stick of conventional patriarchy. So that is the basic structure of the Noah films. Like the Noah films, like if you have seen the Maltese Falcon, Double Indemnity, The Big Sleep, Laura, Murder My Sweet, then The Postman Always Rings Twice, The Lady from Shanghai, then there is Sunset Boulevard, and numerous other films in style, tone, perspective. They flooded Hollywood during the first half of the 1940s and reached its peak in the 1950s. So such films, with all their gloom and their post-war anxieties, were always alert in reminding the audience the damaging effect that a female transgressor may have on the structure of the family, which happened to be the building block of the society. Now, Ian Kaplan had edited a book called Women in Film Noah. It was published in 1980, and she was the editor. And in her introductions, she stresses on the changing role of the woman in the film Noah, placed within the thriller genre. Like in the more conventional thriller genre, women occupied the domestic space, and the ideological task of the film was carried on by the men. Kaplan here says that there has been a change in the Noah films. I'm quoting Kaplan here. She says, the film Noah world is one in which women are central to the intrigue of the film, defined by their sexuality, which is presented as desirable but dangerous to men. The women function as the obstacle to the male quest. So the hero's success depends upon whether or not he is able to resist the temptation posed by the femme fatale. And usually the entire film ultimately seems to be a project designed to tame, contain, and destroy the aberrant female body. Again, Sylvia Harvey, in her article, Women's Place, the Absent Family of Film Noah, there she traces the cause of female suppression in Noah films, and she traces it to the widespread disillusionment of post-war depression that was gradually corroding the myths of national unity and the American dream. So family as an institution was losing its consecrated place. There was an abrupt change in the professional space as well. Women who had become a large section of the working force during the war, they had suddenly started quitting jobs in order to cater to the demands of the war veterans returning home. So the female sexuality that is intimately related to female economic and social independence had to be curbed and placed in its proper hierarchical order. And it was in such an atmosphere of rigid conformity that Marilyn Monroe emerged. And she was hailed as the greatest post-war sex symbol. Her films like The 7-Year Itch, Niagara, Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, Some Like It Hot, they showed a lady who was extremely comfortable in her skin. And another major challenge at that time was posed by the publication of Hugh Hefner's Playboy. It was published in 1953. The first edition of Playboy sold 54,175 copies at 50 cents each. So America was waking up to a new revolution. And again, the 1960s, when we leave 1950, come to the 1960s, 60s were a time of a major social upheaval with a restructuring of gender relations. The post-war crisis and the rise of the welfare state altered the traditional social functions of men and women. Women entered the professional world and became financially more self-reliant. Carl Gerasi invented the first reliable contraceptive pills in 1960, which meant that women had more control over their bodies now. Now, their separation of sexual intercourse from the purpose of procreation, that significantly altered both male and female sexuality. As terms like love and sex acquired new implications, which in turn altered the entire state of the body. Moreover, again, we have the countercultural movements of the 1960s, the students' movement across Europe, the anti-war movements that advocated greater sexual freedom. So in their attempt to protest against authoritarian states based on capitalist ideologies, they protested against any form of repression that curbs natural urges. It was amidst such turbulence of the 50s and 60s that Hitchcock was making some of his major and some of his most controversial films. Vertigo 1958, Psycho 1960, Marnie 1960, The Birds 1963, Marnie 1964, and then again much later, Frenzy 1972. Films that would change the way one sees a female body. Films that would usher in a new genre that would virtually feed on female flesh. Graphic depiction of bodily torture of women, like the blatant depiction of violence or meted out to women on screen, that was not something very common in mainstream narrative cinema in Hollywood. It was Hitchcock's infamous shower scene in Psycho that brought about something very new. It shocked contemporary audience with its blatant depiction of brutal stabbing of a naked female body taking a bath. And this torture of female bodies continued in Hitchcock's The Birds, Marnie, and Frenzy. Psycho has been widely considered as a film that had spurred the genre of exploitation or slasher films that literally fed on sexual titillation and gore during the late 1960s and 70s in Hollywood. Now, we may turn to Psycho and try to place it in relation to the slashers and the exploitation films and try to analyze whether at all the kind of charges that have been leveled against Psycho are justified or not. Now, most film critics of the time, when Psycho was getting released, after the post-release, most of the critics of the time dismissed Psycho as, the subject of the film is too trivial. That is how they say. Truffaut also spoke about it in a book. And I'll first try to trace, I'll give you a very brief plot, the outline of Psycho, although most of the viewers must have watched it already, but I'll just give you a brief outline. Like Marion, who is the female protagonist of Psycho, she steals $40,000 from a client of her employer and then absconds. She goes in search of her lover, who stays down the highway, and on her way to meet her lover, hungry and thirsty, and then there's like the night is coming on, the weather becomes very rough with torrential rain, so she decides to take shelter in a motel at night, and that motel is the famous Bates Motel. And then when she is inside the motel, we find that while taking a shower, she is stabbed to death. Later on, it is revealed that towards the end of the film, that it is the owner of the motel, Norman Bates, who was played by Anthony Perkins, had killed Marion. And we also get the further information that Norman Bates practices the art of taxidermy, the art of stuffing dead birds and animals. And then towards the end of the film, we also get to know that Norman had also killed his own mother and had stuffed her body and had made her a taxidermy specimen. And then again, at times he dresses like his mother, assumes her identity, and kills young, attractive women. So that's basically the plot of the film. Now, whenever anyone refers to Psycho, I'm sure even if the ones who have not watched Psycho knows about the shower scene in Psycho, at least they've watched that scene. And the images that are bound to flash before us whenever we speak of Psycho are those of Marion Crane being hacked to death with water streaming down her screaming body. And Bernard Herrmann's jagged, discordant music that has been used in numerous other films as an ominous harbinger of a psycho. Now, in a slasher film, now if we start comparing Psycho with a slasher film, in a slasher film, as the saying goes, women dress down to be killed. So in Psycho, Marion, or Janet Leigh, the actual character is Janet Leigh, who plays the role of Marion in Psycho, is shown in her undergarments on more than one occasion. And in keeping with the sex slaughter formula, we get glimpses of her flesh, though most of which was done by a body double. And it may be said that Hitchcock here combines scopophilia with gratuitous gore, and almost luring the audience to male gaze their way into the entire process of murder. Thus, it may apparently seem that Psycho actually contributed in the production of slashers that deliberately sexualize slaughter. As you can understand that every aspect of Marion's femininity has been very meticulously recorded in that scene. Hitchcock, in one of his book-length interview with Truffaut, described the scene very in detail, and I'm going to quote just a small portion of Hitchcock and the way he actually went for that scene, how he shot that scene. I'm quoting here. It took us 7 days to shoot that scene, and there were 70 camera setups for 45 seconds of footage. We had a torso specially made up for that scene, but I did not use it. I used a live girl instead, a naked model who stood in for Janet Leigh. We only showed Miss Leigh's hands, shoulders, and head. All the rest was the stand-in. Naturally, the knife never touched the body. It was all done in the montage. I shot some of it in slow motion so as to cover her breasts. Now, Hitchcock's severe editing technique and in the scene shift, and the onslaught of cuts on scene that shifts our focus from the titillation of the scene and forces us to focus more on the horror that that scene generates. Those who go frame by frame through the scene will note that how much has been left to the imagination. Like, we see a knife, we see a body, we see water, blood, and that's all. The penetration of the blade of the knife into the flesh of the woman is not shown on screen. So the full horror of the murder is only hinted at. The murder actually takes place in the viewer's mind. Thus, unlike the typical slasher films, there are no wounds in Psycho. There is blood, of course, but it is not a gore and a gore show, because, as you know, Psycho was shot in black and white. So the red that disturbs us visually, most of us, that is somehow muted by that black and white mode. And so we can see that, again, Marion is screaming, but her scream does not reach us directly, as it is, Bernard Herrmann's background score makes a far more grisly effect, a more gruesome effect. So in the closing shots, blood and water, we find that while the slashing has already happened, it is over now, and in the closing shots, blood and water swirl down the drain. The camera cuts to a closed shot of the gaping drain and dissolves into Marion's eyeball. Now, this perhaps remains the most effective slashing in the history of cinema, where the slashing does not take place on screen. Marion cannot understand what is happening to her, and the viewers also cannot understand what is happening to her. The shock is not only due to the unexpectedness of the murder or the rapid cuts on screen, But the fact that what was most shocking to me when I first saw Psycho was the leading lady has been killed off with more than 1 hour of the film left. Now, what do we do now? Now, Hitchcock's Psycho was based on Robert Bloch's novel with the name of Psycho, the same name. So in Bloch's novel, the story begins with Norman Bates. The story begins, it progresses, and we see everything through Norman's eyes, and Marion comes later on in the story. Hitchcock reverses that pattern. We begin Psycho with Marion. We begin the journey with Marion. The film, as a significant departure from the novel, opens with Marion. Now, till the murder of Marion, we see the film through her eyes. Hitchcock mostly uses eyeline matching shots, and the entire drama unfolds through her eyes. Hitchcock even makes Marion share her thoughts with us. And a time comes when we completely identify with Marion, who of course is also a thief who has stolen. She has stolen $40,000, and yet we somehow identify with her. And then, after feeling what she feels, we see her naked body hacked to an ugly death. So the slasher films, as we say, although being inspired by Psycho, also should have received the message that gore should not merely be used for sheer gratification. And the film suggests way more than the easy formula that viewers find the kill scene more enticing if the woman is attractive and preferably shirtless. So even after the murder, when the murder takes place, everything is over. Still, the camera stays in the bathroom, and it kind of roams around in the bathroom, trying to take in the aftermath of the violence. And then it's focused on the shower head. Then we have her legs, Marion's legs in the tub, the course of the blood that flows towards the drain, her face pressed against the floor, her eyes staring back at us, the tight close shots of her face, the camera's leisurely tracking of parts of her body, and the hands of Marion reaching out to us. That somehow complicates our reaction to the murder scene. And I mean, Hitchcock brings us face to face with our own lust for dreadful sights that are thinly disguised under a mask of shocked sympathy. Now, as far I was speaking about the shower scene till now. Now, much has been spoken about the shower scene. Articles, journals, books. There are books which devote themselves entirely to Psycho, and there are chapters on the shower scene, particularly on the shower scene. So much has been said about that shower scene. However, while we are busy analyzing the destruction of a body in the film, we tend to ignore another act, the act of preservation of a body, and the motif of taxidermy that plays a very significant part in the film. Taxidermy is popularly defined as stuffing dead animals and birds, and it is an art of, it is an art of killing an animal. Nowadays, the animals are not killed. Before, in the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century, there was a lot of killing of animals, destruction of animals for the skin. So after the killing of the animal, the skin was flayed, and then the treated skin was stretched over an artificial mannequin. And then carefully, the features are modeled in a lifelike attitude. And the word taxidermy is derived from the Greek words taxis, which means arrangement, and derma, which means skin. So arrangement of the skin. Now, Norman Bates in Psycho, as we know, not only stuffs birds, but he has also stuffed his own mother, killed her, and stuffed his own mother. So Mrs. Bates, the preserved corpse of Norman Bates's mother, is perhaps one of the most ill-treated corpses we have ever encountered. She is not only ill-preserved, she is also ill-represented. She does not come across as a nurturing mother. She's rude, she's mad, she's physically sick, she kills, and she's also dead. She is a woman who murders posthumously, and she's not even given she was also not granted the thrill of being called a vampire or a ghost. She's plain, ugly, unwomanly woman who kills to protect her son from young, attractive women. And the dry, arid, empty shell of Mrs. Bates is a twisted reminder of the young, healthy, sensual body of Marion. The blood and guts of Marion, a freshly killed body in the first half of the film, gives way to the dry, barren, and old body of a woman from whom nothing will seep out. No blood, no guts. It is a body that will not leave any mess behind. Yet we find that this body acts, it moves, it kills. And the shower scene here may be seen as a point in the film that reverses the role of human anatomy. The frail constitution of an apparently ill mother emerges triumphantly as she lashes out with all her might at a pulsating, titillating body and converts it into a mass of flesh, thereby giving vent to years of frustration and helplessness. Now, while Mrs. Bates is a corpse that is reanimated, Marion offers us a reverse narrative of the body. She embodies the presence of death within life, even before she is killed off on screen. Now, death is a precondition in the art of taxidermy. Without you cannot flay a live body and create a taxidermy specimen. That body has to die first. So Mrs. Bates had to be killed in order to be preserved. But in the case of Marion, Hitchcock reverses the process. Marion becomes a specimen, an object whose body is used as raw material to create the slashing scene even before she dies. Now, the task of recreation begins way before the exhibit is dead. Like we had already seen what Hitchcock said about the scene, that the head, the shoulder, and the legs of Miss Leigh or Janet Leigh had been used, and the torso or the body was used. That was from another woman, a model, a live model. So the dismemberment is carried out on a live body on screen. So the shower head, the tub, the drain, the curtains, the walls, they all call to mind a taxidermist's workbench, tools, sketches, and a body double in the form of a mannequin. So the dead eye of Marion, her face pressed on the bathroom floor, becomes a commentary on the randomness of violence. The taxidermist's magic is generated in the very process of dying, in the enactment of pain and torture that Hitchcock preserves in his shower scene. And taxidermy happens. Do we have time? Do I continue, or I think I have kind of reached the end?
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
I can continue?
Yes,
sure.
yes.
Okay. Now, taxidermy happens to be an art that rests on the preservation-destruction dichotomy. An art that rests on an oxymoron, of course, because when we are very intensely devoted to a body, we don't want that body to change. Even when we speak about our body, my body, the body of my near and dear ones, the body of our pets, we want them to remain unchanged. But when this desire of preserving a body reaches a kind of what should I say, an obsession, then, and if we want to preserve and possess it permanently, and that too in an unchanged form, we shall first have to destroy it. Now, it is perhaps out of this dilemma that taxidermy is born. So Mrs. Bates' stuffed body and all other recreated assemblages of Norman vest taxidermy with qualities of loss, memory, fragility, decay, and transformation. So here we find that Mrs. Bates is not merely a trophy, but her body is rather guarded zealously by her son. I mean, she is this non-absent embodiment of all that Norman dreads and yet yearns for. Mrs. Bates is a site of Norman's lost days. So the body of Mrs. Bates becomes a surrogate home for Norman. And it becomes a kind of, Norman himself becomes a kind of a pathetic exhibit of his own dystopic diorama. And the idea of, this, what I was speaking of, like, if we skip some parts, I was thinking of speaking about Vertigo as well, and how Vertigo also happens to be a film where Scotty Ferguson acts metaphorically like a taxidermist, but I don't think I have that kind of time. So I'm skipping that section, and I'm going to the conclusion, the last portion of my lecture. Now, what I'm trying to say through the motif of taxidermy is that obsession with the memory of a body and its preservation that is explored through the bodies of Mrs. Bates and Marion Crane. That the wasted corpse that becomes a repository of Norman's idyllic past in Psycho. It may all be said, like, we can compare it with Hitchcock's unending attempts of creating a beautiful and obedient anatomy in his female actors. Like, we have heard about his obsession with Ingrid Bergman, Vera Miles, Tippi Hedren, Grace Kelly, and all these may be seen as a continuous narrative of a series of male creators trying desperately to resurrect a body that exists only in their imagination. A perfect body that can never be. And that is, I would like to conclude my lecture with this point, and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It was very interesting. Your lecture on Hitchcock, who is regarded as one of the, if not the best filmmaker and widely studied filmmaker. Now it's time for inviting questions and comments. I find no questions now. Actually, I got disconnected. So, yes, there is a question from Shaunak Goswami. He asks, if you could please elaborate upon the analysis of Hitchcock's film in the light of Laura Mulvey's male gaze theory.
Okay, this was something I was trying to avoid, because I deliberately, my paper was more focused. I tried to get away from the psychological aspects, but I did speak about scopophilia. Now, as far as Laura Mulvey, that her narrative cinema is a very famous text, an article that focuses on Vertigo and Rear Window, I think, if I remember correctly. So as far as the male gaze is concerned, that is exactly what my paper was all along. I was speaking about how a woman's body is viewed as far as not only Psycho or Vertigo or Birds, but Hitchcock's films, especially the post-war films, they become very brutally graphic as far as the tortures are concerned. But yes, of course, male gaze is something, that's very blatantly obvious, that the way Grace Kelly in, say, Rear Window is situated, the way the camera traces her body, and the way James Stewart sits over there in his there and watches the woman over there, and the way the viewers also watch her. So, no, Laura Mulvey had a point that, of course, we are also being forced into kind of male gazing our into women's bodies. At least Hitchcock made it quite blatantly obvious.
Thank you, ma'am. There is another question we can take. Do you think in the films Psycho, the positions of the victim and the voyeur often gets interchanged?
Of course, because here when I was speaking about the shower scene, I was constantly trying to also say that how, when I am viewing the shower scene, when the viewers are looking at the shower scene, it's not only that they are only getting, there is no point of titillation here. The fact that the shower, it has been said that the shower scene spurs on the exploitation of the slasher films. My point of departure is the way we see the murder, the violence on screen, that involves the voyeur as well. We can be a voyeur, and at the same time we are also equally involved in the pain that Marion goes through. The torture, the pain is somehow something which we even feel in our guts. When the knife is deliberately not penetrating the body of the woman, it is actually happening in the viewer's mind. By that, what I meant was we are feeling.
Sorry, ma'am, you are not audible. Hello? Hello? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
somebody had muted me. I don't know. Did I?
Oh, so sorry, so sorry.
I mean, do I need to repeat the answer? Can you just ask the question one more time?
Yes, yes, sure.
It was about
About
the
the
viewer.
victim and the voyeur interchanging their position. I see.
Yeah. So I was actually saying that my point while I was analyzing the shower scene, that was one of my points, that voyeurism here mixes with the idea of the pain and torture that Marion goes through. It is not merely, when we say that Psycho's shower scene has spurred on the exploitation genre, but we do not only see gore and sexual titillation over there. There is more to the shower scene, and the fact that the knife very deliberately is not penetrated in the body of Marion, and that the entire process happens in the mind of the viewer, that itself suggests that the pain is felt in our guts as well. So the pain and torture of Marion is something which the voyeur or the viewer of shower scene goes through. So at times the position is of course not interchanged, but rather we share the common space of pain and torture that this woman goes through. Okay, is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. I hope that we will have you physically somewhere in future in our college.
Thank you. I'll be glad to attend, go to your college. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's already 4, so it's time to move to the next session, and I invite Professor Shubha Chakraborty to conduct the next session. So over to you, Shubha. Hello? Are you there, Shubha? Hello? The session 2 of our webinar, we will have 2 paper presentation session parallelly. The links have been given in the chat box. I hope paper presenters are ready.
Deepika, you are in the wrong window. No, you are in the wrong window. You cannot start the session now. Give it to Shumika. This is the wrong window where you have entered. You should have been at the. No, that's the wrong window. You have to be at the main window. That's wrong.
Hello, Shubha.
Stop the session right now. Ask them to stop the session right now.
Hello.
হ্যাঁ তুমি ভুল সেকশনে ঢুকেছো তো হ্যাঁ না তোমার এটা নেই তোমার সেকশন তো লিংকটা দেখো তোমার পেপার প্রেজেন্টেশনে চ্যাট পাঠিয়েছি না, তোমার তো মেন সেশনে, এটা তো রেকর্ড হচ্ছে না, ওরা রেকর্ডিং অনও করেনি, ওরা রেকর্ডিং, বুঝতে পেরেছো? সেশনে এটা তোমার সেশন নয়।
হ্যালো,
শিল্পী,
হ্যাঁ শুভয়দা।
হ্যাঁ আই নিড টু টক, একটা মিসআন্ডারস্ট্যান্ডিং হয়ে গেছে। হ্যাঁ রিনি, তুই ঢোক, আমি বলে দিচ্ছি ওখানে, তুই ঢোক, হ্যাঁ তুই ঢোক, বলে দিচ্ছি, হ্যাঁ তুই ঢোক, আমি আসছি তারা। হ্যাঁ শিল্পী,
Yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Is this the session?
absolutely, this is the session, Didi.
Deepika
the
Lama
session.
should also be called here. Shubhayu, she's calling
Absolutely.
me personally.
Absolutely.
Tell Deepika to come here.
Right, this is your session. You are the diva. Just hold on, Didi, I'll just call her. শিল্পী,
Yes.
একটু ইয়ে করে কথা বলে নে অডিয়েন্সের সঙ্গে, আমি দীপিকা আমাকে পাঠিয়ে দিচ্ছি।
Okay, okay.
Hello.
Hello, Sangyukta Di.
Yes. Is this the?
Yes.
Am I in the correct on the correct spaceship?
Yes, perfectly. You're most welcome here. And a very, very good afternoon to you. Yes, I can see Deepika. Now, over to you, Deepika.
Okay. So,
We were on
Okay,
a
ma'am.
different planet, Deepika.
yeah. Okay, let's start, ma'am. So, good evening, everyone.
Okay. So
Yeah. We are in the technical session 2A. And for chairing the session, we have Dr. Sanjukta Chatterjee, ma'am. And myself, Deepika Lama, the coordinator of this session. So, introducing Sanjukta Chatterjee, ma'am. She teaches at the Department of English, Raiga University. Her areas of interest are Indian feminism, cultural studies, eco-criticism, and religious studies, and has extensively published in these areas. She is the Center for Women's Studies, Raiganj University. She has hosted workshops and delivered talks at various educational institutions on gender sensitization. Apart from that, she is an active social worker, and she's presently working on COVID psychology and suicide prevention. So now, I would like to kindly request our ma'am to hand over the session. So, ma'am, please.
yes, thank you, Deepika. And primarily, I'm very, very sorry. You know, I boarded the wrong spaceship, as I said. I went to the wrong group, and I carried the participants there. So the participants who are in this session, I'm announcing their names once
Okay,
again.
yeah.
They are Professors Shebonti Roy Chaudhary, Dr. Jayashri Prem Kumar Seth, Arun Kumar VN, Gayatri S, Dr. Manish Kumar Jaiswal, Dr. Madhumita Acharya, Dr. Zenith Roy, Debargho Chakraborty, Mr. Lukumorang, Shukollan Chandu, Shayan Chattopadhyay, Anuna Bhattacharjee, Shantani Ghosh,
আমি বললে করবে।
and Medhashri Tolapatra. Medhashri Tolapatra will be speaking in this session as the convener has kind of told me.
So, altogether, there are 14 speakers, ma'am.
There are 13 speakers, I think. Yes, there are 13 speakers, and I think we'll give them a time frame of 7 minutes and 1 minute for discussion after every session. So there'll be, these are like, we have to keep the time, bound. Otherwise, there'll be problem at the end of it. So I request all the speakers to not literally read from the papers, but to kind of keep the time limit in mind and make it, fit within the time frame. And after 7 minutes, I think Deepika, you can remind them that 7 minutes is over.
Okay, ma'am.
We don't have a bell system here, so you can tell them.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Because I don't think so. If you're presenting a paper, you'll be looking into the chat box. So that is done. And 1 minute, I will choose the questions from the chat box. So the participants, whoever is hearing, they should post questions in the chat box, which is the norm nowadays. And I'll be selecting the questions and putting them to the speakers. So without losing any more time, shall we start, Deepika?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. So I invite the first speaker, Professor Shebonti Roy Chaudhuri, Assistant
Okay.
Professor, Tufanganj Mahavidyalaya, and her title is Exploring Queer Cinema, a study of the movie Carol. So,
Okay.
Professor Shebonti Roy Chaudhuri, kindly unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So, very good evening to the organizers, respected organizers, respected chairperson, respected resource persons, and the fellow presenters. And can I just share my screen?
I don't know why, but Shebonti, your voice is
I think,
echoing.
even your voice is doing the same. I don't know what is echoing. I can't hear anything at all.
We can hear echoes, like.
It's echoing a lot and problem, I guess.
শ্রাবন্তী ম্যাডাম আপনি দুটো ডিভাইস থেকে উনি লগ ইন করেছেন একটা মিউট করে দিন
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Shebonti,
Should I
Shebonti, can you hear me?
Yeah, but the echoing is
You
still
have
there.
logged into both the sessions, somebody saying.
Yeah, I didn't get you. Sorry.
I think you log out and log in.
Okay. I think that will be fine. Okay.
But that was clear now. The voice is clear now. I don't know how, but it's clear now.
Okay.
Don't go.
Okay.
Stay. Please.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay.
Deepika, you may start your time.
Okay.
Deepika,
First, let me ask. Can I share my screen?
Sure. Yes.
Thank you. So my topic today is exploring queer cinema, a study of the movie Carol. Now, queerness involves interrogation and deconstruction of conventional and normative identity categories, seeking to denaturalize the assumed roles and functions. The term queer theory itself came from Teresa de Lautas's 1991 work in the Feminist Cultural Studies journal titled Queer Theory, Lesbian and Gay Sexualities. Now, at the same time, queer theory challenges the belief that lesbian and gay studies is one single entity. And I must add here that the term queer is indefinable and refer to any form of sexuality that may or may not be prevalent, so to speak. And as we know that sexuality cannot be disconnected from the categories like social status, origin, and several other factors which are crucial in the shaping of one's identity. Now, moving on to queer cinema, the term new queer cinema was first coined by the academic B. Ruby Rich in The Village Voice and Sight and Sound magazine in 1992, and it was used to describe a growing movement of independent that challenged heteronormative representation on screen. So these films were radical in form and aggressive in their presentation of sexual identities. Now, interestingly, queer filmmakers often made films in genres that were considered typically mainstream and introduced non-conventional elements within them, offering temporalities, pleasures, as well as instabilities. Now, moving on to De Laurentiis's essay, Technologies of Gender, here she discusses how narrative cinema deftly performs a visual figuration of the masculine and feminine position, and the woman is fixed in the position of an icon or a spectacle or an image to be looked at both by the male characters and the spectators. However, queer cinema criticizes this rigidity and heterocentrism of the psychoanalytic models of spectatorship, much like Laura Mulvey's famous feminist analysis of the cinematic gaze. Now, moving on to Michelle Arrow's New Queer Cinema Critical Reader, we can say that she actually synopsizes queer films theories into three major occupations, and those are critical exploration of queer imagery and directors. The second one is the retrospective queering of film history, and the third is discussion of queer spectatorship, that is people's queer responses, desires, identifications, and generally experience of cinema. Even these people or texts themselves are not self-identified as queer. And Adam further claims, and it is very significant, that cinema itself is rooted in queer process, because narrative cinema itself depends upon identification with characters who are not ourselves, establishing empathy and desire along lines not restricted to particularly normative patterns of attraction. So moving on to the movie Carol, we can say that it was released in the year 2015 and was based on the semi-autobiographical novel The Price of Salt by Patricia Highsmith. Originally, the novel's manuscript was rejected. However, it was published in 1952 under the pseudonym of Claire Morgan. Again, in 1990, the book was published by Bloomsbury, and here Patricia Highsmith's name was used. And what the novel and as well as the film depicts is a lesbian couple in the 1950s New York City. What is very striking about the novel as well as the film is that it appears in stark contrast to the stereotypical representation of lesbians, where one expects one member of the couple to be noticeably masculine in her affect, style, and behavior. So in a way, it shifts away from the butch femme paradigm. And another important deviation is emphasized in its non-tragic ending. Now, I want you to please look at the poster of the film that I have given here. There are also many other posters, but I have particularly chosen this one because here you can see that the emphasis on the eyes and on the opposite halves of the characters' profiles. So the eyes are immensely expressive and reflect the point of view of the characters, the point of view that they have about the world that is around them. And perhaps, this is my assumption, perhaps this poster tries to assert that the film will be narrated from the point of view of two women who are in a lesbian relationship. And in addition to that, these two women with their almost unrecognizable faces at this stage could be any women. And this appears to be an invitation to the viewers to actually become the characters. And like I mentioned previously, that Arrow claims that the entire cinematic journey is a queer process itself. Now, the opening scene of the film, this establishes a quite an unknown breadth of relationship between the two female characters, that is Carol Aird and Terence Belliver, and we find a particular young man coming and asking Terence to accompany him to a party, and he offers her a ride. So this intrusion that this particular male makes in a very cloistered, closed female world is very noticeable here. And another thing that we cannot help but wonder is that had these couples been heterosexual, so in that case, how might the scene have been? In that case, the man would have definitely introduced himself, but would he have offered to take the woman to a ride? So that remains a question while watching this scene. Now, moving on to the next one, when Terence is going to the party, you can see the photograph here, the shot that I've taken, that there is a red light because Terence is turning back and she can see a couple, a heterosexual couple, where the woman has blonde hair, much like Carol Aird in the previous scene. So what happens, what we see throughout the movie is that we have a shrouded view of character. The camera slows down often and gives a soft focus, creating a very dreamy, languid atmosphere. And we see that characters are seen through glass of car windows or apartment windows that are spattered with raindrops, streaked with reflections of sky glare and street lights, dimmed by fog, misted by condensation. So these mighty, abstracted, self-dissolving images seem a metaphor for the characters' states of mind. And in addition to that, it also, diffuses the scene with a kind of sensuousness that we find. Now, this last scene that we have seen, this actually takes us back to where Terence and Carol had actually met. Carol had gone shopping for Christmas. She went to buy a doll for her daughter, and there they meet with each other. And Terence is seeing that she is attendant.
Sevanti Roy Chaudhary, please try to sum up your presentation.
Okay, so I think that's a quite a short time, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, but we have to keep it.
Yeah, sure, I
So
understand
just
because I had got a lot to say, but okay, I'll just try to just focus on the main part. Okay, so if I talk about the cinematic aspects of all the scenes that are present here, we find that often there is a focus on the shots of particular physical aspects like Carol's hair, coat, lips, and all these aspects are there. And as previously man was talking about the gaze, so here we can say that this gaze makes a marked departure from male gaze, and we often find that it is a case of female gazing on female. Now, since we don't have much of a time, what I'll say is that after all, this film does not end with a sad ending. And we find that in spite of several kinds of setbacks and turbulence, the two women decide at the end of the movie to live with each other. And Carol comes out of her marriage. She even gives up the custody of her daughter, and she says that she is satisfied with supervised visits to her daughter. And we find that both these women are making drastic changes in the 1950s America to lead life on their own terms and to explore their sexuality at the same time. So I'll just end with a beautiful quote here, which our actresses here, I did not mention the actress, I was waiting for the end, but if in Carol Aird's role, we have Kate Blanchett, and she says in a telephonic interview that this film is very Eliot. In my end is my beginning, and it ends with possibility, which is all any love affair can begin with, and that is possibility. So with this, I hastily end my presentation, and I hope that I was within the time limit. So much.
yes, really, Shibon, very nice into the way you have presented it. Any questions? Do we have any questions? Let's see the chat box. Anyone on queer films in general? Well, this is one genre that is really that really needs a lot of studies
Attention,
actually,
yes.
and it is being studied. Attention, yes. And this love between the two central characters, it has been explored. It got a lot of awards as well. So
Yeah.
I think we should move on. Yes, there is a
Yes,
question.
ma'am.
I'm just communicating it to you. Um, can we say that queer cinema is isolated? Mohana Das is asking, can we say that queer cinema is isolated? Don't you think there is only a certain set of audiences watching self-expressive films that do not always assumably fit normative cultural expectations? What possible way can we as an audience get liberating over being limited?
Okay. What?
She's talking about the reception of the film, actually, like not the film. I mean the genre, the limitation
Yeah.
of the audience. So
The limitation of the audience, I will take her first question where she says that can we say that queer cinema is isolated? Now, queer actually is a point of view, is a perspective. Now, you can analyze as an audience any that you watch, which is perhaps very mainstream, and you can interpret it as a queer movie if you want to, because queer actually cannot be defined. So you do not have a rigid definition of queer. Now, talking about the reception and about wider audience, now I will say that we have Shubh Mangal Zyada Savdhan recently released, and there was a wider audience there. So actually, as I said, queer cinema
but
uses very
Shebonti,
mainstream
yes,
techniques.
just
Yes.
to add to what you're saying, remember the film Deepa Mehta's Fire?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But
that's
since it
closer,
is
even
very
like to the
canonical, I
time.
did not. Yeah, it is very canonical, and therefore I didn't go to it. I was referring to something that is very popular uh, at the same time and has not become canonical at the moment. So if I talk about film like Shubh Mangal Zyada Savdhan, and that is why I was referring to this movie. And for that matter, if I would have talked about Bergman persona, so hardly we can say that persona has a wider number of audience. So not very people will see or understand the movie at all, for that matter. But Carol is such a movie which obviously when you watch it, it just has a homosexual couple, a lesbian couple for that matter. But otherwise, all the aspects that have been used here can be very well used in a heterosexual movie and have been used mostly. And therefore, this film is mainstream and queer at the same time. And that is what I think is the audience reception. I think audience will accept it. It depends on how how that film is being projected to the audience. If it is too cerebral, I think it might be difficult for some amount of audience to understand what the film is trying to depict. But as a popular culture, I think yes, queer is very much popular at the same time as it is divine.
Thank you, Shebonti, for a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Now, I very humbly and very, warmly invite our next speaker, Dr. Joyshri Prem Kumar Seth. She is an assistant professor at the Department of English, Language and Translation, Qasim University, Saudi Arabia. And her topic is Prem Kumar's Kai Varisai the most progressive path? A comparison of gender equality in films of 2 centuries. So,
thank you.
Are you there? Yes. Just
Could you hear me?
Jump that
Am I
you're
audible?
thinking here.
Yeah.
Yes, you are audible, ma'am, and you're welcome to this session. I'm so happy to have you here, ma'am. Your time starts now, Dishi. Your time starts now.
Okay. Good evening to all. Invoking the great Almighty and also expressing my indebtedness to the organizers for having giving me this golden opportunity to sing the praise or to criticize the invincible cinema, which is again now gone into deep slumber due to invisible and invincible enemy COVID. Now it is awaiting, I think, the cinema is awaiting the kiss of the omnipotent, the God Almighty. With that, I start my presentation. This is G. Prem Kumar, and it is this film, Kai Varisai of 20th century, is being compared now with that of Pon Magal Vandal. This is also a Tamil film of 21st century. And then this is Yavade Subramaniam, a Telugu film, and all of you might have known by this clip. This image would talk a lot. I need not even name the film, I think. Ajay Devagan. Then Mohanlal's Big Brother, Malayalam film, and Kannada film, Koti Goba 2, and there is the third one is coming up. So with all these 21st century films, I am comparing the dead old film, 1983 made film done by the filmmaker G. Prem Kumar. So the introduction consists of feminist film theories, all sort of theories, and some glimpses on the contribution of 20th century films because of the modernism. And are we following the suit now? Are we building upon it? Or we have forgotten all the strides we have taken? That is the question. You know, when I started the introduction, it was about feminist film theories, that is women studies, and the second wave of feminism. When they went into a wedlock, the outcome was feminist film theories. And my research questions, all of them based on this one, all these films, whether they underwent, when we put them under Bechdel test, Macomory test, sexy lamp test, and critical actor theory, or the auteur theory, or critical mass theory, when you put them under test, what happens to these films? Are they coming out, passing out in flying colors or not? What do Macomory tests say? What does it say? Mokomori test says there should be at least one female character, one who gets her own narrative arc, that is, and that should not be supporting a man's story. And what about the sexy lamp test? It was designed to check how relevant a female character is to the plot of the film. And Bechdel test is insisting on at least two women should be there. There are a lot of films with a lot of women because of given. But they should talk to each other. These two women, they should talk to each other at least for a time of 60 minutes, 60 seconds, and that should not be about the man. Can you think of any film of these days, 21st century films? Can you think of any one where women talk nothing other than men? Second point is about the 20th century films. That is about Jeep, Cross, and other films. We have quite a lot of them in 20th century because people wanted to give gender equality even in film. In India, the female literacy rate is grown by 59.2% to 65.7% now, whereas there is only 4% of literacy growth in males from 2011 to 2018. And the figures of women representation among graduates is also astonishingly, stunningly growing. You can see the data here.
Jayashree ma'am, sorry to interrupt, but your voice is echoing. So, like, can you put on a headphone or something? I think that would improve the quality because people are.
Is it echoing a lot? Because at present I can't search about it, and the time limit is very little. Let me lower my voice. Maybe.
All right, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
Is this better? Can you
Hello,
hear me?
Yes, ma'am. The echo is not there.
Okay, thank
The echo
you.
is not there. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Why are we talking about women's empowerment still? Because of the 21st century films. And why these films? What is wrong with them? We are talking about queer theory and we are talking about many other things. And there are many isms. Now people are not concentrated only with feminism. There are many isms coming up. So they started concentrating on race and all other things. Could you hear me? Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you hear me? Okay,
Ma'am, they have asked me to mute my audio so that you can be heard. So I had muted myself, but I think there is some other kind of problem. It's got nothing to do with me being muted or not. So I have unmuted myself again. You may continue, ma'am. And I'm so sorry for all these interruptions and glitches.
Okay, that doesn't matter. No props. So these five tests they underwent, and we see now my research, the process. What were the process? How I did with it. Qualitative and quantitative analysis have been done for all these 6 films. We saw the representation of women in scenes, and tables and charts were provided, critical mass theory, and overall. Then I made a code sheet using all these theories. What do these theories require? And last but not least, qualitative analysis was done. The critical mass theory, you might be knowing, behind the screen there must be people, demon, and that will be providing a good outcome. You see now here, in measuring on-set roles, this study considers to include lyricist, singer, music composer, dance master, besides the producer and
and director which laws in 2018 insisted upon. I included music composer too. And when I did this analysis, I could see this 20th century film Kai Versa had nine male conspicuous persons and seven female people. And the others you can see. Now you might have just think of Tanaji, how many people would have been working behind the screen, and you see the difference between the male and female contributors. Just this graph will speak in volumes. This is Kaivarisi, the first one. The second one, Ponmagal Vandal, Tamil film. The third one is Tanaji. Tanaji, the blue ones, you see these are the male characters, and the red one is the female conspicuous persons behind the screen.
Ma'am, please be precise.
Uh-huh. Then critical actor.
Hello, ma'am. Please be precise.
Critical actor theory.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, could you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please be precise.
Sure.
As we are running out of time, ma'am.
Sure, as much as I could. Okay. And then critical actor theory, that is the director, the filmmaker, as everything. Summum bonum of him will help. Now you see the director G. Prem Kumar. He has been in the filmdom for long, for maybe more than 40 years, 35 years. He has done his film in English film, Hollywood film also. So he knows the nuances of filmmaking, and that's why maybe he gave much importance to female characters. And this is the code sheet where I worked upon. You can see the questions here. Do female characters talk about something other than a man? That is Bechdel-Wallace test. And all the two men named characters, again Bechdel-Wallace test. So all these theories are imbibed in this code sheet, and this code sheet was a self-made one. I made it, and the outcome, again you can see what was expected. If it is 100%, that would be, here you can see Kaivarse got more than 100%. It's nearly 200%, whereas the others, they are dwindling. Tanaji, you think of Tanaji, where is Tanaji? And you can think of Tanaji, Ajay Devgan hasn't given importance to his own wife, Kajol, who is such a populist lady. In 1980s, because as the theory suggests, 1980s was the heyday of feminist film theories, and it is obviously represented in the above graph and in the film also.
Okay,
And
ma'am.
the political, okay, thank you, and I conclude here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was such an interesting topic, but I think we have to carry on with all our glitches and with all our problems, it seems. But your topic was wonderful, ma'am.
No props. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any questions for ma'am, or any questions on this, the question of gender equality in Tamil films overall, maybe? Any questions do we have, Deepika?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Okay, let us see if people might come in with questions. Right now, ma'am, Jashi ma'am. Yes, Arun Kumar, do you have a question, sir?
No, sorry, thank you. I was the next presenter.
Okay, no, it's okay. So, Jashi ma'am, just, are you there, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, I am there.
Yes, so I was just, yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Ma'am, I was, since I do not understand Tamil, but I'm a Bengali by birth, so I was just inquiring something that, ma'am, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, these films in the 1980s, was it a general movement towards this feminization, or is it like specific to Tamil film? Have you like, I know this is not directly related, but since you were having a study, you came down to Tanaji as well. So I was just wondering if you could speak a few words on that.
Yes, that's a very wonderful question. Even I don't know all the languages other than Tamil, but I went on, I learned all of these languages, and I saw maybe hundreds of films. I couldn't find as Kaivari say, I did not see any other film so far. But I knew in my childhood I have seen Agni Sachi, like that films, and the directors have a big say. In those days, really, they wanted to women. That's why they did the films. They knew this is the way to come up in life. It's progressive.
It
They
also
were
helped in developing the public
themselves.
opinion at that time.
Yeah, and they won the awards. The awards are there for them, and that's why they stick on to it. Now we are going after queer theory. People will be talking about queer theory and films like that, not like those films which are talking about only women, because even this feminism has become a dead old thing. Nobody wants to talk about.
Yes. Okay, any more questions if you have, you can post in the chat box. I'll communicate to ma'am at the end of the session. Thank you, ma'am. Now we are moving on to our next speaker, Professor Arun Kumar VN and Gayatri S. Assistant Professor, Nirmala College of Arts and Science, Chalakudi, Thrissur, Kerala, India. The topic is Kashmir to Kerala, how emotions in Shakespeare's writings flawlessly adapted to Indian films, breaking cultural barriers. So I very humbly invite Professor Arun Kumar. Professor Arun Kumar was there.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present this paper. So I will just begin
Your
now.
time starts now, and I'll mute myself. Your time starts now, Arun.
Thank you. So here is my slide for the presentation. So my topic is Kashmir to Kerala, how emotions in Shakespeare's writing flawlessly adapted to Indian films, breaking cultural barriers. And in introduction, I would like to explain, no needs an introduction about Shakespeare, but still I would like to share that Shakespeare and his universal acceptance. There is a famous quote from Shakespeare's fellow writer, Ben Jonson, which says, he was not of an age, but for all the time. And according to the famous English writer Samuel Johnson, the secret to Shakespeare's durability was the universalism among his literary works. And Shakespeare's influence in films. About that, Shakespeare inspires not only literature enthusiasts, but also filmmakers around the world. This is because even though the plays written in the 16th century, they still hold a series of validating themes that the audience continues to respond to because of its reliability and honest portrayal of basic human emotions. And Shakespeare in Indian films, Shakespeare's dramas adapted to films, from the big budget productions of Bollywood to the offbeat films in small film industries. But there is no such thing, as we all know, there is a pan-Indian film culture. There is no such thing as it. And each film industry, including Bollywood, South and Bengali, etc., has its own traditions and visual storytelling culture. And my hypothesis in this study is that in this study, we are trying to find out how the writings of Shakespeare successfully broke the barriers of culture and time and came out easily adapted to Indian culture, as we have seen in many films. And what makes Shakespeare this much pan-Indian, though there is no pan-Indian film culture. And I have done a lot of literature review to study about the adaptations of Shakespeare and adaptations of Shakespeare's plays into the films. And the method and data collection technique was for this study. I have selected two films. One is Haider, Hindi language film based on Hamlet, set in Kashmir Valley, the northernmost part of India. And the other is Malayalam film Kaliyattam, based on Othello, set in the southernmost state, Kerala. And both of these films are critically acclaimed. And this selection of film, why I selected these films, because not only because of the geographical differences between the places where the story is set, but also because of these films are set in completely different cultural background, including religion, language, and race. And the method of study was, I was trying to find answers to three questions. First of all, does the film's three acts are the same with the three acts of the original Shakespeare writing? And second one is, does the film plots using the rural cultural elements as an object to tell the story? And the third one is, does the emotions of the characters in the films are related to cultural background established in the story? And the data analysis and findings of my study was, first of all, about the three-act question. Both Haider and Kaliyattam, Haider directed by Vishal Bharadwaj, released in 2014, and Kaliyattam, directed by K. Jayaraj, a Malayalam film released in 1997, are the adaptations of plays Hamlet and Othello by Shakespeare, respectively. Both of these films are following the same plotline and three-act structure used in the original plays. From this, we can conclude that the directors of the movies haven't made any changes to the plot and structure of the basic story to make it adaptable to a different culture. And the second question was about the rural cultural elements in the plot. In both films, though there is no change in the basic plot, we can see that rural elements are used carefully on the basis of respective culture. And we can see the resemblance in these elements. The anatomy of these elements are completely different. In Hamlet, we have a hero who wants vengeance for the killing of his father. In Hyder, also the storyline is the same. But in Hamlet, the reason for the killing of his father was fight for the power. But in Hyder, we can see that the political situation in Kashmir led to the disappearance of Hyder's father. And in Kaliyatam, we can observe the same storyline of Othello with different cultural background. In Othello, one important element is racism. And in Kaliyatam, director substitutes the caste for the race. And so that Othello is of a lower caste than Deste, and this caste division plays a major role in the film's Kaliyatam plot, like the racism in the Othello. And with this, the other emotional elements in Othello, like love, jealousy, betrayal, revenge, and repentance, were easily adapted with the storyline of the film. And the third question was about the emotions of the characters relating to the cultural background. In the original play by Shakespeare, Othello's extreme susceptibility to Lago's villainous suggestions reveals that best of a profound insecurity about himself, and at worst, an internalized racism that Lago seizes upon. The same we can see in Kaliyatam when Kannan Peruvannan, Othello's name in the film, Kaliyatam, kills his wife due to Othello's complex and morbid and delusional jealousy. In the film Kaliyatam, like Othello, the central character's insecurity is somewhat related to his caste, like Othello's race. And in Hyder, we can see the central character is in a to be or not to be state of mind, like the Hamlet in Shakespeare's play. And Main Rahu Ke Main Nahi, the Hyder's version for to be or not to be, expresses his emotions of pain and sorrow with a stoic exterior, leaves one in awe. And most importantly, the political and social situation in the film is a major factor responsible for the condition of Hyder. And we can also assume that Hyder effectively transforms Hamlet into a vehicle to express the plight of Kashmiri people in the 1990s and beyond. And my conclusion is, from the above analysis, we can conclude that the literary works of Shakespeare is very much adaptable to the Indian condition without any cultural or geographical barriers. And the emotions of the characters plays a major role in breaking these cultural barriers. Also, in films like Hyder, the element from Shakespeare's play a major role in uplifting the emotions of the characters, even though it's completely different from the original cultural background. And this was my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Arun, for keeping within the time limit. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful presentation. I really liked the way you have taken you contested the idea of a pan-Indian culture, but this pan-Indian love for rewriting Shakespeare, if I may say, redoing Shakespeare. So, sir, I must check if there are questions. Deepika, are there questions?
No, ma'am.
Well, no questions as such.
No
So
questions.
anyone who doesn't want to write down, but Arun, please stay with us. There is a very good question here
Yes.
from Mohana Das. Okay. What are your views on recreation? Is the cinematic presentation of Shakespearean plays wholly an adaptation or an appropriation? Indian filmmaking techniques, are they apt enough to encompass the Shakespearean peripheries? So I think she wants to know that about the being true to the author, sort of, the original author, the recreation, the adaptation, and do you think if this kind of recreation of films is like being true to Shakespeare or not? Or is the rewriting too much of it?
I never believe that, or I never believe that any director, if any film director can recreate the Shakespeare's play itself, because first of all thing, there are many limitations for a film, and also there was many limitations for the plays, because plays are played in a stage. Of course, there is a many limitations about the stage and the settings, and but the play have a lot of time. That means even a Shakespeare play can be a length of 5 hours to 6 hours, but the film has some time limit. And of course, of the expression, the emotions expressed by the Shakespeare through his characters can be made. It won't be possible to express in the same way or in the same depth into the films. But the film directors in India, they try to adapt these basic concept or the emotions of the characters in all films made from Shakespeare's plays. They are trying to adopt the emotional elements from the characters. They are placing into the Indian culture, and they are trying to tell the story of an Indian through the emotions made by, or the emotions created by Shakespeare, I believe.
Yeah, they're using Shakespeare as a vehicle to convey very Indian
Yes.
problems, if I may say, the Kashmir issue or the problem of racism, or it's also a kind of contemporizing Shakespeare in a way, making him
Sure,
very.
that's
Yes, that is it. Thank you, Arun, so much for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Now I may call upon Dr. Manish Kumar Jaiswal, Assistant Professor, Journalism and Mass Communication, Mandsaur University. And the topic is Role and Representation of Women in Iranian Cinema, a Descriptive Analysis. Are you there, Professor Manish Kumar Jaiswal? Deepika, can you check if he's there? Dr. Manish Kumar Jaiswal?
No, Dr. Manish Kumar.
Dr. Manish Kumar Jaiswal, is he there? No, I don't see.
No, he's not there, ma'am.
He's not there. So let's
No,
wait.
ma'am.
Maybe he's logged out. Something he will join back maybe. So we can move on to the next speaker, Dr. Madhumita Acharya, Assistant Professor, Department of Bengali, St. Xavier's College, Autonomous, Kolkata. And her topic is Dohon, Shomoyer Doli, Dahan, Documenting Time. Professor Madhumita Acharya. Madam? Madhumita Acharya is there.
Yes, ma'am, she's there.
No, she's also not there. Meanwhile, Arun, are you there?
Madhumita Acharya.
Madhumita Acharya is here?
Yes, ma'am, she's
but
there.
Arun
But
is here,
she has
right?
unmuted herself.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Arun, there is a question for you. Like the session with you was over, but since the two speakers haven't come, so maybe I thought I could ask you this question. It's
Sure,
a very
ma'am.
nice question.
Thank you.
Yes, like you said, that emotions of the characters enable easy adaptation without hampering the original plot. But the originality, stylistic authority, and proprietary rights of a composer and a composition becomes a major factor in the production, adaptation, and consumption of culture. Where do you think your conclusion falls in accordance to this understanding of adaptation? Professor Srishti Sharma has asked.
Yeah, it was a beautiful question. I would like to say that the culture, Shakespeare written his plays in 16th century or 15th century. So it won't be possible to understand the culture, what was the culture prevailing at that time, and what was the culture or the situation that Shakespeare has written in such a play. So yeah, and also the culture is very much different. The culture, technology, and lifestyle of the people was very much different, or is very much different now. So I don't think it's possible to recreate the culture or the cultural elements, or recreate the style or the making the playwriting style of Shakespeare into a film. The best possible way is like what we do with the Ramayana and Mahabharata. What we do is we are selecting the core of the classics, and we are selecting the core of the classics, and we try to retell the stories according to the present situation. I think that will make the Shakespeare more contemporary and all the classic writers more contemporary.
Thank you so much, Arun Kumar, for coming back again and answering. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is on the line, I think. Dr. Madhumita Acharya, are you there? Hello.
Yeah,
Dr.
she's there,
Acharya,
ma'am.
are you there? Okay. Yes, Deepika, is she there?
Yes, ma'am.
Then she must unmute herself. Hello, Madhumita, kindly unmute yourself. Our time is running out. Dr. Madhumita Acharya, are you there?
Yeah, she was there just now.
Well, we have to move on and maybe we can accommodate them later on. But right now, may I move on to the next speaker, Dr. Zenith Roy. Are you there, Dr. Zenith Roy?
Ma'am, Madhumita ma'am is there.
She's there.
Okay, Nidashri, please can
the journey into the heart of the darkness of as we see in the ominous world of the web series. Now, my paper is mostly centered on the web series or web shows presented on the particular OTT platform Netflix. Now, one of the foremost changes brought in by the altered normal generated by the COVID-19 situation is the new medium of the over-the-top or OTT network emerging as the new medium of home entertainment. Courtesy the phenomenal triumph of the OTT platform, the web series, which comprises the mainstay of these virtual venues of entertainment, have become a part of our daily dose of leisure. But quite strangely or ironically, what we see or what we have seen at the present moment of the lockdown, what we are seeing is that the series and shows that are mostly streamed during this ongoing virus-induced impasse is are those which evince dark overtones, often a daring delving into the dark of the mind or forecasting an apocalyptic future. All such dark things or finding out the mind or searching the mind as a hotbed of murderous motives and diabolical design. To begin with, the most popular or super successful series on Netflix now is Dark, which is the best example of our arcane fascination for the dark. It's a multi-generational science fiction plus horror saga, which overwhelms the mind with its constant shifting between various stages of time and projecting life as an endless loop that binds our past, present, and future. Just before this popularity of dark, we have seen another very popular Netflix series, Money Heist, which was a sensation for the past few months and continues to be one of their most seen series. It's a Spanish crime thriller based on two daredevil heists masterminded by a mysterious character called Professor. Now, the sensational popularity of this show may be attributed to the adrenaline rushing escapism from the dismal reality it offers. But at the same time, we cannot deny that basically it's another addition to the depiction of the crepuscular world of crime and a glorification of crime while making us unknowingly side with the criminal. Alongside this, there are, as I mentioned, a number of apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic content on Netflix. For example, The Rain, which projects the human world as a world which has been devastated by a terrible rain-borne virus, and only two siblings are alive, and they try their best to find out any example or any specimen of life left alive. Thereafter, there is another very curious show called The Snowpiercer, which focuses on
Dr. Roy,
yeah.
hello, Dr. Roy. I'm very sorry to
Okay.
interrupt. Just an announcement. All the other participants who are not presenting or who are not talking right now, so please can we mute ourselves and put our videos off so that the things are like focused. Otherwise, somebody's thing is getting presented automatically. So that's a disturbance. Dr. Ray, sorry for the interruption. Please
Okay,
continue.
thank you. No problem. Snowpiercer presents the world, the art. After 7 years of its destruction, it has turned into a frozen wasteland, and a gigantic train is carrying the remaining survivors of humankind across the world on this non-stop train. Apart, although it's a train, there is various problems that are plaguing it. It's a microcosm for a striated society afflicted by class rivalry and sectarian clash. Apart from this, there is an old series available for a long time on Netflix called Black Mirror, which is a compendium of cautionary narratives about our obsession with gadgets, and a series that forecasts that in future our machines and gadgets are going to be our masters and our existence will be subservient to them. Now, apart from all these things, there are a number of dark in the sense that in their character or in their feel they are dark. The ambience they present is extremely dark. The serial killer or the murder mystery series like Deadwind, Broadchurch, Shetland, Hinterland, Unbelievable. All these are potentially projecting worlds that are threatened by serial killers or serial offenders who have or who are driven by a diseased obsession for slaughtering innocents or inflicting debilitating damages upon their victims. And they project a worldview or suggest a worldview where nobody is safe or nobody is secure. Uh, as per the weekly chart that is published by India Today, it shows that currently at the present moment or in this week, out of the 10 most viewed series or shows on Netflix, the foremost are Dark Desire, Dark, and Money Heist, all of which are about those dark realities that surround us, all those obscure things or ominous things. And not only that, the shows which Netflix mentions as their most watched at this moment are most of them, at least out of 20, at least 12 or 13 of them are all crime related. And apart from these contents, there are others, a few more, which are strongly supernatural. For example, the extremely popular Stranger Things, which is a perfect blend of horror and science fiction and overly supernatural in its presentation of events as well as a character of a young girl who has psychokinetic powers. Castle Rock is another series which presents a world very similar to the strange and bizarre fictional world of Stephen King. It presents an uncanny multiverse of that name, Castle Rock, and holds us captive in the dystopian domain of murder, mayhem, and preternatural phenomena. Uh, Alongside this, there are a few series or shows which are getting getting highlighted for their strongly physical appeal or their attempt at analyzing the problematic dynamics of sexual relationships. For example, Dark Desire, You, and others. Now, the study or the if this study points out one thing or makes us wonder why we are so very strongly attached to these black things which are mostly negative, things which present our world as a very very uncertain space with a very very fearful or a very bleak future. Now, if we try to analyze this few things come to our mind. First of all, the quotation, "We are as moths to the light." This is something said by a character in the series Dark, and probably it uh, aptly underlines why we are so deeply attracted to such things, because it's an inner or innate thing, innate attachment.
So I think
Yeah.
you should like yeah, kind of
Oh,
wrap
okay.
up stuff.
And another important thing is probably these all these things, through all these things, we are also trying to reach a future we will be free from the virus. Some sort of optimism we are trying to have. And I end with the hope that these things will finally help us sustain our zest for withstanding the prevailing predicament. Thank you.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Oh yes, I forgot.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Deepika. There's a question for you, sir. Thank
Okay.
you so much for your presentation. The question is the various crime scenes we see, like you said about money heist.
Yeah, yeah,
We tend to side with the criminals, and sometimes also it
yeah, yeah,
affects some corner of our brain.
yeah,
And when we
definitely.
think of committing such crimes,
Yeah.
how can producers normalize the glorification, or what elements can they devise so that it can mellow the effect of the same? Professor Nupur Barua has asked.
Uh, mellowing the same, I think they, in order to make it a more popular among the audience, they need to make it more. The criminal element must be intensified. That's how they ensure their viewership or large viewership. But one thing can be done, that the punishment given to them, that thing can be shown as something intense, something much more stronger than what they are presently shown as. That might be,
They do that, sir. Normally they do that. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah,
Continue.
that might be a deterrent, or maybe they should carry a disclaimer after or before the show saying that they should not follow, people should not follow these things, because they will be having a very detrimental effect on the society.
Yes, but they always end it, most of them end. I'm not sure, I don't watch much, but they end on cliffhangers where we don't know the evil is gone or the evil goes
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah,
So
definitely,
so
definitely.
that kind of thing is
Yeah,
around
yeah.
you. So and this pandemic thing has all the more and so thank you so
Okay.
much, Dr. Roy, for a wonderful presentation. Really, it was so different and
Okay.
nice.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Dr. Madhumita Acharya, are you there, ma'am? Yes. Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself, Dr. Madhumita Acharya. Dr. Madhumita Acharya, ma'am, I can see you. Please unmute yourself.
Unmute, ma'am.
Dr. Madhumita Acharya, Assistant Professor, Department of Bengali, St. Xavier's College, Autonomous, Kolkata. She's going to speak on Dahon, Shomoyer Dolil, Dahan, Documenting Time. মাইকে চিহ্নটার উপর শ্রীকান্ত স্যার শ্রীকান্ত স্যার আমি বলছি
Yeah, she's ready,
আপনি
ma'am. She's ready now.
মাইকটার উপরে
Yeah, she's ready, ma'am.
yeah okay okay
Yeah, yeah.
Dr. Acharya, are you ready? আপনি বলবেন Dr. Acharya? I can't hear you. Hello? Hello? Deepika, can you hear ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Acharya, I'm so sorry, but I think we have to come back to you later. আমরা পরে ফিরে আসছি আপনার কাছে কিছু একটা প্রবলেম হচ্ছে আপনি সর্ট আউট করুন আমরা আপনার কাছে ফিরে আসছি আমি অন্য স্পিকারের কাছে যাচ্ছি একটা স্পিকার পরে আমি আপনার কাছে ফিরে আসছি আপনি কি আমাকে শুনতে পাচ্ছেন? Deepika, can you like communicate to her?
Okay, ma'am. I'll talk with Shubhaida.
Yeah, Shubhayu, please. Let me continue with the next speaker, okay? Do we have Debargo Chakraborty with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Debargo Chakraborty is a MA final semester student in English at the University of Burdwan in India, and he has prepared a paper on embracing life, quest for self-discovery in Dear Zindagi. Debargo?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, please continue. You're very...
Yes. The title of my paper is Embracing Life, Quest for Self-Discovery in Dear Zindagi. I don't know whether you have seen the movie or not, but I will just focus on the important areas. Gauris in this movie, Dear Zindagi, attempts to transmit mental health dialogue with the audience, propagating positive knowledge about psychotherapy and its importance in life. Though it is simple to have taboo psychological problems, but this movie tries to normalize the so-called abnormalities and bring happiness and harmony in life. The movie portrays a journey of a budding cinematographer, woman cinematographer, Kyra, who is unable to release her struggle of inner impulses, maladjustments, repression of social environment, inhibition of emotions, anger outwardly, suffers from insomnia and neurosis, which predict the subsequent development of post-traumatic disorder and can also lead to suicidal attempts, though the word self is very contradictory proliferation itself when it is applied to a woman. In Kyra's case, in Kyra's quest for self-discovery, she seeks to discover herself in the social virus of patriarchy, which is predicated upon our social and cultural institutions. This paper will explore her nuances of mental blocks in amygdala, which from the perspectives of Sigmund Freud, Wilhelm Stickel, Otto Range's concept of trauma of birth, and Range's concept of will. My paper will examine the innovative and empathetic technique of the conversational periods between the client and the counselor from the 4 stages of Adlerian therapy. This paper is meant to project the necessity of psychotherapy, which facilitates in Kyra's self-actualization and unlocks her unique creative self as a film director, embracing her life. Sigmund Freud seems to have been the first man to attempt psychotherapy. Firstly, he distinguishes between neurosis and psychosis, as well as discusses the possible reasons of neurosis, which is indicative of personal issues, emotional issues, confusion in self-realization, conflict between self and social demands. In Kyra's case, patriarchy, not only represented by the landlord, forces her to leave her room only because she is unmarried, but also represented by family, mostly by her mother, which suspects her as a lesbian just because she doesn't want to settle with anyone, pressurizes her constructing to get married before the age of 25 to reduce the possibility of her divorce. Freud also saw the value of frank and free relationship between the client and the counselor as an indispensable means of disclosing the hidden unconscious. Dr. Khan's attitude of cutting jokes wearing jeans at a conference attracts Kyra to meet him for therapy. Dr. Khan's funny metaphor of chair for choosing boyfriends, his unconventional techniques of outdoor session at beach playing kabaddi with the waves. In the 6th stage of counseling, they are taking up cycling during their conversational period for muscle relaxation are the strategies to unlock Kyra's heart, offering insight and find final solution. Freud also emphasizes on the childhood as the beginning of neurotic development, which is for the frustrating influences of parental discrimination of gender. In consultation with Freud, the Venetian psychologist Wilhelm Stickel incurs the pressures of career as the reason of occupational neurosis. In this movie, Kyra has been constantly pressurized by her family, which forcefully asserts that every individual should work in a respectful office, negating the value of individuality. In the essay, Psychoanalytic Studies of Physical Importance, Stickel claims that neurosis is only based on psychic conflicts, but Freud, who has elaborated that every neurotic has a peculiar form of sexual gratification, contests that actual neurosis is due to purely sexual disturbance. In Kyra's case, her sexual intimacy with Raghuvendra, who calls her hot as her only talent, has impacted upon her psyche. Nevertheless, Stickel views neurosis by rejecting the real causes, but sinking into the repression of psychic conflicts. In trauma of birth, Otto Range emphasizes the act of mother-child separation, which has not only impacted on physical body, but also on psychic state of the child, is a hostile act. Kyra's trauma of birth has been intensified by her childhood memories, even when her parents left her in her maternal house, even didn't feel to reply in any of her letters when she wanted them most. Her trace, anger, trauma burst out in the party arranged by her family, not just for Kiyo's homecoming, but for her matchmaking. Her family is such a repressive system which prioritizes all Kido's achievements but not anything of her. The injustice by her family results in a lack of her self-realization and impacts on her career development in forming her real self. Dr. Khan's series of cognitive and empathetic therapy can be identified with 4 phases of Adlerian therapy, forming a relationship, investigation, interpretation, and reorientation to identify the obstacles and overcome her feeling of inferiority in life. In Adlerian first phase of counseling, crucial importance is given on cooperative, collaborative, motivational, egalitarian, encouraging interpersonal relationship between the client and the... Yes, ma'am. Please give me 2 more minutes.
Kind of sum up.
Yes, please give me 2 more minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes, please.
Deepika, can we give him 2 minutes? Deepika?
Yes, ma'am, because he started from 5:30. No, ma'am. So it's 5:18.
You're keeping his time, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Should I continue now?
You're keeping his time, right? Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Deepika, continue.
As in
I'm sorry, Devarko,
okay, thank you, ma'am. As in Adlerian third stage of counseling, Dr. Khan intelligently instrumentalizes the hypothesis of interpretation using push-button technique. Dr. Khan interrupts Kyra's dream of falling down from a constructed building, as he claims, obviously, a beautiful woman must have many romantic relationships. Even in the reorientation phase, Dr. Khan uses insightful and deep thoughts to reorient and to open up Kyra's pattern of emotions. She learns to revive her broken pieces of parental bond in the puzzle called life, as she has fallen from the cycle of life. Dr. Khan, who widens our perspective of personal freedom, uses a phrase we all are our own teachers in the school of life. She finally embraces a doctor who enjoys how to embrace her life, and she ends up being the godmother of Fatty's baby girl. So Dear Zindagi is not just about a young lady's psychological agitation who seeks to have multiple romantic relationships and wants to create her own identity in the social system of patriarchy, but it is about Ronak's problem, who wants to tell himself that he is a gay, about the child's problem, who goes to Dr. Khan to repair his cycle, even also about the therapist's problem, who is not even happy in his marital life. So this film shows, implying the fact that every individual faces the battle between the constructed self, which is imposed by the society, and the individual's own inner self. Such abnormalities occur because... Just please, give me 1 more minute. 1 more minute. Dear Zindagi is the projection of the importance of multi-layered dynamics of psychotherapy, which facilitates in Kyra's self-actualization and self-disclosure. This film validates Dr. Khan's counseling, which unlocks Kyra's creative self as a film director. Kyra's film on a female warrior named Donna Maria echoed her own journey, which freed her from the ghost of imposed identity. It is as if Kyra is the present successful warrior in the battle of life, who wins in her quest for self-discovery, tapping positive strength and energy within by understanding the soul, as in the Gale. Thank you.
Thank you, Devarko. It's a wonderful presentation. Very nice. Any questions? Let us check. There's a question by Nupur Borua. Do you see some similarities of Dear Zindagi with Eat, Pray, Love? If there are similarities, what are they?
Sorry, I didn't get you properly.
Do you see some similarities between Dear Zindagi and another film that is Eat, Pray, Love?
Sorry, I haven't seen that movie. No, I haven't seen that movie. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, actually. I'll be seeing
Thank
that.
you, Devarko. Thank you.
Yes.
Shall we go back to Madhumita ma'am, if she's ready? Since the convener is here, may I ask Shubhayu, what should be done? Madhumita ma'am has tried to log in many times. Shall we move on? Yes, I can't hear you. Yes.
Just hold on, Lily. Just hold on. I'm trying my level best.
Yes, please. No problems.
I'm trying my level best. I mean, I have called her. We have been in touch for some time for this problem. She actually got a new set today.
Can we take her at the end of the thing then?
Absolutely. She is trying heart and soul to get it.
That would be very nice. Tell her
And I
to
must
like
congratulate
take time.
Devargo. Absolutely. I must congratulate Devargo because it is brilliant to see kids grow up. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
absolutely.
Thank you.
And Devarko was
Thank
like,
you, sir.
I'm bad. I'm very sad. I'm cutting people off like anything. But we are, in this virtual world, we have time. That is the problem. So, okay, shall we move on to the next speaker? I had also called another person, Dr. Manish Kumar Jaiswal. Now, is he there? Okay, Doctor. This is an announcement. Dr. Manish Kumar Jaiswal and Dr. Madhumita Acharya. If you turn in, then at the end of the session, I will accommodate you definitely. So we very humbly move on to our next speaker, Mr. Lukumurang. He is an assistant professor, DHSK Commerce College, Dibrugarh, Assam. And his topic is Women from Northeast India as Objects of Desire, study of selected Bollywood movies. Mr. Murang, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Please, if possible, let there be some light. I mean, we can't see your face. Yes. And then there was light. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
okay. So, Mr. Murang, please continue.
Good evening, resource person, ma'am, and dear participants. Ma'am, I am presenting now.
Yes, please continue. Start.
Is it visible, ma'am? Hello?
See? Yes, it is visible. Please continue. Please. And please keep it like within the time. That's very nice, That's good.
Okay, ma'am. I will try. Today, my topic of presentation is Women from Northeast India as Object of Desire, a study of selected Bollywood movies. As you can see, I have selected 3 Bollywood movies, that is Pink, First, and Check the India. Noticed in mainstream Indian mass media, including Bollywood cinema. So I will try to uh, express what is the popular image of Northeast India in mainstream mass media, including cinema. There are very limited number of representation of the region in mainstream media, including cinema. There are mostly stereotypical representations. Northeast Indians are always portrayed as other because of the distinct geographic location and cultural differences, and essentially the tribal physique. So they are more believed to be close to the Southeast Asian nations, and they are mostly treated as foreigners, outsiders in mainland India. And there are some terms which are basically used for them, Septa, Oriental, or Chinki. Objective of the study is to analyze how they are portrayed as others and how they are constructed as object of desire in mainland Indian Bollywood films. On the theoretical part, I will be looking up Lara Mulvey's theory of male gaze and objectification theory of Barbara L. Fredrickson and Tommy and Roberts. So what Lara Mulvey says in the essay, visual pleasure and narrative cinema is something like that. The controlling gaze in cinema is always male, making the heroine a passive object of erotic spectacle. So she says, women plays a traditional exhibitionist role. Her body is held up as a passive erotic object for the gaze of male spectators. In the objectification theory, Barbara and Tommy cites that objectification theory is about act of treating a woman as object or commodity, as an object of sexual desire, as a mere body for the use and pleasure, without regard to their personality, dignity, and identity. So they say women exist in a culture in which their bodies are, for whatever reasons, looked at, evaluated, and always potentially objectified through a sexualized gaze. This movie, we know Sujit Sirkar's Pink. So in this movie, we can see 3 working women, how they face gendered violence, prejudices, and injustice in a metro city, that is New Delhi. Now in this movie, there is an Northeastern girl. She is Andrea Karyam. She is from Ceylon. So in this movie, as you can see, through her hairstyle, her physical appearance, costumes, tattoos, so she has been portrayed as other in comparison to the 3 mainland Indian girls. So she is racially discriminated, oppressed, and sexually assaulted in this movie. So here her body becomes an object of masculine voyeuristic gaze. So
So in some of the scenes, we can see her character is assassinated, and as she belongs to Northeast India, she is believed to be promiscuous and belong to the easily available category. So here in this movie, Andrea stands as an outsider for her identical Mongolic tribal look with small eyes, flat nose, straight hair, tattoos, and she is a fluent English speaker. So that is a kind of stereotype. So her tomboyish look challenges the traditional gender physique in men in India, and most of the time she is repeatedly asked about her hometown. So she has to declare finally, I feel as a northeastern girl, I am being harassed more than the average Indian girl on the street. The next movie I have taken up for discussion is First. This is directed by Lina Adam. It's again a movie where three rural women fight against all social evils and liberate themselves finally at the end of the movie. And in this movie, one girl, Naobi, she is married to a Rajasthani boy. She faces racial discriminations and sexual assault. She becomes an object of fetish and masculine voyeuristic gaze. As you can see in this scene, how the boys teases her, how they tries to assault and throw sexist comments, jibes. The way she is harassed by the village woman. When her husband introduces her to the village woman, they say, you are beautiful, such soft skin, you are fair like a foreigner. So finally, she has to declare that my name is Nabi. I am also an Indian. I am not an alien from outer space. The next movie is the Chak De India, directed by Shimit Amin. As we all know, this is about how the Indian national women's hockey team becomes world champion. So in this movie, there are two women, two lady players, hockey players, Mary Ralte and Molly Zimik from Manipur and Mizoram. So this is the first scene where they appears into the film. These are some of the quick successive shots. How in these successive shots, there are different facial face expression, their costumes, hairstyle are captured. So the physical appearance and costume make them other in mainland India, and how the boys gazes at them. They are treated as foreigners from Nepal or China and subjected to repeated sexual harassment through throwing jibes and leers. They are objects of desire and male gaze for men and Indian males. As you can see, how in the restaurant, how in the streets, sexist comments are passed onto them. So these two male athletes from the Northeast India are asked by the coordinator. So the coordinator asks to them, welcome, we are glad our guest from the farthest corner of India could join us. So in reply to that, the girls is there in silence and the man asks, what's wrong? Aren't you happy? Then the girls reply, how can we be happy if we are regarded as guests within our own country? And again, one interesting observation is that their co-players call them as Xiaomin. Now in the epilogue, in the conclusion, we can say that the women from Northeast India are most of the time stereotyped, eroticized, and stigmatized as other. Most of the time, they are ogled, sexually harassed, throwing sexist jibes. So there is a common misconception of them as Southeast Asian nations rather than Indian outsiders. Indians, they are outsiders because of their fair skin and are fluent English speakers. So in this case, going through this representation, we can say that they are denied their subjectivity and are denied agency as individuals. So it is a kind of part of the cultural ideology of mainstream Indian filmmakers to portray the other culture, Northeast India, as other to the mainstream consciousness. And it is deeply rooted to the cultural codes embedded to brown Indian community in India, mainland India. So the desire for the white skin. It is a part of the cultural desire that white women allures the brown men, and they are considered as mere objects of display, which needs to be caressed, cuddled, and possessed at their disposal. So we can conclude that so how Northeastern women are portrayed as others, an object of desire in mainland mainstream Bollywood movie is a kind of issue to be addressed by researchers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lukumoram. It was a very nice presentation, and of course, how the anyone from the periphery is made fun of. Actually, in that movie Chak De, I remember very well that there were two girls who had come from Jharkhand and who had said,
Yes, ma'am.
"Jhadiyon se aaye honge," something like that. I don't remember the exact words, but
Yes, ma'am.
"Jhadiyon se aaye honge." So it's as if there is a central North India and everything is on the margin and on the periphery. So that is very, and women, always removed, twice, thrice removed from the real world, it seems. So thank you, Mr. Murang. It was a very nice presentation. I was just,
Thank you, ma'am.
let's see if there are questions for you. I will check. Please don't go away and let me check the questions. Well, there is a question by Professor Arun Kumar. He is actually asking you that, but I believe, Arun Kumar is saying, but I believe both in Parched and Pink, the directors were criticizing the objectification of Northeast women. Don't you think they succeeded in that? Mr. Moran? The directors were trying to actually stand by the women. So don't you think it was...
Thank you, Arun Kumar sir, for your question. So in a way, it can be said that directors were criticizing and trying to represent what is the reality at present. But it was a kind of stereotyping. So why to represent the Northeastern women as such? We could have done, we could have portrayed them as same as the men and Indian girls. So it is a kind of stereotyping, providing the same images, same identification the Northeastern women. Although we can say it is criticizing or trying to represent the reality, but I think it is trying to stereotype and presenting the same image over and over again, and trying to impose this kind of image, this kind of representation. Because as you can see, we can say that films conveys cultural ideologies. So it is a part of the ideology that try to project and portray women from Northeast India as such.
Okay, but Northeast is definitely making it into the mainstream, because I have not yet watched, but want to watch Akhuni.
Akhuni, yes ma'am, it's there.
Akhuni. I pronounced correctly, did I?
Yes ma'am, Akhuni. Akhuni is the right
Akhuni is something
pronunciation.
we are looking forward to. And
Yes,
thank you so much, Mr. Murang. We shall move on to the next speaker. The next
you,
speaker is Mr. Shukolan Chando, Assistant Professor, Bushkora Mahavidyalaya. And his topic is Creative Encounters, Tagore through the lenses of Satyajit Ray and Rituparna Ghosh. Mr. Shukolan.
Yes, am I both visible and audible?
Yes, you are, and pardon me because your name doesn't carry whether you're a miss, I mean a doctor or not, I don't know, but the list doesn't have. So pardon me if I have called you Mr.
Yes, I'm Dr. Shukolan Chandra. Yes, that doesn't matter.
Chandra. Please,
that doesn't
please
matter.
present. Your time starts. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, and let me also thank the organizers of the conference for giving me this opportunity to speak. The title of my paper is Creative Encounters, Tagore through the lenses of Satyajit Ray and Rituparna Ghosh. Rabindranath has been the subject matter of many documentaries, but this paper focuses on how Rabindranath's life has been told and retold through two documentaries, Satyajit Ray's Rabindranath Tagore and Rituparna Ghosh's Jivan Shriti Selective Memories. This paper is a comparative reading which focuses on the differences between these two documentaries. Because of lack of time, I'm not going to show clips. Both these documentaries are easily available online. Satyajit Ray's Rabindranath Tagore was released in 1961, the year which marked the centenary of Rabindranath's birth, and around 50 years later, Ghosh made his own documentary to commemorate the 150th birth anniversary of Rabindranath. Now, the structure of Satyajit's documentary is interesting. It begins with a scene that uses real video footage of Rabindranath's funeral procession moving through the streets of Kolkata. And then the narrator begins to talk about the more distant past, Rabindranath's lineage, the history of his family, his childhood, his youth, and so on. The documentary draws upon various kinds of material, paintings, photographs, images of pages from manuscripts, real video clips, and also enactments of incidents from Rabindranath's life. Now, interestingly, throughout the documentary, Satyajit is present as the narratorial voice. He is the narrator. But that narratorial voice sounds formal and impersonal. Now, this is one of the aspects that sharply contrasts with the mood in Rituparna Ghosh's documentary. Interviews in which Rituparna talks about the documentary make it very clear that he was self-consciously trying to do something different from what Ray had done. So it is possible to talk about an element of anxiety of influence. Unlike conventional documentaries or films, Jeevan City encourages the viewers to resist the illusion of history or reality. Through a set of techniques, it continuously calls attention to its own status as a work of art based on a subjective interpretation. Let me talk about certain moments, certain scenes. We do not have access to photographs of child Robi, so the narrator says that we can only, quote unquote, imagine what he looked like as a child, and then a scene from Rabindranath's childhood is enacted by a child actor. There are many narratorial voices in this documentary, but what is particularly important is that Rituparna and members of his team are intermittently present on the screen. So the documentary narrates not only the story of Rabindranath's life, but also the story about how the documentary itself was filmed. Rituparna and his companions are filming, they are talking among themselves. There is one scene where at Jurashako, Rabindranath's ancestral home, Rituparna shares the screen with Rabindranath, as if Rituparna can see young Rabindranath and even Rabindranath can see him. So they see each other. So it's a moment of a personal interaction between Rituparna and Rabindranath. This makes it very clear that the documentary is a very intensely subjective reading of Rabindranath's life and works. Another interesting element that can be mentioned is the presence of an element of intertextuality. The documentary shows clips from Satyajit Ray's Charulata and Ghore Baire, and also from Attenborough's Gandhi. So the distinctive feature of this documentary is something that lies in its effort to continuously draw our attention to its status as a work of art, and it continuously calls our attention to the process of filming also. Whereas Satyajit Ray's documentary is a comprehensive and largely chronological account of Rabindranath's life, Rituparna Ghosh's Jeevan City is a thoroughly unconventional version of the same narrative. As the subtitle Selective Memories indicates, it focuses on certain spatial moments. And it is Rituparna who chooses these moments. So, Satyajit Ray is largely silent regarding controversial issues, but Rituparna chooses to talk about Rabindranath's personal relations. So Rituparna mentions his friendship with Kadambari Devi, his sister-in-law, and even how she eventually committed suicide. So it becomes very clear that Satyajit's film offers a very formal portrait of Rabindranath that represents him as an icon, as a public personality. Let me mention here that Satyajit had a very close connection with Rabindranath and the Tagore family. He grew up in a family that was steeped in Rabindric cultural legacy. And he himself studied at Shantiniketan. He studied fine arts. He was in Shantiniketan from... Yes, please.
As we are running out of time.
Yes, I'm just summing up. I'm trying to conclude. So, whereas Satyajit offers a formal portrait of Rabindranath, Rituparno intends to offer informal, intimate glimpses into Rabindranath's private self, his inner being. So, this becomes evident that Rabindranath's life is a narrative that remains open-ended. It readily lends itself to many interpretive possibilities. And as a remarkably versatile individual, Rabindranath had many selves. And these two documentaries represent the contrasting ways in which we can try to understand Rabindranath. Any attempt to understand Rabindranath is necessarily an interpretation, and no interpretation can possibly claim to be perfect or complete. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, I have already concluded my paper.
Hello, actually, I had some technical glitches here. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Chondo. As I listened to you, it was so, it was so scenic. I could see, both the films, and it was so nice. Let's see if there are questions. Any questions for Professor Chondo right now? Chigo's life has been the matter for so much matter, right?
Yes.
So,
right.
Sir, I don't have any questions, neither any observations, but this objectification of Tagore, if you could say something about it. I have this feeling that Tagore has been objectified. People have done films about him, on him, and with him. But the way we like to know, like what's happening inside, the insider story, that Rituparno caters to more than Satyajit.
Yes,
that's the
you're
thing. Maybe it's the
absolutely...
turn of the century. Maybe it's the turn of the century. Maybe it's the times.
Yes, you're absolutely right. In fact, Rituparno does talk about the objectification or commodification of Rabindranath. There is a scene where shows banners in and around Bolpur and Shantiniketan. Banners like Kobi Guru Sanitary Works and Rabindranath Publishing and like that. And he mentions, he says that Rabindranath has been reduced to commodity that sells well. And of course, he made this film after a gap of 50 years. And it was possible for him to look at that legacy with hindsight. And and as you mentioned, Rabindranath has indeed become an industry and unfortunately a commodity that sells well. And I personally, I'm quite aware of that because I'm a fourth generation resident of Shantiniketan. So we have seen these changes. Yes, I completely agree with you.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful presentation, close to my heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we call upon next speaker? The next speaker is Shayan Chattopadhyay. Shayan Chattopadhyay, are you there?
Yes, yes. Am I audible?
Yes. Shayan Chattopadhyay is the Assistant Professor in Head, Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Baruipur College. And he is going to speak on rearticulating literary classics, appropriations and transformations in mainstream cinema. Shayan Chattopadhyay, please start, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm really thankful to the previous speakers, especially Professor Arun Kumar, who was talking about Shakespearean adaptations in film. And he kind of set the context within which I'll be able to present. And if I can just show my presentation. Is my presentation visible to you all? Yes, I think. Uh, because in this paper also, I particularly focus on two mainstream films, popular films based on William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. And by engaging with these two adaptations, this paper would attempt to identify the principal relationships between literary classic and its transformations. These relationships constitute the basic modes of rearticulation between a text and its expressions in other media. What I try to explore through this paper is that in what sense such adaptations posit itself, confronting the commercial treatment within the culture industry. So both these films are very much explicitly positioned within the commercial mainstream films, one in Hollywood and another in Bollywood culture industry. These relationships, which I identify as interdiscursivity and assemblage, I will come to these two terms later on, constitute the two basic modes of articulation between a text and its expressions in market-oriented media content. I particularly focus on the mise-en-scene of these two mainstream popular films. One of the film is Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, released in 2012, and another is Habib Faisal's.
Professor Chattopadhyay,
Yes.
Professor Chattopadhyay, people are asking you to speak louder,
Oh, okay.
and your volume should be a little louder.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Very sorry. Yeah. These two films that I was talking about, one is the Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, directed by Baz Luhrmann, which released in 1996. And another one is Ishaqzadeh, which was directed by Habib Faisal and which was released in 2012. Baz Luhrmann's William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, and the title actually includes William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, which is ultimately points to the fact that it's an official adaptation of the play, which was #1 in the first weekend in the United States box office, takes place in modern Verona Beach, represented by part decaying Miami and part Mexico City. And its setting, according to Luhrmann, were built from his encounter with very contemporary elements like fast cars, roaring engines, which would replace horses and the other elements in the play. Guns standing for swords and daggers, like that. Luhrmann's adaptation of Romeo and Juliet mostly retains the original text, although liberties were taken in restructuring the narrative for the film. This adaptation became the center of critical debates in contrast to many other Shakespeare films, primarily because it quotes various films of diverse genres in a highly self-conscious way. It must be noted here that unlike Luhrmann's adaptation, Habib Faisal's film, Ishaqzadeh, is not an official adaptation of the play. In fact, Faisal either deliberately restrains himself from referring to the Shakespearean classic while giving interviews about the film, or candidly denies saying, and I quote from one of his interviews which was published in the Telegraph in 2012, and I quote, "If one is to call every story in which a guy and a girl have to fight for their love Romeo and Juliet, then maybe it is based on Romeo and Juliet. But then again, there is nothing in my story that is similar to Romeo and Juliet," unquote. However, most of the reviews claim that while the movie does have a surprising twist at the end, but which completely changed the tone of the film, it cannot be denied that the storyline has startling similarities with the play. So these conflicting declarations, interestingly, brings us to one of the formative modes of the appropriation, which is the idea of the interdiscursivity. It is necessary to discuss the difference between interdiscursivity and intertextuality before I go into the actual examples from the film. The difference between these two concepts is that intertextuality refers to actual surface forms in a text that has been borrowed from other texts, but interdiscursivity involves the entire language system referred within a text. In this sense, the notion of interdiscursivity appears to be more complicated because it's mainly concerned with the implicit relation between discursive formations rather than the explicit relationships between texts. The term interdiscursivity was coined by Norman Fairclough when he wanted to offer a more overreaching concept of intertextuality. So taking cue from those kind of analysis, I suggest that the very act of positing Ishaqzadeh within the prevalent discourse of popular film adaptations of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, irrespective of its actual narrative progression, indicates that this interdiscursive nature of adaptation. As the film is evidently concerned with the implicit relation between discursive formation rather than the explicit relation between texts. In effect, it becomes another node in the series of such films like Ek Duje Ke Liye or Kiamat Se Kiamat Tak, which actually draws from the narrative structure of Romeo and Juliet. Similarly, even though Baz Luhrmann's adaptation clearly states that Shakespearean linkage, even in the title of the film, it is actually intended to be an MTV-inspired mise-en-scene, complete with gun-toting gangs and car chases, fast editing, soap opera-like opening, drag queens, hip-hop music, and all these elements are there. So, thus, it is not only a question of simple contextualization of the classic for making it more relevant, modern, perhaps more acceptable for the common people. Rather, it is about the incorporation of these diverse genres, the discourses, the narrative tropes, the cinematic styles, which are associated with the institutional, industrial, and social meanings in a single text that underpins the formation of the interdiscursive relation in film adaptation. Let me point to different endings of these two films that significantly differ from the original death scene in Act 5 and Scene 3. A play's ending plays a very pivotal role in how it is remembered. And in the case of an adaptation, how that specific adaptation will be remembered as well. Thus, different approaches to death in Luhrmann's and Faisal's films not only indicate the deaths and farewell to the character, but points to the consumption of the ritual rewatching of the play. In particular, there is this recurring use of slow track and crane out from the scene to a long shot. I cannot show the clips because there is lack of time. This kind of shots intentionally prolongs the moment of the spectator's final gaze, creating and indulging in a scene of visual farewell by the audience. Thus, it is the interdiscursive field within which these films self-consciously produce and invoke the spectator's conscious consumption of the ending as a ritual memory, a kind of a nostalgia, a kind of a farewell to the original text. Thus, while interdiscursivity provides the matrix of a system where an adaptation is constituted by a combination of other conventions, as I have already mentioned, like genres and discourses and cinematic styles, assemblage, I would like to argue, refers to the strategies through which actual surface forms in a text materializes. It must be mentioned at the onset that I'm using the term assemblage in the sense Anushtup Basu uses it in his very recent book, Bollywood in the Age of New Media. Taking the concept of assemblage as pronounced first by Deleuze, Anushtup Basu explains how films are not to be understood as totalities, but rather as discrete items of composed pieces of information.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Can I
please come to your findings?
Yeah, sure. So a conception of assemblage does not seek to distinguish a material world from an ideational one. Hence, whereas the famous balcony scene in Luhrmann's film is immersed with white and blue and tenderness, Ishaqzadeh's balcony scene is portrayed with a realistic brawl in the shadowy backward, where the protagonist gets beaten up, and Zoya's brother, the female lead, is silently watching and compassionately watching. Similarly, various other scenes are changed in such a manner that it would quote at the same time not only the text from the Shakespeare, but also would quote and would incorporate various elements from film genres, typical cinematic styles, and various other elements from film as well as literature. So this mediated nature of adaptation, and I would conclude, within the visual assemblage is interestingly depicted in the opening moments of the Luhrmann's films, and this is available online. If you are interested, you can always watch it online, where a television screen frames a newscaster who reads the prologue in actual Shakespearean text, which is in a very consistent, in a unruffled tone, the way the news is cast nowadays, in which we are more than familiar to hearing the news. The characters of Luhrmann's films are introduced to the audience like the characters of a soap opera. The use of the television frame within the cinematic frame immediately makes our role as screen audience very self-conscious. In an undecided relation to this distinct character of virtual space, both the films refuse dimensionality, preferring a flat two-dimensional image of the final shot. In Lerman's television screen and in Habib Faisal's final two still shot on which the flat text are projected almost like a public service message advertisement, public service advertisement, all present the end point of adaptation as a surface where another ending is produced as an alternative narrative space by which the story is redefined for cinematic cultures of watching. And I'll conclude now.
Thank you, Sayan Chattopadhyay. So sorry, like I would have loved to, go on listening to you. Yeah, it was so technically rich and so well presented. Thank you so much for joining. Anybody has a question for Shayon? I guess not as yet, but we should wait. And I think we should go on with the next speakers because we are already running behind schedule. So may I very humbly invite Ananya Bhattacharya. Are you there?
Yes, I'm
Ananya
there.
Bhattacharya. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
She's an yes, I can hear you. MPhil research scholar, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, West Bengal, India. And her topic is Understanding the Politics of Erasure, Children of War and the Virangonas of 1971. Ananya, please.
Okay. Good evening, Sanjukta ma'am, and good evening, Deepika ma'am. Without wasting any more time, because we don't have much, so I would just straight away move into my presentation. As ma'am has already said, my topic is understanding the politics of erasure, and that I would be talking about in the context of the film Children of War and the Birangonas of 1971. Now, rape has been repeatedly used as a weapon in warfare, irrespective of the location and the countries involved. Susan Brown Miller points it out in her phenomenal book, Against Our Will, Men, Women, and Rape, that rape by the men of the conquered nation destroys all remaining illusions of power and property for men of the defeated side. The body of a raped woman thus becomes a ceremonial battlefield. Though rape has been officially recognized as a weapon of war by the United Nations as late as in the year 2008, women's bodies have been brutally violated and mutilated to reduce stress of the male combatants in war for eons now, as trained and directed by the senior commanders in the army. Now, during the 1971 Bangladesh Liberation War, 2 to 4 lakh women had been mercilessly raped by the Pakistani militants and the Razakars in a systematic way to impregnate Bengali women with babies having West Pakistani blood in their veins, so that they can successfully adulterate the pure Bengali blood of the coming generations. The movie Children of War, which was directed by Mrityunjay, as the only film made in India that tries to picturize the torture and the resultant trauma of rape during and after the 1971 war. It also talks about how women had directly and indirectly contributed towards Bangladesh emerging as a free nation by not succumbing to their traumatic experiences and emerging as survivors rather than victims. Fida, the female protagonist of the film, was abducted from her home on the fateful night of 25th March 1971 after being raped in front of her husband, Amir, who was a journalist who aspires to see a free Bangladesh. There are many such remarkable scenes in the film that deserve special mention because of its excruciating depiction of the rape camps that were built by the Pakistani army. But since we do not have much time, I will not delve deep into them. But what I would like to concentrate on is the ending of the film. At the ending, we come across a young, vibrant man addressing a huge audience with his power-packed oratory skills, crisp arguments, and frequent shout-outs of Joy Bangla,
While he delivers his speech, we come to know that he is a child of war. His mother is Fida, who has been wholeheartedly accepted by her progressive husband, Amir, and this young man proudly refers to Amir as, as his father. I am quoting a few lines from his speech, which I have self-translated. Yes, I am a child of war. But there, barbarism doesn't flow in my veins. Pure Bangladeshi blood gushes through all my veins. My blood aspires for the freedom that I had seen in my father's eyes. Firstly, a Bangladeshi, then a Bengali, and then a Muslim. Now, after giving this hierarchical specification of his socio-political and linguistic identity, he comes and hugs his father, and surprisingly, nowhere in his feisty speech does he mention for once the sacrifices and the trauma that his mother went through during her stay in those rape camps. Director Mrityunjay greatly disappoints as a filmmaker at that end, because by completely forgetting the presence of the mother, the Birangana, the Mukti Jodha, from the concluding frame of the film, it became more like a celebration of the liberal Mukti Jodha Amir, who had not only accepted his violated wife, but as well accepted a child of war and adopted him. And it also became the story of that child of war who basks in the glory of his father while completely neglecting his mother's trials and tribulations in trying to keep him alive within her womb while she was in the rape camp. In all the documentaries, personal interviews that I have come across of Biranganas, their biggest regret is that their narratives have been deliberately forgotten so that the state-sponsored narratives can be remembered. At this juncture, I would like to talk about that forgetting does not function as the opposite of remembering. Rather, it is a cognitive component of remembering, as said by Professor Abhishek Paroi of IIT Madras in one of his webinars on memory studies. Now, tagging them by the title of Birangana was actually just an eyewash to cover the alternative discourse of sexual victimization of women under the glorious garb of national bravery. Yashodhara Bagchi and Sudhir Ranjan Dasgupta, in their book The Trauma and the Triumph, Gender and Partition in Eastern India, quite rightfully state that both memoirs and fiction together articulate the creative and confessional modes of expression. Similarly, Professor Amit Mishra from B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi, in one of his international workshop Asia Diaspora conducted by the Central University of Gujarat, rightly points out that theorization needs to be complemented by the specificities that only history can provide. So an interdisciplinary use of sources while capturing a particular event in space and time would help us to reach closure to reality as much as possible. Hence, to understand.
Sorry to interrupt. Very sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Can we just
Yes.
make it shorter?
Yes, I'm just near the end. Hence, to understand the politics of erasure in case of selectively forgetting and remembering snippets of history related to the raped women of 1971, one needs to add on to the list of empirical data by looking at all possible alternative sources like films, documentaries, personal interviews, newspaper articles published in national and international media, literature, as well as comparing them with the circumstances and experiences of women in other different wars across the continents, like the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, or even the cases of sexual violence within the US military army. I would like to end my presentation by quoting a few lines uttered by the character of Bitika from the film Children of War while she was having a conversation with Amir. Bitika was revolutionary who was not only a victim of sexual violence during war, but she used her body in order to fulfill her responsibilities towards her nation as a Mukti Jodha. She says that I am not ashamed to tell my story. It is not only my story. It is the story of every woman in Bangladesh. So I would like to end my presentation with this question, that if this is the story of each and every woman of Bangladesh, then why do we need another word like Birangona to felicitate them and not refer to them as Mukti Jodha? I think we need to appreciate the gendered use of the term Mukti Jodha in dominant state-sponsored narratives and question the paradigms involved in this naming that only recognizes bravery in warfare on the basis of direct participation in the armed revolt, thus overshadowing the woman's experiences of systematic victimization through sexual violence as a byproduct of war. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ananya. It was a wonderful paper.
Thank you.
Gendering of sacrifice, should I say?
Yeah.
Okay. See, we can't really go. Let's see if we have questions. Well, no, not really. Let us wait for questions while we go on with the presentations.
Okay. Thank you.
May I very humbly invite Ms. Shantani Ghosh, Teaching Faculty, Department of Communicative English, St. Xavier's College Autonomous, Raghupur, India. And her topic is socio-economic implications of Shakespearean gravediggers in the context of a global pandemic. So do we have Shantanu
Yes, ma'am.
Ghosh?
Good evening to you.
Your name is showing
Hope
as
I'm audible.
Antara Ghosh.
Antara Ghosh. No, actually, that is Shantanu Ghosh, ma'am. If you can hear me.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I can't see you. Yes, now I can see you.
Yes, yes. I'm so sorry. Took me a minute to come across. Yes.
No. Actually, we are also in a time crunch, so that's the thing.
So,
Shantanu,
yes,
please
a very
continue.
good evening to you, ma'am. So today, as I present before you my paper on the socio-economic importance of the gravediggers scene in the context of the present global pandemic, the first image that comes to my mind is of a young, distraught prince standing in the graveyard, holding a skull in his hand. This is an iconic image representing the inevitability of death and the existential meaninglessness of life in this context. Over here, I would also like to refer to Professor Arun Kumar's wonderful presentation on Kashmir to Kerala. You see, adaptation of movies, and there he had in his very first slide given us this picture of Hamlet with a skull, holding a skull in his hand. Thank you, Professor Kumar. Now, I would like to continue that this image has haunted for a long time Shakespeare's audience, both at the Globe Theatre in the 17th century and through all the following centuries. It is the skull of Yorick, a former jester in the court of Hamlet's late father. Death is a recurrent feature in the play. Its merry dance continues to, within quotes perhaps, entertain us throughout the play to culminate in Ophelia's grave. Today, the first scene of the fifth act of Shakespeare's tragedy Hamlet has once again become terrifyingly relevant as the entire world grapples in the throes of a global pandemic. It has shaken the very foundation of humanity, ma'am. In the present day, death has not appeared as a hooded figure in a cloak carrying a scythe, but as an invisible, minuscule virus. It is also, I must say, enjoying its merry dance, performing Shiva's Tandab and leaving the world devastated. Well, in the Elizabethan times, a person who committed suicide was denied a Christian burial. As a result, the gravedigger in Hamlet finds it very strange and questions, is she to be buried in Christian burial when she willfully seeks her own salvation? About Ophelia committing suicide. Today, due to the unbelievable number of deaths from the dreaded COVID-19, the victims are also deprived of a decent burial in the presence of family and friends. It has stripped people of their personalities and their dreams, and it has left It has taken away, it has annihilated all that they were when they were alive. The Shakespearean groundlings, those who were not able to, afford a seat in the Globe Theatre, and they had to watch the play standing, found a reflection of their own thoughts in Argo's words when he says, if this had not been a gentlewoman, she should have been buried out of Christian burial. The aristocrats have always been served a better fortune than the commoners. And even in death, there were no exceptions. Rules have always been made to be broken. But history abounds in instances of the law being made to be bent as far back as possible to accommodate the rich. The same phenomena has again reared its ugly head up as the entire human race today is grappling in the throes of a global pandemic. Shakespeare's Hamlet has once again brought to the forefront that there has always been and always will be a great divide in society. And if there is any adaptation today of Hamlet, which I feel should be made, then in this post-pandemic world, I think it will have a new meaning, a new referral. It will affect us in a much more different manner. Thank you, ma'am. This was my presentation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. I'm indeed very grateful to you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, Shantanu Ghosh. It was a wonderful presentation on your part. Really enjoyed listening to you, and it was so contemporary.
Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, so
Yes.
not a great because thank you, ma'am. There are questions. There are questions coming up, so maybe we'll deal with them at the end of it. But we are really in a rush. So may I invite Medhashri Tolapatro? Medhashri Tolapatro is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Medhashri. Medhashri is a PhD research scholar at the Department of Film Studies, Jadavpur University. And her title is The Space of the Other, the Body of the Dalit Woman as a Third Space in the Brahmanical Paradigm of Ghore Baire Aaj, a modern political retelling of Tagore's classic. So, Medhashri, all yours.
Good evening to everyone, and since we of course have a huge time crunch, I would be just going over the major themes of my paper. Now, the title of my paper is The Space of the Other, and I look at the body of the Dalit woman in the Brahmanical paradigm. Now, Ghore Baire Aaj, the novel by Rabindranath Tagore, was published in 1960, and of course it has seen multiple adaptations on screen since then. The latest one was released on 15th November 2019, and it was by Aparna Sen. It was titled Ghore Baire Aaj, the Aaj being obviously very, very important because it becomes a sort of a custodian mouthpiece of the political conundrum that has enmeshed India in recent times. This retelling is extremely interesting because it posits Bimola, who is rechristened in this rendition as Brinda. In a precarious position, not only who is torn between her husband and her paramour, but she's also a Dalit woman whose very identity has been previously thieved, replacing it with a clever Brahmanization. This paper basically tries to comprehend this exogamic heteronormativity, albeit a forced one, placing the body of the Dalit woman has been brought into the center, an act which is only strengthened in her marginalized identity. This is not only seen in her actions, which seem to question where in this world lies her home, but she inadvertently becomes a part of a pre-discursive libidinal economy which further problematizes her very notion of identity vis-a-vis through language, which for her assumes a curious ontological position. Now, when the film commences, we find the solitary Brinda amidst a cacophonous household where she sits reminiscing about her metamorphosis into her present self from the long forgotten Bimala Manji, who used to live in a basti beside a coal mine in Charia. Her parents' sudden demise brought her into the posh Chaudhary household in Maharani Bagh in New Delhi, and she quickly transcends from the little girl into the present Rinva Chaudhary, who is the wife of Nikhilesh Chaudhary. She is also a graduate from Lady Shri Ram College and a proofreader for Oxford University Press. And we are told everything, all of this in the same breath. Now, the black and white of the past makes way for her color present, and we quickly acquaint ourselves with her present title, and she has shifted to being the lady of the house. And she says, আমি মেইনলি ঘর থেকেই কাজ করি কারণ আমার আর নিখিলের এই সংসার আমার কাছে খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট। Now in Tagore's novel, Bimola, she was the protagonist and her position, her observation was rooted in the tripartite role of a daughter, a mother and a wife. And even though, she was given ample independence through her husband Nikhilesh, and she often lamented how he never really asked her what she wanted. But even though we find an elaborate displacement of Bimola through her actions with Sandeep, what actually happens is that she was a woman of home who ventures out into the world and returns once again. Her identity gets renewed, but it essentially remains the same, primarily because her identity never does find a displacement. But the displacement which is brought into Aparna Sen's Bimola's identity, it emerges from a struggle for survival and existence within the known paradigm of the sophisticated Chaudhurys, because they adopt her and rechristen her as Bimola, the first step towards acceptance and loss of self. So Nandini Chaudhary, she feels that she would have a better chance of being accepted into her boarding school if she has a Brahmanized upper middle class name. Now, the name Bimola, Rabindranath placed a lot of importance on the fact that the name Bimola means pure. And here the name Vrinda means Radha. So it is extremely symbolically important to take both the context into consideration. Now, see, both names are part of mainstream Hindu households. So this decision to revert from one name to another can only be seen to rest the familiarity of the erstwhile identity of this girl that she had spent in the Bihari Basti. This is the most significant displacement of identity that Bimala undergoes. It is interesting to note that while the little girl is brought into the Chaudhary household, Nikhilesh is hardly interested. And why should he be interested? It is only when Savitri Manchi is on her deathbed and she reiterates the conundrum of her granddaughter's displaced identity that no upper caste Hindu man would accept her because of her Dalit caste, and no Dalit man would be willing to marry her because she is well educated. She is so much more educated. So what is to become of her? The camera shifts to Nikhilesh, who looks visibly distraught but seems to be extremely alert of the sensuality that this young girl seems to exude, and so he decides to marry her. She had already been adopted. Now, why should she understand the notion of another home? And this decision she is extremely happy with, because what other meaning that definition of happiness as she comprehended other than pity. Master takes pity on the Dalit girl, marries her, and further becomes a master. He becomes a Swami, and she immediately shifts from being a Dalit to an upper caste Hindu, because in Hinduism, according to Manusmriti, caste is essentially and exclusively a man's right. A woman belongs to her father's caste as a child, but once she is married, she adopts that of her husband. So her metamorphosis is now complete. She continues serving him by being a wife, a companion, and supporting him in his successes and failures. Sandeep's arrival becomes an opportunity for Vrinda to relocate to her roots when he addresses her in a dialect that she had stopped speaking in, knowing it to be a deviation from the norm, speaking in that familiar tongue.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to cut you short so abruptly, but your paper was so good. I would have loved, but we are running 50 minutes behind schedule. So we have speakers coming up. Convener has conveyed to me. So I'm very sorry about that, but it's a great paper. Please, I would love to read it if you mail it to me personally, Okay.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Thank you. We'll keep in touch. Thank you so much. Now, the last speaker, actually, she wasn't the last. Madhumita ma'am, are you there? Madhumita Acharya?
Yes, ma'am.
আপনি বলে হ্যাঁ আপনি একটু এই 3 থেকে 4 মিনিটের মধ্যে কাইন্ডলি একটু বলে দিন আমি মানে খুব একটা বাজে অবস্থায় আমরা 50 মিনিটস পিছনে আছি তো যদি কাইন্ডলি একটু বলে দেন
Okay, ma'am. Honorable Chairperson and respected audience, My today's paper is দহন সময়ের দলিল। আমার মনে হয় দহন একটা খুব জনপ্রিয় উপন্যাস এবং তাকে জনপ্রিয়তর করেছে ঋতুপর্ণ ঘোষের চলচ্চিত্র। দহন প্রকাশিত হয়েছিল 1998-তে আর চলচ্চিত্র হিসেবে আমরা 97 সালে দহনকে পেয়ে গিয়েছি। আমার মনে হয় সাহিত্যের চলচ্চিত্র সেটা তো নতুন কোনো বিষয় নয় এবং বাংলা চলচ্চিত্রের সূচনার যুগ থেকেই চলচ্চিত্র তার এই যে অগ্রজপ্রতিম সাহিত্য তার কাছে কিন্তু ভীষণভাবে ঋণী এবং আমজনতার সঙ্গে শেক্সপিয়ার, রবীন্দ্রনাথ, শরৎচন্দ্র এদের পরিচয় অনেকাংশেই এই চলচ্চিত্রের হাত ধরে। সেখানে আমার মনে হয়েছে যে সুচিত্রা ভট্টাচার্যের লেখা দহন এবং আমাদের একদম ঋতুপর্ণ ঘোষের ডাইরেকশনে যে দহন, এই দুটো পাশাপাশি রেখে যদি আমরা আলোচনা করি তাহলে আমরা দেখতে পাবো একটা অদ্ভুত সমন্বয় এবং দহন সেখানে হয়ে উঠছে একটা সময়ের দলিল। দহন 1998-তে যখন প্রকাশিত হচ্ছে সেই সময়টা আমরা জানি একটা অস্থির সময় এবং সেই সময় টালিগঞ্জ মেট্রো স্টেশনে বৃষ্টিস্নাত রাতে রমিতা যেভাবে হঠাৎ করেই আক্রান্ত হয় চারজন দুষ্কৃতীর দ্বারা এবং সেখান থেকে ঝিনুক সরকার তাকে বাঁচাচ্ছে, শ্রবণা ওরফে ঝিনুক। এবং এই চলচ্চিত্রটা নির্মাণ করে ঋতুপর্ণ ঘোষ শ্রেষ্ঠ পরিচালকের শিরোপা পেয়েছিলেন এবং একই সঙ্গে ইন্দ্রাণী হালদার এবং ঋতুপর্ণা সেনগুপ্ত বেস্ট অ্যাক্ট্রেসের অ্যাওয়ার্ড পেয়েছিলেন। এখান থেকে আমার মনে হয়েছে যে ঋতুপর্ণ ঘোষের এই যে চলচ্চিত্র, সেই চলচ্চিত্র নির্মাণ হয়েছে তাও প্রায় 22 বছর হয়ে গেল। অথচ আমরা যদি একটু খেয়াল করি তাহলে আজকেও আমরা দেখতে পাবো যে পানতলা থেকে কামদুনি কিংবা উন্নাও থেকে দিল্লি কোথাও কিন্তু মেয়েরা সুরক্ষিত নয়। সুতরাং এই যে চলচ্চিত্র নির্মাণ, সেই চলচ্চিত্র নির্মাণটা একটা শুধু সময়ের দলিল হয়ে থাকছে না, একই সঙ্গে একটা দহন সময়ের দলিল হয়ে থাকছে। এবং এই যে নারী নিগ্রহ তার নানা দিক আমরা এই উপন্যাসে দেখেছিলাম এবং চলচ্চিত্রেও তাকে খুব সুন্দর করে ঋতুপর্ণ ঘোষ তুলে ধরেছিলেন। যেটা আমার নিজের মনে হয়েছে যে যখন একটা সিনেমায় দেখানো হয় সেখানে ভালগার দৃশ্যের মধ্যে হিংসা এগুলো এসে যাওয়ার চান্স খুব বেশি থাকে, কিন্তু অন্য কমার্শিয়াল ফিল্ম থেকে অনেকটাই সরে এসে ঋতুপর্ণ ঘোষ অত্যন্ত সচেতন ভাবে এখানে কিন্তু মানুষকে একটা বার্তা দিতে চেয়েছিলেন এবং সেই বার্তাটা সত্যি সত্যি আমরা যখন দেখলাম যে জনগণের কাছে পৌঁছলো, কিন্তু আশ্চর্য লাগে এত বছর হয়ে গেছে এবং যখন লেখিকা নেই আমাদের মধ্যে, পরিচালক আমাদের মধ্যে নেই, তারপরে আমরা কিন্তু বলতে পারি না খুব সহজ গলায় যে মানে তাদের আত্মার শান্তি হোক। কারণ শান্তি কোথায়? দিল্লি থেকে উন্নাও মেয়েদের জন্য কোথাও নিরাপত্তা নেই।
না, আমি বুঝতে পেরেছি যে আপনি খুব সুন্দর, and sorry for going into Bengali. I should translate. She was speaking about the contemporary crimes and how it has been represented in film, to be generalizing the topic. Jodi ami khub generalize kore boli. Thank you so much, Madhumita ma'am. With that, we come to the end of all the presentations. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks to the convener. Thanks to my coordinator Deepika Lama. I think we should end our this technical session officially ends here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you to all the participants, and thank you so much, ma'am, for such a wonderful evening and giving your precious time in such a pandemic situation. Now, I'll be calling Dr. Animesh Rai to kindly take over the technical session 2B.
Namaskar and a very warm good evening to all of you. Heartiest welcome in the technical session 2B of this international webinar on world cinema, literary adaptations and beyond. This session would be chaired by Dr. Shubhadeep Paul, and we have two paper presentators from diverse geographies and region. Now I take this opportunity to briefly introduce and welcome our honorable chair of this session. Dr. Shubhadeep Paul teaches English at Bankura University School of Literature, Language and Cultural Studies, West Bengal. He was formerly an assistant professor at Maulana Azad College, Kolkata, and also served as a guest faculty at Lady Brabourne College, Kolkata. in the postgraduate wing of the Department of English. He was also a UGC Research Fellow at Jadavpur University. His MPhil was on reevaluation of South Asian diasporic sensibility in Indian expatriate literature, and his PhD was a critique of East-West cultural polarization in Indian English fiction. He has co-edited the book called Anxieties, Influences, and After, a collection of critical essays on post-colonialism and neo-colonialism, published by the Worldview Publishers in association with Wimbledon Press, United Kingdom in the year 2009. He was a co-director of a 2-year major research project in the year 2016 to 2018, and the title of his project was Discoursing the Homeless Elderly Troops, Desires, Contentment, funded by the ICSSR in collaboration with the University of Swansea, United Kingdom. His fictional and non-fictional writings have featured in Blue Minaret Literary Journal, Urban Lamp Journal, The Four Quarters Magazine, Northeast Review, The Sunday Statesman, The Telegraph, and Flower Press, Edinburgh. Finite Sketches, Infinite Riches. It is his first book of poems published from Writers' Workshop, Kolkata in the year 2009, and it has received a wide critical acclaim. Dr. Paul specializes in multiculturalism and new literatures, Indian writing in English, American literature and culture, cultural representations of Hollywood, and creative writing, post-colonial and diaspora studies, Scottish studies, popular culture, 21st century Shakespeare studies, ethics, literature, and trauma. Literature of the border and post-humanism are all his allied research interest areas. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Paul, in this international webinar. Now, I request Dr. Paul to kindly chair the session. The web screen is all yours. And in this particular session, all the participants, all the paper presentators will be given 5 minutes time. So kindly try to complete your presentation as we are running out of time within 5 minutes. Thank you. Now, I hand over to Dr. Paul.
Thank you, Dr. Animesh Rai. He is my coordinator for this particular session. I really don't want to embark on the specifics of formalities that I had initially planned, because we are running terribly short of time. All that I have to say is that even if you are in the Academy Awards receiving your Oscar, you have a benchmark time to ventilate your opinions. Now, with that idea in mind, let me just remind my paper presenters that there are very wonderful papers, I'm sure, awaiting all of us. But let me just remind you to not read out your full papers, but stick to the gist, the main argument of the full paper, of the complete papers, so that we have a Q&A session at the end, and maybe that will be more engaging for all of us. So without further ado, and thanking the organizers of this wonderful webinar, let me introduce the first speaker as per my schedule, Dr. Rima Chakraborty and Dr. Shah Al Mamun Sarkar, Assistant Professor at Techno Main Salt Lake and ICFA University, Tripura. They would be reading a paper on Man and the Return, Representation of Environment and Cultural Ethos in Select Films of Topon Shinha. So are the first speakers
Yes, sir,
there?
I am here.
Yeah, I hand over the mic to you then. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, my my co-author rather, Dr. Shah Al Mamun Sarkar is not present right now. So I will be presenting the paper. And my paper, as you have can understand, it deals with eco-criticism. Eco-criticism in just 1 minute. Let me just share the screen. Yeah. So my paper actually takes up the two films of Topon Sinha, Bancharamer Bagan, as well as Shobuz Deeper Raja, and analyzes these films from an eco-critical framework. Now, before delving into the films, I would rather talk a bit about eco-criticism in the Indian context. Now, eco-criticism in Indian context is slightly different than Western eco-criticism in the Western context, because the Westerners, they are more concerned with the environmental degradation and the problems of that environment is facing these days. But in India, environment stands as a source of strength to most of its population, and more than that, our we are traditionally imbibed with multiple lessons of preserving the environment. So basically, preservation of environment is a part of our tradition. Now, that way, soil becomes the best metaphor to represent eco-criticism in India, because soil, on the one hand, it symbolizes strength and sustenance. On the other hand, soil is also symbolical of change, because it is not blocked, it is not compartmental in its approach. It allows water to permeate through it. So basically, soil also symbolizes change. And that is the task of eco-criticism, actually, because eco-criticism, while it deals with the environmental principles, with the principles of environment, conservation of environment, it also at the same time, it also actually points out the nuances of the culture, the nuances and the problems of the culture. Okay. In each time, in a particular time. And eco cinema has a wider appeal, because not only eco cinema, any cinema has a wider appeal than and eco cinema, in comparison to eco criticism, will have its wider appeal because of the presentation. It allows visual pleasure to its audience. So the message is better conveyed through eco cinema than through eco criticism. That is something I believe. Now, going straight to the films, Bancharamer Bagan and Shobuz Deeper Raja. As you can see in the posters, nature plays a central role, and it's surrounding this nature that the characters are tussling with each other. If you see the expression of Bancharam, you can see that he is not he's not very happy. He's not very happy. He's amidst some kind of struggle. And similarly, in Shobuz Deepak Raja, we see a gun in Kakababu's hand. Again, it symbolizes struggle, right? And both these films have two common aspects. First of all, it has shown a struggle between nature's man with the man who lusts. When I say nature's man, I mean the proletariat man who nurtures the nature, the proletariat man who is closely associated with the nature, and the man who lusts after its resources is the oppressive person. He is the rich man. He is the powerful man, and he oppresses and he wants to extract the resources of nature. And moreover, in both these films, we see a transformation from the colonial era to the post-colonial era. And this transformation suggests that despite the changing times, the aspects of oppression do not really change. So both the films have highlighted these two concepts. Now, since I'm lacking time, I won't deal much with it. But in the two pictures that I have given here, you can see that in one picture, the poor man is tending to the nature, tending to his garden with a small kid, and it seems that if nothing, they at least have peace with them, peace of mind. They are sharing peace of mind. But in the other picture, we see people sitting amidst luxury, but they do not share any peace of mind, because they are quite they're distressed with their own situation. They're distressed despite the luxuries that they have. Now, this distress this distress of the rich man lets him to move out in search of peace. And when he moves out, he comes across the garden of Bancharam. And the moment he sees the garden, he desires to have it. And because he desires to have it, he wants to just snatch it from Bancha. And here begins the struggle. As you can see in the image, this man, the zamindar, has literally stepped over Bancha, because that itself shows the struggle that is about to happen. Now, why is this struggle taking place? So here we come to the concept of locus aminus. What is locus aminus? It is people who deal with post-colonial theory. They know that locus aminus basically presents is about a small space, is about a land or a space.
Trying to wind up in 1 minute, please.
Yeah, I will try.
We're running out of time.
Yes, I know.
Please don't elucidate the arguments, okay? Just mention them, pinpoint them, and run over.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, if okay, then let me not discuss it in details, but locus aminus is mostly inhabited by the savage man, the savage masterless man, according to the colonialist. And when this zamindar sees Bancha, he and his land, he also starts treating him like the savage masterless man who has to be tamed, and that's why he steps over him. And even despite the changing time, as I have already said, that this film moves from the colonial to the post-colonial era. In the post-colonial era, the zamindar's son comes in, takes up the regime, and what he does, he induces ideological state apparatus, and he talks in terms of in legal language, and tries and convinces Bancharam to actually hand over his land to the zamindar, that posthumously. But then, since this is an eco cinema, here nature is not an object that can be disposed easily. Nature takes a subjective position. Nature, the way Bancha has nurtured nature like a family member, nature too nurtures Bancha so much that he outlives the zamindar, and that way nature shows its mystical capability like a sacred grove. Now, sacred groves are basically virgin tracts of land where outsiders are not allowed. And similarly, the Bancharam's land is also Banchara has also preserved his land from outsiders all his life. There are great spiritual significance to the lives of people inhabiting. These are of great spiritual significance to the lives of people inhabiting them. The same is with Bancha's land. These are repositories of rare species of plants and animals. Again, it goes the same. And no legislative measures are required to protect these lands. These are mostly preserved by the local community. So again, despite the legal measures
Dr. Chakraborty, I'm really sorry, I have to cut you short. It's a very unappetizing task on the part of the chairperson, but the fact is this, that we have so many speakers and the time frame is so less because we are completely sandwiched between two different sessions. So I'm sure we would like to read your paper in detail sometime later. But at this particular moment, I'm cutting you short because we'll have to move. Yeah, please do that. Please, within a couple of lines.
Yes, just like this Bancharam's land, even even the Green Island of Shobuz Diped Raja, that is also a locus aminus. That is also a sacred grove. That also provides sacred grove to the people who are there, and to the outsiders as well, because it becomes an object of attraction. But nature in Tapan Sinha's film take a subjective position. In both the films, nature knows how to eliminate people, how to eliminate outsiders, and how to help its own people to reclaim their identity and reclaim their power. That's it.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was a wonderful paper. We now proceed to the second speaker, Nobonita Roy. She is a research scholar in the University of North Bengal. She's speaking on adapting the folk. Nobonita, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're perfectly audible. Please go ahead.
So, good evening to everyone present and to the respected chairperson for this session. My topic is adapting the folk. I'll be dealing with a film by Bhaskar Hazarika. Now, what is folk? Now, folk within and as part of the oral tradition is a shifting body of literature, where the beginning, middle, or end is never fixed. It changes, reshaped, or refurbished in the very act of narration, or in its act of flowing from one place to the other, or one space to the other. But what remains constant, more or less, is the central act revolving around the problem of the story. Now, the film, Pathanodi, which is Bhaskar Hazarika's 2015 debut film, adapts 4 tales from Budhi Air Thadukotha, and this tale has been compiled by Lakshminath Bezbarwa in 1911. Now, in adapting the folk for his screen, he takes into account only the central actions or the problems of the 4 tales and interweaves them into a single narrative, trying to question the idea of women and also about the question of mothering. The 4 tales he deals with is Ejimola, Champavati, Okuari, and Tawe Thadu. Now, in the very first tale, that is Ejimola, the story deals with the relationship between the stepmother and the child, which is very abusive relation, and the mother is very violent. The stepmother is very violent, and by the end of the story, she actually murders the stepdaughter while her father is out for trade. Now, she's partly inspired by the jinn, which comes as an artistic rendition by Hazarika. It seems that he's trying to contextualize his schizophrenia, which is absent in the compilation by Lakshminarayan Barua, or one's reading can also suggest that the jinn is an additional or an artistic rendition to add to her psychosexual drive. Now, the second story is about the Chandra about daughter with Python. And
Navanita, could you increase your volume a bit? Could you increase your volume a bit? Yeah.
Yes, am I
Yeah, you are
audible now?
audible, but could you increase the volume? Yeah.
So now Chandravati deals with the story of a mother marrying her daughter to a Python. Now it stems from her desire for wealth, and the daughter is finally devoured by a Python on their wedding night. Now the third story, which is O Kori, deals with the story of a mother who gives birth to an elephant apple instead of a child, and who is subsequently driven away by her husband because she gives birth to a fruit rather than a human child. Now, in the original compilation, this woman is a queen. Here, Bhaskar Hazarika kind of gives us a common, ordinary women who have to deal with this problem of being estranged and alienated just because she gives birth to a fruit. And finally, the story of Hadu, with the mother whose newborns are continuously buried by her husband on the advice of the uncle or Tawai to ward off evil. And she finally plans to kill the Tawai, but coincidentally, the Tawai asks the husband to stop performing the murders. Now, what do these stories do, or what are the major ideas for trying to deal with these four stories about women and mother and the relationship between mother and child? Now, they pose a threat to our normative understanding of mothers as source of life and nourishment, who actually perform sacrifice for and love. Also, the badness of the stepmother in Tejimalai is seen to be aided by the surreal presence of the jinn, and that helps not essentialize her wife to the body of a stepmother. So, and secondly, it also provides a kind of jolt by establishing a dramatic irony. By drawing on our knowledge of motherhood, what we know of what mothers are based on our experience, vis-a-vis the protection and education of the
Ma'am,
category of women.
kindly try to wind up quickly, please.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
Could you wind it up a bit? Yeah, could you go towards your conclusion?
Yeah. So I come finally to two categories of mother that the film has or portrays is schizophrenic mothers, that is particularly related to the story of Tejimola and Champavati, Ovati, which deals with the study or the uncanny, but the symbols in the text suggest that the overarching violence towards girl daughters or towards the daughters by the mothers within the political economy of rural life. Now, the subtle aspect of aesthetic space to articulate the inarticulable psychic space. Now, through the presence of the jinn, her psychic space is sexualized. For the mother in Champavati, the python becomes the metaphor for forceful child marriage. Now, the symbolic order of the story is punctured by the socioeconomic reality, which is both familiar and yet uncanny to us. And secondly, the two other narratives, that is Okwari and Tawir Hadu, deals with the alienated mother, and these mothers are alienated as a result of not giving birth to an ideal child. For the mother in Okwari, she gives birth to elephant apple, and in the other story, the Tawai, the elderly father figure, is an overarching presence whose narrative is privileged, and upon whose order the husband performs the infanticide till he is convinced of not that he has given birth to a perfect heir who would not kill the father. And now coming to my final conclusion or comes to the conclusion of it, I was trying to understand what is this, what is the use of the surreal aspect that is incorporated in the film. Now, surreal becomes a space for the director, that is Bhaskar Hazarika, to negotiate everyday violence that comes from the body of the mother, as well as a means to accommodate and negotiate the magical psychic as not beyond the experience or our experience, but within the terrain of human knowledge. So what the director does is he interweaves the mundane with the surreal, and he questions us, the readers, the spectators, what is normal. Thank you.
Thank you, Navunita. It's been really a hard taskmaster's job for me, but I hope all of you understand the exigency of the situation. I now welcome the third speaker of this particular session, Abhishek Banerjee, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Gajol Mahavidyalaya, Malda. He's going to speak on The Pianist, the movie The Pianist. Abhishek, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good evening, and I thank the organizers of this webinar for giving me an opportunity to present my ideas today. I know I have a very little time, and I think I have to cut short my paper by almost by half, and I don't know if I'll be able to present my ideas properly. I'll try. I'll be reviewing Roman Polanski's classic movie The Pianist, which was adapted from Vladislav Spilsman's Holocaust memoir, initially titled The Death of a City. It had an original Polish title and was first printed in 1946. In 1998, Spilsman's son Andres published a new extended edition of his father's memoir. In German translation, it was named The Miraculous Survival by a German publishing house, and then the English translation by Anthea Bell as The Pianist with an epilogue by Wolf Biermann. It is from this English translation that Roman Polanski took his primary source, and the screenplay for the movie was written by Ronald Howard, who won the Oscars for the Best Screenplay Award, along with the director Polanski and actor Adrian Brody. Now, coming to the movie, Spilsman was a star of the Polish radio and a cafe society in the 1930s, and a member of the Warsaw's assimilated Jewish middle class who lived through the Nazi occupation and the Warsaw Ghetto. Spilsman's recollection, published shortly after the war, offers, like such other books, a deeply paradoxical impression of the Holocaust. Account of the survival, that is, are both representative and anomalous. They at once record this but unimaginable historical catastrophe, and without intentional mendacity or inaccuracy, distort it. The reason for this could not be simpler. Most of the intended victims of the Nazi genocide did not survive. The typical Jewish experience of 1940s Europe was death. One of the main genres that allow later generations access to this time thus present an inevitably unrepresentative picture of it. Now, Roman Polanski, he himself was a Jewish child of Krakow when the Germans arrived in September 1939. Presents Spilsman's story with a bleak acid humor and with a ruthless objectivity which encompasses both cynicism and compassion. When death is at once so systematically and so capriciously dispensed, survival becomes a kind of a joke. By the end of the film, Spilsman, brilliantly played by Adrian Brody, who comes to resemble as one of Samuel Beckett's not existential clowns, shambling through the barren, bombed-out landscape, clutching a jar of pickles. He is like a walking punchline to a cosmic jest of unfathomable cruelty. Experience, Polanski approaches material with authority. This is one of his best works and one of the few non-documentary movies about Jewish life and the death under the Nazi that can be called definitive. Paradoxically, this is achieved by realizing a modest, deliberate intention to tell a single person's story to create a specific and finite set of events. Now, history, the occupying Germans, and Mr. Polanski then conspire to wipe the smock off his face. The Nazi takeover is followed by a swift, crucial chronicle of violation and humiliation as the Spilsman family are stripped of their possession, their dignity. His father was beaten by a German soldier for daring to use the sidewalk and their home. With the other Jews of Warsaw, they are headed into the ghetto, a captive labor force, subject to continual culling by disease, starvation, and random violence of their tormentors. From this moment forward, the pianist becomes a tour force of claustrophobia and desperation, and Polanski ruthlessly stretches into a beating. Nice, not an sympathetic fellow, and by the end, he to a dead condition, and terrified. But the film's climax offers the most dramatic paradox of all, a glimpse of how the impulses of salvation survive in the midst of unparalleled mercy.
Abhishek, if I might unduly interrupt, we are having some audio disruptions from your part. So instead of elaborating on the movie, if you could give us your take on the movie in a nutshell, that would be more appreciated.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I would like to conclude by saying that what is more important when depicting a massive human tragedy? Is it truthfulness or tastefulness? Is it art or realism? Is it the memoir or is it the representation of it on the screen? Now, each of the movie, I have taken Pianist as my example, but there are other movies like The Schindler's List, The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, all of which are taken from a memoir and has been taken into a movie. Now, each of these movies have exist on the premises of failure. And it is, of course, impossible to accurately and authentically provide an insight into what it is like to be a Jewish during World War II, to live and die at the hands of the Nazis. It is also impossible to fully understand the traumatic stresses of the warfare. So we need to see and learn from the film, especially not as a fully formed product whose origins are unquestioned, but as a carefully crafted fabrication reflecting deliberate choices by individuals and teams of people who have elected to tell a particular story in a particular way and containing a particular political perspective that can and should be interrogated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was lovely. I'm sure we will have the opportunity of reading the full papers if it is published in some form or the other. I would definitely welcome all of you to email me your papers so that I can read them during my free time at length and in detail. So now I welcome the next speaker, Tanmoy Baghira, teaches at Gurudas College, Kolkata, is going to speak on subordinate masculinity and its representation in Rituparna Ghosh's Chitrangada. So welcome, Professor Baghira.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. I thank the chair, the coordinator, and the organizing committee. And without further ado, I'll just move into my paper. The topic of my presentation is subordinate masculinity and its representation in Rituparna Ghosh's Chitrangada. But before I move on to the topic, we have to briefly look into the concept of masculinities. Masculinities, according to R.W. Connell, are not equivalent to men. Rather, they concern the position of men in a gender order. He, in his book Masculinities, rejects to identify masculinities to be, I quote, natural character type, I quote, a behavioral average or norm, and focuses on the processes and relationship through which men and women conduct gendered lives. For Connell, the practices and relations that constructs the main patterns of masculinity in current gender order are hegemony, complicity, subordination, and marginalization. These four. But these categorization does not consolidate people's identities. Rather, they are dynamic system of practices that directly links the gendered practices prevalent in the society. Through this presentation, I shall try to focus on subordinate masculinity in its relation with other dynamic system of gendered practices, namely in its relationship with hegemonic masculinity. Now let's come on to the text of Chitrangada itself. The story of Chitrangada takes us back to Mahabharata, where she is the princess of Manipura. In the Bharat Parva, Chitrangada meets Arjuna while he was in his 12 years brahmacharya and falls in love. Tagore has appropriated this story thrice in his lifetime. First in an one-act verse play named Chitrangada, written in 1892. Second, in an English play named Chitra, and finally in the dance drama, which was staged for the first time in 1936. Rituparna Ghosh in the year 2012 adapted this story into Chitrangada from this dance drama of Tagore. In the Mahabharata, the figure of Chitrangada has primarily been portrayed in her procreative aspects. Samani Sampati in an article, Chitrangada and the contemporary queer appropriations of Tagore has suggested the absence of physical ambisexuality in her character, saying that in Mahabharata she was just being taken by her father, King Chitrabhana, to be a son, and she was never appeared physically as a boy or even treated like a son. The physical ambisexuality that being attributed to Chitrangada has its source in Tagore, as empathy puts it. Tagore appropriates the story of Chitrangada, delineating her in two different figures. One, when she meets Arjuna for the first time, falls in love, and was rejected by him for lacking, I quote, within quotes, adequate femininity. And the other, when she was being transformed into a beautiful woman by Madana, the god of love and sexuality. Here, the desire of Arjuna has the desire of Arjuna, as we can be observed, is consolidating the heteronormative standards of gender, whereas the desire in the part of Chitrangada remains considerably fluid. In Ghosh's appropriation of Tagore's dance drama, the gender and identity comes into centrality. Using Tagore's Chitrangada as a pretext, the author constructs his own desire and subjectivity. Here, Ghosh's texts act as a mirror that reflects the affinity between the character of Ghosh's Chitrangada, that is Ruby, with the public life of Rituparno itself. They merge together inside this filmic narrative and make it quite autobiographical. This element of autobiographicality becomes much more prominent when at the beginning of this film, Rudy was having a conversation with his other self, namely Shubho, his imaginary counselor, whom he was hallucinating during his gender reassignment surgery. The surgery or the incorporation of the biomedical discourse itself becomes another point of departure from Tagore's text, the discourse which was not available in Tagore's time. The presentation of subordinate masculinity in Ghosh's Chitrangada comes to be one of the central issues that have been dealt in this adaptation of Tagore. In the Mahabharata, as well as in Tagore's text, the heteropatriarchal social structure has been kept intact by showing the union of the opposite sexes. However, Tagore's text seems much more richer in considering the social implications of gender role, through which gender performance of Chitrangada. But this patriarchal social structure is something that had been almost blurred and obliterated in Ghosh's text. Here, the situation becomes much more problematic when Rudy, being male and being raised by his father as a boy, rejects to conform the social standards of masculinity by showing, quote-unquote, feminine traits in his appearance, ways of talking, displaying emotions openly, and finally coming out as a homosexual in public. Therefore, falling into the category of subordinately masculine, as Cornell puts in his book Masculinities, that gay masculinities to be the most conspicuous in subordinate masculinities. But as it can be observed, Chitrangada in Tagore's text has been conditioned to be a man. Ghosh's Rudy, despite being conditioned in heteropatriarchal social standards, transcends this gendered conditioning and emerges out as a separate entity. For Ghosh, identity is not bound by sex or gender, it comes from within. Ghosh's adaptation further activates this discourse of construction of nature when Rudy's mother realizes how wrongly they have treated their son. And I'm quoting from the film, Rudy's mother. We are here to be blamed. We knew it all along, but we could not accept it. We insisted just because he is born a boy, he should act like a boy. Rudy's father. What's to insist? Boys should be boys. That's natural. Rudy's mother. What his nature dictates is natural with him. Through this adaptation, Ghosh questions the way in which patriarchy functions. Society
Tanmoy, if you could provide a summing up of your arguments, please, because we have 8 other speakers and I have absolutely no idea how I'm going to accommodate within the time frame that's left. So please go ahead.
Society constantly tries to fix the gender identities into categories to separate them by naturalistic fable of the teleology of sex, gender, and desire. It creates compulsory heteronormativity and links sex body with gender performances, thus discriminating or creating other that cannot conform this system and punish them. As Butler puts in Gender Trouble, gender is performance with clearly punitive consequences. As we can see, Ghosh in his adaptation of Chitrangada has tried to voice the subordinately masculine people a recognition that they have never been given in mainstream Bengali cinema. Bengali cinema previously has placed them in marginal position, but with Ghosh, it can be said that they have found their voice of representation in mainstream as it places subordinately masculine person to be the protagonist of the film. Therefore, Ghosh's text constantly interferes with the patriarchal discourse of the society, namely the construction and implementation of gender roles, and questions their validity. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Tanmoy. I know it's a bit of a daunting task on my part to kind of cut short you so brusquely, but then anyone in my position would be equally helpless, given the fact that the convener, being such a good friend, has positioned me in such a place where I cannot eat into the next session's time and the previous session has eaten into my time by half. So it's almost like, the kind of feeling that you get when somebody has taken up half of your class's time and you have absolutely no time to take your own class. So it's quite the same kind of feeling, but we'll try to be congenial about this. And given the fact that all of you have very wonderful papers ahead, I'm now welcoming the next speaker, Nekha Nelson. She is a second year PG student, and she's going to speak on neoteric children's movies. Nekha, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you could just provide the highlights of your paper instead of going into elucidation.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Sure.
That will be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Good evening, all. My paper is Neoteric Children's Movies, and I am positing the difference between primitive children's movies and Neoteric children's movies. So, children's movies include stories based on fairy tales, and fairy tales were often very stereotypical. The female characters were often weak and naive and helpless, and the figures that comes to our mind when we hear about fairy tales are Cinderella, Snow White, Red Riding Hood, Rapunzel, etc. The women in the movies were on one hand evil and on the other hand innocent, beautiful, and virtuous. So the viewers get an idea that women are in one way malevolent outcasts, but passive married women who are happily whose greatest reward is to be happily ever after through marriage. So the movies also convey that a moral character of persons is rely upon their physical appearance. So Cinderella's evil stepsisters are example of these ideas. And the movies put forth with the purpose of educating behaviors boys and girls. Boys get an idea that they are the caretakers or action takers. They are supposed to protect women from all the problems they have in their life, and women take the idea that they are supposed to be submissive. They should self-sacrifice, etc. Red Riding Hood is an example of this idea portrayed through fairy tales. And Tangled, the movie Tangled, it shows that women can either be spunky princesses or an evil vain witch. Even when Rapunzel was courageous and she had ambitions, she too ended up marrying Flynn Rider, portraying the idea that the ultimate goal of women is to marry or be a mother. So children's movies embodying society's oppression has now undergone a tremendous change, and the neoteric movie Frozen, Brave, Moana are examples of this. Frozen, the story of two royal sisters, is a lukewarm attempt of feminism. So they are trying to solve the wrong deeds of their grandfather, a colonizing patriarch on themselves when Kristoff, the male character, was lost in the woods. And Brave, it is a new kind of artifact. The movie, it too employs fairy tales, but uses the fairy tale to fight patriarchy. And the basic tool used is the heroine's appearance itself. She has a very realistic appearance, and her bright orange curls are all very important. And she loves horseback riding, rock climbing, etc. Apart from the kitchen chores and cleanings done by Snow White and Cinderella all these years. And she challenges the notions of marriage and prefers to be free and single. Another important movie is Moana, 2016 movies. It erases the notions of racism and femininity. The brown lips and the colored girl with the messy black hair contributes to her realistic attractiveness. And the movie threatens the traditional polarization, she being beautiful, black, courageous, and intelligent at the same time. And the movie also portrays the male character, Moe, the demigod, starts as a perfect representation of toxic masculinity, but end up revealing that he is fearful or a coward. So, to conclude, children's movies are inevitable parts of childhood, and they are vital parts of literature, and they influence children and adults at the same time as they illustrate themselves as harmless and pure. But these movies were once monopoly of patriarchy and conventional repetition of linearity. The sexism and racism where the notions reigned the category, imposing the idea to the viewers. But the neoteric children's movies portray women as equally talented, intelligent, and brave, like men, avoiding the demeaning forces of race, class, and age. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nekha. That is exactly what a pertinent, seminar presentation should be.
Thank you, sir.
Like, yeah, thanks for sticking to the time, and thanks for this wonderful insight that you have provided to us.
Thank you.
Let us, I'm reserving questions, observations, and comments for the end. I want this session to be engaging, and that is the reason why I'm in a bit of a hurrying mode. Let me welcome the next speaker, Dr. Shramana Madhuri. She's Assistant Professor, Chandrakona Vidyasagar Mahavidyalaya. She's going to speak on Vishal Bharadwaj's contribution to children's cinema. So are you there, Dr. Madhuri?
Yeah. Hi.
Over
I'm
to
here.
you, please.
Okay.
Please.
Thank
over
you.
to you.
Good evening, all. I would actually rush into my presentation and discuss as many points as I can. As the title suggests, my paper engages with Vishal Bharadwaj's contribution to marginalized genre of children's cinema in India, and it particularly deals with three films. The first is the horror comedy Makdi, that was released in 2002, then The Blue Umbrella, which was released in 2005, and then Pataka, which came out recently, which was in 2018. So basically, my paper explores Bharadwaj's engagement with the world of children by demystifying the apparently simple themes, unraveling the layers embedded in the cinematic narratives. It investigates how all the three films subvert and stereotype the naive and the innocent child, and have female protagonists in their lead roles, and skillfully challenge the dominant narrative model of Bollywood that predominantly caters to the voyeuristic male gaze. The films in concern deeply contest the deeply ingrained Indian prejudice against the girl child and subvert their positions of relative invisibility or as merely desirable bodies in popular narratives. The protagonists of all the films that I'm going to discuss, they are ordinary girls or women from proletariat, non-English speaking backgrounds who are neither docile nor submissive. They're curious, reasonable solution seekers and leaders who question the normalization of violence. And of course, when I say that, the exception is the lead pair of Pataka, where the girls shockingly are the performance of violence. But basically, these films, foreground the notions of unity and team building as they seek answers for themselves as for the community. To the zeitgeist of the child and the journey of the young female protagonist as the agents of change, the director captures the mood of the people in post-liberalized New India. He is prescient about the role of women in a new order. The child's masterful dealings with the struggle and the challenges of an increasingly corrupt and hateful world that is losing direction under the capitalistic logic of accumulation, corruption, competition, mindless consumerism, and the framing of the other as the enemy are some ideas that Bharadwaj dramatizes through his cinema. It is interesting to note how his narration and the choice of the rural mise-en-scène becomes instrumental in foregrounding the life of the proletariat, stories from the rural India, as well as in bringing back into circulation the dialects that are otherwise subsumed by the linguistic politics of the mainstream Hindi cinema. I'm not going into the narratives of these films because I hope that all you have an idea about the film are. So basically, I would like to talk about how the first and the third narratives, which is Makdi and Pataka, begin with the interruption of the ordinary lives with the act of stealing. Whereas the second movie, The Blue Umbrella, completely focuses on the act of stealing. The portrayal of the figure of the child as the new hope by Ghatak in Shubharnarekha and Benigal in Ankur reemerges in the liberal framework with meanings. So basically, we can extend the argument of Anna Catherine Gutierrez on children's literature to children's films, wherein she points out how these narratives emerge as the fights that battle colonial mentality and produce new stories that highlight the beauty and individuality of the country. By using the unusual suspect, Makri repackages the repetitive motive of the bloodthirsty witch to tell us about the failings of blind faith, superstition, irrational fear, as well as of and stealing or personalizing of it is interesting to note how of mining or digging of the earth for profit emerges, as you can see in the closing shot of Makal, as well underlining the professional life and how it shapes the choice of the father in Pataka. All these three texts engage with the fallouts of consumerism, commodity fetishism, and how we ought to deal with the excess. Binya's tryst with the blue umbrella, or the desire of an object that cannot be shared by the community, reminds us of Bataille's argument of how the problem of economics is not how societies deal with scarcity, but how they deal with the inevitable surplus. It is only by giving away this accursed share to and by laying claim on love that peace and harmony can be restored in society. The balance of the order that is disturbed by Binya, by exchanging the pocket that symbolizes tradition, love, and connects Binya to her community for the umbrella has to be restored by her giving away the new possession to foster a friendship with Khatri. So basically, all these three films, especially, in Makri too, Makri is the witch because she refuses to redistribute the wealth or share it with the village community. Chunni becomes the restorer of the order by outwitting the wicked intentions of the usurper with the help of marginalized and demonized sections of society. Similarly, in Pataka, the characters have to do away with the excess of hate that is the product of sibling rivalry, as well as the spectacle that is the byproduct of it. They have to reclaim the agency of their bodies and minds. Champa's love for the cow and Genda's desire for English education has to be replaced with Asian values. I would like to conclude by saying that the narratives in concern reclaim and foreground Asian values of sympathy, distributive justice, duty, consciousness, public spiritedness, and group orientation, and how they present them as universalizable modern values and locate the self within the composite relations within a community. Personal fulfillment is impossible and inconceivable as a desire in a mode of life that is largely communitarian. Therefore, it is the carnivalesque or the performance of it through the festival of Holi, that hierarchies and tussle between the warring sisters in Pataka could be dismantled with the help of the joke of fool, and the long-standing issues of rivalry are resolved. So, yes,
okay.
That was my
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. Thank you so much. Wonderful choice of movies and a very cogent presentation. I now welcome the next speaker, Ononna Mukherjee. She is a research scholar in Raiganj University. She's going to speak on the films of Meera Nair and Deepa Mehta. Ononna, are you there? Ononna Mukherjee, are you there? Yeah. Yes, could you adjust your volume a bit?
Okay, so actually.
Yeah, now you're perfectly audible. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and my warm regards to the Honorable Chairperson of this session. Today, the title of my research paper is The Representation of Indian Diasporic Identities in Select Films of Meera Nair and Deepa Mehta, and I have decided not to read out from my paper. So, I have divided my paper into three halves. For a better understanding of my research areas in this case. Number one, in my paper, I have talked about diaspora and how it works in cinema. And number two, I have taken the films and I would like to give a short idea about why these films are very important and their significance in diasporic filmmaking genre, and thirdly, how the medium is working in shaping the identities of its audience, that means the Indian diasporic audience. I would like to point out certain areas from my paper where it would be easier for the reader to understand what I have actually tried to present through my paper. So etymologically, as we all know, that the term diaspora is originated from the Greek composite word diasporin, meaning to scatter through, or a kind of corresponds to a process of dislocation and relocation. So compared to the literature written by Indians in diaspora, filmmaking by diasporic Indians is considered to be a relatively recent activity that first quarter of the 20th century. These films image the lives of diasporic which their old homeland is the kind of imagined homeland to further reroute their identity. So what is noteworthy here is the location where the cinema is emanating. That means as well as the diasporic origins of the filmmakers also are very important. This research explores therefore the influence of the movies in the identity construction of the Indian diasporic audiences, and it chiefly centers around the representation of Indian diasporic identities in the of Mira Nair and for doing that affected three films from Mira Nair, Salam Bombay, Mississippi Masala, Monsoon Wedding, and of course one more film is there, that is the namesake. As she used and explore the diverse experiences of migration and displacement in her films, Salam Bombay plays a very important role because the narrative focuses on Krishna, a street kid where the diaspora operates in a more complex and contributory space to mirror the displacement primarily experienced by the Indian diasporic subject. And it is Krishna's desire to return to his parents and to
if I might interrupt, if I might interrupt a bit, Anonna, we are facing some bit of audio problem. So instead of going into the film texts in detail, would you please give us your arguments on your paper, please? Yeah.
I'm just pointing out the
if you could give it in a summation form.
So that is the kind of thing, and in namesake, as we all if we see the film, that the Ashok and Ashima faces a kind of displacement. Now, my point of discussion is actually how this point of dislocation and displacement works into the films. And for doing that, I have also taken Deepa Mehta's trilogy, that is the Art, Water and Fire. I'm not going into the depth of these films together, but what I'm trying to point out here is that many of these films are adaptations. As we can see that the Art is actually an adaptation of Ice Candy Man, that is the Bhakti Sidhwa's novel. So what actually Deepa Mehta is trying to do is she is kind of pointing out those elements that are there in the movie which actually is effective in shaping the audience's identities, that is the Indian diasporic identities. In case of Torture also, she is doing the same. As both the filmmakers belong to the diasporic community themselves, their works often showcase displaced and dislocated subjects in their filmic narratives. Therefore, this research is proposing to locate the identity and how the issues of dislocation and displacement essentially bring Indian diasporic experiences in the film. So I would like to conclude here my paper. So as my paper is actually 4,000 words long, so
True.
Thank you for very
I would love to read your paper sometime. Definitely, this requires time. I perfectly empathize with all of you, and but I'm equally helpless as much as all of you are. Yeah. Thank you, Anonna, for sticking to time. Yeah, I now welcome my next speaker, Shujato Dotto. Shujato is a PG student at the Department of History in Presidency University. And Shujato is speaking on the films of Hrithik Ghotto, the works of Hrithik Ghotto, wonderfully titled Amra Kara, Bostuhara. So, Shujato, are you there?
Yes, am I audible?
Yeah. Shujato, I am very afraid I'll not be able to give you much time So please, in a nutshell, if you could enlighten us about your paper. Thank you. Yeah.
Just one clarification. I'm actually a UG student, not a PG student yet. I'm still pursuing my.
All right. Thank you for making that point. Yeah.
So I'll not keep any of you quite long. So my argument in my paper is practically how Ritwik Ghatak talks about identity in a sense of flux, and how all of his films are in a constant attempt to understand that flux and how that confusion actually plays out. So what I like to talk about in my paper is kind of what we can call a cinematic genealogy of sorts, which actually culminates in him actually imprinting himself in what we see in Jukti Tokko Argop, right? So let's talk about three very specific scenes since we are running short on time, right? Two from Subarnarekha and one from Jukti Tokko. If we take Subarnarekha, the first moment when Ishwar comes and tells Horror Prasad that he has got a job at Chatim, which is at a distance from the refugee colony that they live in. Horror Prasad turns Ishwar a deserter. Now, why does it happen? This is a very curious moment in the film where you see a fellow human being who has got a prospective job, but you turn him a deserter. Why does that happen? My interpretation here lies in the fact that to people like the refugees who have lost everything, the only thing that remains is their identity as refugee. So, to Horror Prasad, it appears, equal to a crime on part of Ishwar to desert that identity itself. Similarly, when Horror Prasad visits Ishwar while he's about to kill himself, when he comes and says, Raat koto hoilo uttor mele na. This is actually, again, a very symbolic adaptation of the only English poem that Rabindranath Tagore has written, which is The Child, which was translated into Shishu Tirtho. And Horror Prasad actually comes and says that it doesn't matter whether I protested and knocked on many doors, but it does not matter if you protest or if you are a nobody. Actually, we are ethereal. So this discourse that was emerging, that what is the history of these displaced people, it's captured in that moment. But that is not the end of it. This genealogy actually culminates in Jukti Tokko Gorpo in the scene when Nilkanto meets those rebels in the jungles. It was the last sequences, and he's actually captured because the rebels suspect he might be an agent from the police. So the rebels ask him who he is, and very poignantly Nilkanto actually says that I am a drunkard. It actually is a symbol of how Ghatak juxtaposes this stripped, bare, rudimentary of someone's identity, that I am a drunkard, against the larger prevailing confusion regarding who am I, what is my identity. It's the same thing that he continues in the next sequence where he says that we are actually a totally, utterly misguided lot. Ritwik Ghatak writes a director's statement of Subarnarekha, which I have quoted in my paper. And he says that when I use the term refugees, I do not use it in a geographical sense, but rather in a generic sense. He means to say that all of us are refugees in certain manners, that all of us are uprooted. This can be interpreted in two manners. Number one, how the incident or event of partition generated this refugee. Because nationalist discourse did not have to counter this problem of refugee, which suddenly arrived on the scene after the event of the partition. But more importantly, the time that Ghatak was working in was a time of penetration by capitalism, and by liberalism was slowly making its way. The nightclub that there is at the end of Subarnarekha, where Ishwar and Horror Prasad sits down to have alcohol, is actually that symbolic critique of this invasion of these entertainment resources of consumerism, where all of us are not practically attached to anything. In conclusion, I would like to quote Manush Roy, who writes a paper called Growing Up Refugee, where he gives a brief description of a refugee colony of Netaji Nagar. He says in a very precise and succinct line that in the end, we decontextualized Calcutta as Calcutta was decontextualizing us. So, in Bhaba's words, if we read the idea of nation as ultimately a narration and not just a political entity or a statist entity, we will see that Ghatak's films are not only about the people who were displaced in the partition violence, but also about including statement, also about the people who now suddenly had to counter this huge unknown milieu of culture and politics. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful, Sujato. My regards and blessings are with you. You have a long way to go, but you are a wonderful presenter, and for all of us who are Ghotok fans here, this was really an enlightening session. Truly, we are all refugees. We are all seeking refuge in some way or the other. I now welcome the next speaker, Dr. Pragya Bajpayee. She is assistant professor in NDA. She's going to speak on the portrayal of women in Indian cinema. So, Dr. Bajpayee, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Good evening,
yeah,
sir.
yeah, yeah. I would request you to proceed with your paper, maintaining the time exigency factor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, sir. Right, sir. I'll do that. I'm just trying to share my screen.
Yeah, you're perfectly visible.
Okay, okay. Can you please see my screen? Is it visible?
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay, it's actually the mobile with which I'm presenting, so I don't know how it looks. Is it clear?
Yeah, it is clear.
Okay, okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to present my paper on victim to victor portrayal of women in Indian cinema. Basically, I'm not going to deal with the narrative. I'll not go in detail. I'll quickly brief my paper as to in two parts. I've divided my paper in two parts, wherein the portrayal of women in 20th century as compared to women in 21st century. So I've taken up movies like Insaf Ka Tarazu, Damini, where the women have been projected as the subjugated one, the victims of sexual harassment, rape, gang rape, and where the character of hero would just grow against the callous, lustful villain, torturing the women to create the spicy script to attract the audience. And these women have been shown as victims, and thereafter they turn out to be victors. They fight against all the odds and rise like phoenix. Whereas in the 21st century movies, we see that the movies I've chosen, like Bawandar, Chandni Bar, No One Killed Jessica, Mardani, where the women at the initial stage itself, they refuse to submit. There is a resistance, and they right from the beginning, they know where to draw a line. They're assertive and they're very clear about their thoughts. So the themes that were there in 20th century have been compared with. There's a dichotomy in 20th century Bollywood films and 21st century portrayal of women. So we see that in 20th century, there is victimization, subjugation of women, patriarchy, there is gang rape and a lot of objectification. The mindset is quite crippled. Whereas when we move on to 21st century movies, we see that the women are skeptical about the social norms. Their roles are challenging. They are feminists. They are empowered. They talk of justice. They are no more the victims. They've already grown above all these things. And they have broken the stereotype, they've broken the glass ceiling. So my paper actually has a comparison. It's a comparative study of how the women were portrayed in the in 20th century and how the women are portrayed in 21st century. So how they've broken the vicious circle of codes, and how they have provided the insight as to how the Draconian people can be dealt with unity, determination, and they have overcome the inhibitions. So my paper does attempt to throw light on the transformation of the role of women from victim to victor. That affects the psychology of the uninhabited fraction of our Indian masses. It just aims to analyze various films, whether they act as a catalyst in bringing a positive change, or it acts as an impediment to the evolution of the society. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bajpayee. The choice list of your movies is indeed wonderful, and I'm in full agreement with your argumentation. Now I welcome the next speaker, Dr. Chinna Devi Singadi. She is Assistant Professor. Yeah, thank you. She's Assistant Professor, Department of Indian and World Literature, IFLU. She's going to speak on the cinematic adaptation of Udadji's The English Patient. So, Dr. Singhadi, are you there?
Yeah, good evening, Professor Paul. My student Marvika will be making the presentation.
All right.
Right?
Please
Thank you
go
so
ahead.
much.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes, Malvika, you can start.
My regards to you, Dr. Singhadi.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah. 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 Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, sir. Is my screen visible?
Yeah. Yes, you are. You're both visible and audible perfectly. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So my presentation is about mapping the unmappable, and I'm talking about the cartographic elements in the cinematic adaptation of the English Patient. So I would like to start about by talking about the spatial turn. So since this is a postmodern movie, what happened in the 1960s and 1970s was the idea of space came into forefront, and the idea of time started to be used in combination with the idea of space. So now it was not all about the temporal movement of the plot. Also the idea of space came into the forefront as a very essential criterion of literary narration. So one of the theorists that talked about it is Franco Moretti. So Franco Moretti talks about how we could use literature to extend the idea of cartography and geography itself. So what we can do is use all the cartographic elements, for example, map and other surveys, and then add to those surveys by trying to map out geographies that are not based on the places that are talked about in the novel, but the geographies that are constructed in the fictional space of the novel. So now when you talk about geography in the novel, in the fictional novel, there are obvious problems that come to mind. So I shall be talking about how it is almost impossible to map the identity, to map the places in a postmodern novel. So the first thing I would like to talk about is the protagonist in the English Patient, whose entire body is burnt. So it's unable. So we as the audience are unable to recognize him because he has no features left. All of his body has been burnt away, and he's almost close to death. So the body cannot be mapped in terms of any facial features or anything. And the second thing I would like to talk about, unmapping his identity. So he is an Hungarian who works for the British Cartographic Society and who has been accused of being a British spy. So throughout the novel, we see that his identity keeps on changing. He's transported to Italy. He used to work in Egypt, and he's been moving from one place to another, and he doesn't exactly associate himself with any particular one nation or one nation state. So when you talk about the idea of geography, the idea of nation state immediately is the first thing that comes to your mind. But when you talk about the English Patient, this identity is constantly in flux. And also, I would also talk about how his only possession is this book called the History, and he himself writes notes on his histories and he marks it with figures and observations. So that book itself is being unmapped. So the book doesn't just remain the histories, it also remains the protagonist histories, as he makes the book his own by writing his own particular notes and other stuff. uh, to conclude, I would like to talk about one particular scene in the novel. It is the scene the protagonist Almasi and the love of his life Catherine are stuck in a cave, and Catherine is unable to walk or unable to move because she was in a crash. So the protagonist leaves her to get help, and she is stuck in the cave. So she is dying in this cave. She dies of starvation because all her supplies get exhausted. And the cave's name is ironically the Cave of Swimmers, which at some point in history, this cave must have been a river, but right now it is a part of the Egyptian desert, and there's not a single drop of water to begin with. So, if you take into account Franco Moretti, these obvious problems come into mind. Ki places do not remain static towards history; they keep changing. For example, our geography landscapes itself are changing. So when you talk about mapping literature and mapping literature towards the ages, there comes a problem of changing landscape itself. Along with, and also this changing landscape is also, if you take into account the literary world itself, might not be an accurate or even close representation of what the real maps are like. So how do you combine the real cartographic qualitative data versus the fictional maps that we generate? So so what I tried to do in this paper was try to offer like a critique on the whole idea of literary mapping, and use this as a starting point to actually think more on the idea of how literature can contribute to geography and mapping itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really a wonderful paper. I thank Dr. Singadi and Ms. Lobo for your collective endeavor.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it indeed is a movie that we have all enjoyed a lot and highly critical in many terms.
Yes,
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. I hope I am running with time, and time which is not only having wheels but also wings, the double, Marvelian metaphor that we all know about. Yeah. Oh yes, but it is equally horrible and horrendous on my part to be clipping such wonderful papers. But still, we can't do without it. We have to respect the fact that there's a very vital paper presenter coming up, one of my favorites, Dr. Neela Jida. Anyway, we have, I think, two more paper presenters left in this particular session. I now welcome Olokananda Chakraborty. She's a PhD scholar, research scholar in Jadavpur University. She's going to speak on Tom and Jerry. She's going to speak on the American Dream and Nightmare through Tom and Jerry. Wonderful paper. So, Olokananda, I welcome you.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
So, the title of my paper is Can't Live Without Each Other, Exploring American Dream and Nightmare Through Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry, the iconic cartoon show, has been part of our childhood for generations. Yes, the show is a fun ride and full of adorable characters. However, under the veil of innocence, the show...
Yeah. Hello.
The show...
Okay. I request all the inmates of this forum to accept the presenter to kindly keep your video and audio buttons switched off so that there are no echoes and disturbances. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Olokananda, keep on. Yeah.
However, under the veil of innocence, the show subscribes to the hegemony of post-Second World War America. My paper would unravel the not-so-innocent side of Tom and Jerry show, exploring the gender matrix, racial dialect, and the dynamics of cultural ideology of contemporary America as reflected in the show. At first, let's talk about Manny. The stereotypical black presence in the show is always shouting at Tom in African-American accent. Except one episode denotes how reduces a black person only to her servitude. The tenets of American dream, work hard, play fair, get rewarded, does not hold any significance to the black community. The word mammy itself is a popular slang which signifies physically voluminous, loud, strong black male. Mammy has many a times been subjected to a racial comment. There is a scene where Tom sticks the vacuum cleaner behind Mammy's skirt, a clear indication of sexual accessibility to black women. In the episodes Mouse Cleaning, Casanova Cat, Life with Tom, and many others, Tom speaks stereotypically in blackface. During civil rights movement, the old black stereotypes were no longer acceptable. As a result, black characters of Tom and Jerry started to disappear. Mammy was often edited out, dubbed, or reanimated as a slim white woman in later Tom and Jerry cartoons. Now, if we concentrate on Tom's character, we observe that he serves as the repressive state apparatus who is reinforcing law onto Jerry. Jerry is someone who violates the law and order, creates chaos, and does not take part in production. Therefore, a vagabond who cannot be contained by society. Tom is not a pet cat who gets cuddled by the owner or who is adopted in the house out of love. No, Tom is kept in the house to keep the food unharmed by Jerry. For this task, Tom sometimes has to forsake sleep. In an episode, one robot cat was brought by the owners to replace Tom. That robot cat is obviously much efficient in chewing away Jerry. Like
Olokananda, I think we have some technical snaps here and there. So if you could just concentrate on your conclusion instead of going into the details. I definitely like to read your paper sometime later. It's on one of my specialization areas. I'm very interested in American literature, and I'm sure a lot of others here would also like to share your paper sometime. But as of now, if you could kindly focus on the conclusion because we're running terribly short of time. Yeah. Thank you.
We can talk about Tom and Jerry's Suicide. A rather comic cartoon show designed for children ends in Tom and Jerry's suicide in the highly acclaimed episode, namely Blue Cat Blues. Let's discuss the suicide politics here. Tom and Jerry's suicide seems to me like an elegy written to America. Schopenhauer, in his The World as Will and Representation, states that to commit suicide is to achieve moral freedom. We can say that Tom tries to break the shackles of the capitalist society of America after years of servitude. We can analyze Tom's suicide through Durkheimian lens. Can Tom's suicide be an anomic one, or can it be an egoistic one? We don't know. Let's find out. Though Camus believes suicide is rejection to freedom, Tom might beg to differ. Tom's death reminds us of Gatsby's death or the suicide of Miller's salesman, the casualties of a capitalist society. And also, I have written a part about the gender stereotyping of Tom's girlfriend. It was represented as a gold digger, but I think we are established in time. So, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and best wishes to my co-presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Olokananda, for your wonderful paper. Now, last but definitely not the least, Vicky Prasad. Vicky, are you there? Vicky, are you there? Yeah, Vicky is an MPhil scholar in Jadavpur University.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you are audible. Vicky is going to speak on the Jungle Book, the movie, the 2000 movie. So, without further ado, over to you, Vicky, please. Yeah. Vicky, are you there? Can't seem to hear. Yeah. Now you're audible. Yeah, please go ahead.
So, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
You are. Please go ahead. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think we are not being able to connect with Vicky. Could Yeah, Vicky, could you turn off your video mode and just go for the audio one? Maybe that will help.
Okay,
Because,
sir. Yeah.
yeah. Mhm.
Right now, sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are. You are. Please. You are. You are audible, Vicky.
Am I audible, sir?
No, unfortunately, I think.
Let me proceed. Sorry for the network issue here.
Yeah. Now you are audible. Please go ahead. In as brief as possible that you can shoot. Please.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. So, sir, the title of my presentation will be here: the multidimensionality and functionality of politics of representation in the movie The Jungle Book. So let me go ahead with the slide. The nodal points that I want to pick up here. The nodal points of the politics of representation, that means in the Jungle Book we have many politics that are being used behind these behind the representation of the movie. The first politics that is used behind that, the theory of child psychology, how the child psychology is maneuvered and managed in that movie, and how the children and the adaptation of that the movie, they're actually using the graphics, the setting, the cinematic animation, and the binary between real and unreal. That is my major point of concern, that using this cinematic to what the director and the filmmakers they want to do here, they want to blur the real and unreal through this use of animation and the cinematic effects. So, and because of that, they are using the anthropomorphic mode of narration, through the stories, using animal characters and adventures, and the setting that is very much exotic, so that it can appeal the children's mind. Children, they are very much associated with the adventure. They always like adventures. They are very fond of adventures, stories, and any characters that are their prime concern for the children. They like animals, and while they are speaking, it appeals them much. See the next the next point here: dominance of animal characters, and the last one here, moralistic concern. That means through this movie, children's movie, particularly when I'm talking about this Jungle Book, we have the pack of wolves, taking care of Anil City, that Mowgli and Bagheera. So the caring, the human caring, that is also shown, in that movie. So I have more point here. Simulacra and simulation, that means using hyper reality. That is the main concern of the director. That means they, with this, with this mode, with the help of simulation and simulacra and hyper reality, they are actually moving in their action sequence. Let me show you here: photorealism and computer-generated imagery. How they are using.
I'm interrupting you, Vicky. I'm interrupting you, Vicky. Instead of elucidating your slide on your slide, could you just show us your slides and give us a conclusion? Because I'm trying to wrap up the session. Yeah, please. If you could show us the slides and give your conclusion, that would be welcome.
One more slide here, so you can see the Bagheera, the panther, the real panther, how it is used in, with the help of animation. And now you can see here the snake, that is performed by the Python car, Scarlett Johansson, and here Baloo, the bear. It's all are used because with the help of animation, you can see how animations are used. This is a form of algorithm and all these things. And now you see here how it is being suited. See the director, of course, John Favreau here, and they're doing that. And yes, you can see the wolf, the main character, who's taking care of. And propagating the idea of hyper reality, and trying to appeal children, of this postmodern world. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful session. Thank you. We have had papers quite diverse in nature. Papers related to Polish Jews, refugees, the woman as the other, the Holocaust, Bollywood, children's movies, film adaptations of Booker Baggers, cartoons or cartoon strips, the spatial turn in the humanities, and many other. So I think that accommodating all these wonderful papers within this very brief period of time was a daunting challenge in itself. But I basically moderated. Thanks goes out to all of you for making this possible. So I now hand over the mic to the convener, and I welcome Dr. Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee, a very good friend and a very wonderful speaker. I always look up to you. So I hope this webinar is a grand success at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul.
Thank you. Thank you. Please stay in touch.
Sure.
Shubhayu, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're audible, Shubhayu. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Shubhadeep, for the wonderful and the daunting task that you had taken for the sake of friendship.
Hey, anything for that. Anything for that. Yeah. Unfortunately, Shubhayu, I have to. Unfortunately, Shubhayu, I have to leave now. So please give my sincere regards to Dr. Chatterjee, and I hope the webinar in its totality stands out as a wonderful success.
You can do it yourself also.
Yeah, I will. Surely.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, Shubhadeep. And it has been a tough day for all. So let us go to the penultimate session. After that, we are going to have Professor Sumikandra Banerjee, and we are going to wrap up for today. I am pleased to introduce my sir, Professor Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee of University of Kolkata, who has been a father figure and a mentor for me. And not only that, this is the second webinar where he actually said yes to me despite of his busy schedule. We had a conversation on his maiden novel, The Scholar, in the last national webinar for the politics of representation. And once again, we are proud to host him. Welcome, sir. Right. Before I ask him to present his lecture on world's first queer, let me introduce him formally. As all of you are aware, Professor Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee is a professor in the Department of English, University of Kolkata, West Bengal. His doctoral work was on the novelist Christopher Isherwood. He is a recipient of Fulbright Scholarship, where he went to the University of Texas in Austin, and the British Council Charles Wallace Fellowship to the University of Cambridge. Professor Chatterjee has co-edited The Muffled Hat, Stories of Disempowered Men, which is published by New Delhi, Rupa and Company, 2005. He also contributed to the American Isherwood, which was published by University of Minnesota Press. He also published in Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, where he contributed a lot. Then he contributed to the Isherwood Century and the Reader's Companion to the 20th Century Writers. He has published in the Journal of American Notes and Queries and Intersections, and has reviewed for Gay and Lesbian Review worldwide. He was also a member of the editorial board of the aforesaid ANQ. In March 2011, he served as visiting faculty at the Department of English, University of West Bengal. He has been teaching a course in gender studies at his university since 2009 and runs a Facebook group called New Gender Studies, which has over 14,000 members, and still I'm also a member of the wonderful group. Professor Chatterjee has recently begun contributing to The Wire with Tuntun Mukherjee. He co-edited Nari Bhav, Androgyny and Female Impersonation in India. So these are the path-breaking works which Professor Niladri has been doing. And moreover, apart from his busy schedule for being a professor and an academician, he is also a writer in his heart, and we are expecting much more novels from him in days to come. I heartily welcome my sir, Professor Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee. Sir, am I audible? Hello? Professor Chatterjee? Oh, Professor Chatterjee? Hello, am I audible? Hello? Hello? Shubhadeep, am I audible? Hello? Am I audible?
You are Shubhayu. You are audible to me, but
No, is it breaking? Professor Chatterjee, are you there? Professor Chatterjee, are you there? Now, give me a call. Hello? Professor Chatterjee? Hello? শ্রীকান্ত, প্রফেসর চ্যাটার্জি কি ঢুকেছেন? হ্যালো? হ্যালো? হ্যালো, প্রফেসর চ্যাটার্জি? শ্রীকান্ত, প্রফেসর চ্যাটার্জি আছেন? আচ্ছা 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 আচ্ছা। প্রফেসর চ্যাটার্জি? প্রফেসর নীলাদ্রি রঞ্জন চ্যাটার্জি স্যার? হ্যালো স্যার? হ্যালো স্যার? হ্যালো? দেখো স্যার, স্যারকে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে না।
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Firstly, I apologize for so much delay.
That is very good. Wonderful. Utter joy. Yes.
Sir, we have already introduced you, so you can continue. The session
Thank
is
you
yours.
so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Shubhayu, for inflicting such a large introduction on you. I have learnt my lesson. In future, I shall keep my introduction to about one line. I think it's going to spare you a lot of trouble. Also, I would want to congratulate Shubhadeep for a truly valiant task that he has just accomplished, for which no word of praise can ever be enough. Now, what I shall do is I'm going to go into the presentation immediately because I think I'm about an hour behind schedule. What I really wish to do is talk about a film which is 101 years old. It's called Different from the Others. And the reason why I chose this particular film is because I see in Different from Others, this 1919 film. But what we certainly do find is that there is certainly an interdiscursivity. So there is a larger body of queer writing that the film is drawing from. And there seems to be also a certain grounding in a kind of queer relationship which can be traced all the way back to ancient Greece, which is somehow being channeled, as it were, into the film. So I thought that that was rather extraordinary, that this is how it should be done. Now, the film is available on YouTube, so everybody can watch it. I am not going to share any screens with you because, of course, state of mishaps being what they have already watched, and to talk about the way in which this film draws on the way in which homosexuality is being represented for the very first time on the screen, and how that representation carries within itself the sort of echoes and shadows of a certain representation of homosexuality that people in 1919 were already familiar with. And the very first point that I would want to draw your attention to is this extraordinary way in which there seems to be a collapse. There seems to be a collapse of education and romance. That is the first point that I would want to make. So basically, the sort of the merging of education and romance. Now, where is the film drawing it from? Those of you who have watched the film will already know that this is about a violinist. Yes, it's about a violinist who is a very famous violinist, and there is a fan that he has, and this fan of the violinist wants to be tutored by him. So when the relationship between the violinist and this young man starts, it starts off basically as a relationship between a teacher and a pupil, right? And then, of course, it very quickly develops into a romantic relationship. Okay, now this is where I think it becomes really interesting, because if we actually look at the way in which this sort of coexistence of education and romance is happening, is in some ways very much an echoing of the way in which homosexuality was practiced in ancient Greece. Because in ancient Greece, many of you will know that homosexuality was very much a part of the way in which the culture of Greece was developed. Yes, so you had terms. You had the term Erastes and you had the term Eromenos. So the Erastes was the lover and the Eromenos is the beloved. The Erastes is the elder man, the beloved is the young boy. So there is right there a sense of the way in which the Erastes, the older man, when he embarks on a relationship with the young boy, the Eromenos, this isn't just a romantic relationship. This is also a relationship that is a kind of mentoring, that is also a kind of tutoring, right? So there is a way in which the older man is actually training the young boy to do what? To gradually assume the rightful place that this young man has in Greek democracy. So the relationship wasn't just a romantic relationship. It wasn't just a sexual relationship. It was also a relationship of a teacher and a student. And in a very interesting way, that sort of coexistence of education and romance, of tutoring and the sexual, they are there in Greek culture, and that seems to have been almost bodily lifted into early 20th century Germany. So that is the first point. The second point that I think one really has to consider, and this comes absolutely at the end of the film. This comes at the end of the film when Magnus Hirschfeld, who plays, Magnus Hirschfeld, those of you who have actually seen the film on YouTube, this is actually Magnus Hirschfeld playing Magnus Hirschfeld. That is the real man. He was very, very famous in Germany in the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, because he set up this museum of sexual science, and he was one of the first people to actually start actively agitating, actively lecturing, yes, actively raising consciousness, raising awareness for the decriminalization of homosexuality. So Magnus Hirschfeld therefore plays a very, very important role in the history of sexual rights in Germany. And in this extremely important film, we actually see the man himself while he is actually counseling he's actually counseling, the violinist, who's of course very, very distraught. Now, what is interesting over here is that when Magnus Hirschfeld counsels, the violinist, he is saying, and I think if you've noticed the cards, the dialogue cards that appear in the film, it is very interesting for us to know that he's saying that love between men can be as noble, as pure and as noble as love between men and women, homosexual men can make or can also make a valid contribution to society. Now, if we just stop there for a bit, and I think there is a problem there, but it is a problem that is perhaps it is a necessary problem. Yeah, why is it a necessary problem? Well, it's a necessary problem because you must understand that Magnus Hirschfeld is basically trying to sell to the German people the idea that homosexuality is perhaps not something that is bad. And by doing that, he is activating the structure of love. So he is drawing on this very, very age-old patriarchal valorization of love over sex. So if he had simply said that homosexuality should be allowed because of the very simple reason that sexuality in itself is nothing to be condemned, that even if it is just sex, it is equally valid, that is perhaps not the path that would have gained the film, or indeed the right for gay rights, the fight for the gay rights, any kind of public sympathy. What the public wanted was a kind of containment of homosexuality, as it were. And this containment of homosexuality can only be done through the invocation of love. So therefore you have to say, please be nice to homosexual people because they're also capable of loving. Mind you, that in the term homosexual, the love does not appear anywhere. So why is love being imported? Why is love being imported into the understanding of homosexuality? Again, to render it palatable to patriarchy. That is the broad point, yeah? To render it palatable to patriarchy, which is why he says, gay people, homosexual people are still capable of love. Pure. What is pure over here? What does Magnus Hirschfeld mean when he says that the love between two men can be just as pure? Now, purity is being invoked also to talk about the way in which, so what is pure love? Pure love is apparently the love of the soul. Yes, it is the love of from one heart to another. The pure love is where the sexuality does not intrude, because sexuality is regarded as being a pollutant, right? So therefore, sexuality pollutes the love. So if you can somebody love someone without having sex with them, that apparently is the best kind of love, which I'm sure is the kind of love that many of us know, right? Because many of us fall in love without expecting sex, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, we are all very pure people here. So what we are actually looking at is that he invokes this notion of being, the love being pure. That is to say, we are not interested in sex. It's just the meeting of hearts, right? It's the meeting of souls. And by doing that, by talking about the meeting of hearts, the meeting of souls, interestingly enough, what they are basically doing is they're also actually recirculating ancient Greek wisdom. Well, I don't know whether to call it wisdom or not, but ancient Greek discourse, which again talked about the same thing, because in ancient Greece, there is also this extraordinary idea that love can only be possible between equals. Now, when you think about love that is only possible between equals, of course, I don't know what that means, but excuse me? Okay, so when you talk about love between equals, I genuinely don't understand what that is supposed to mean. But in ancient Greece, there was a very clear understanding of what love between equals meant. In ancient Greece, love between equals basically meant love between two freeborn Athenian men, to be noted. So love only between two freeborn Athenian men was allowed. So therefore, a man, it was impossible to imagine that a man is falling in love with a woman, because of course the woman is not equal to the man. Women in Greek society, ancient Greece, was regarded as being basically equivalent of a slave, right? Just as you couldn't fall in love with a slave, you could not possibly fall in love with a woman. So a man could only fall in love with a freeborn Athenian man. That is the love that they're talking about. So this was even then, even when they were talking about love between men, it was a love that was entirely contained within ancient Greek patriarchy. There was nothing liberatory about it at all. But however, that is the same kind of love that is being invoked in 1919 in this film, where they says, oh, you know, gay men are equally capable of love. Now, the reason why that love is actually being done is, the invocation of love is being done is because, again, it gives the public a certain kind of acceptance, or, you know, people who are more interested in love than in having sex. Because, of course, as you know, heterosexual people, they don't have sex, right? You know that. Very good. Heterosexual people only love from one heart to another, right? So when two heterosexual people fall in love, it is only the two hearts that meet, or the two souls that meet. The body does not come into it. I'm sure you know that. Very good. So just as heterosexuals have this sort of pure love where hearts meet hearts, and occasionally in 1970s films, what you have is flowers meeting flowers, which is equally beautiful. So therefore, either hearts meet or flowers meet, but genitals don't meet. Among heterosexual people, genitals don't meet. So just as heterosexual people can only practice pure love, so it is this sense of this pure love that is being invoked by, by Magnus Hirschfeld. So therefore, what is really happening there is that you are looking at the way in which homosexuality is being rendered palatable. It is being rendered acceptable through this kind of speech that is being done. Now, I would want to, this happens right at the end, but I'm going to go a little into the film, somewhere in the middle. And I would then want to draw attention to two particular tropes that come into fiction, into cinema repeatedly over and over again, very, very recently, all the way down to Aligarh, right? So what I'm talking about is blackmail. It is interesting that in 1919, a very important part of the film, of the story, is the fear of blackmail. Yes, because you know, those of you who've seen the film, you know that there is a man who the main character had met at a party, and then you know, the violinist had brought the man to his home, and once they were intimate, then the man, of course, stretched out his hand and said, I want money. So that is where the blackmailing starts. So the whole notion of blackmail being tied to the gay man is something which is such a powerful trope that we see it in a novel. But those of you who are interested can actually look up E.M. Forster's novel Morris, in which you have a very, very similar context of the way in which, you know, sort of tutoring works as well, you know, and education and romance. Because in E.M. Forster's Morris, Clive is very much, although Clive is, going to the same university as Morris, but Clive in a certain way also becomes, Morris's tutor, because Clive gives Morris books to read. So they said, read this book, very well, that Clive gives Morris a copy of E.M. Foster, of Plato's Symposium. So there is a kind of a tutoring role that Clive also performs in Morris. And also in Morris, there is a real possibility that Alec is going to blackmail Morris. Of course, that blackmail doesn't ultimately materialize, but the whole trope of the blackmail remains a part of the gay story for a very long time. And also, if we come to a very, very powerful film, which I think is also available on YouTube, this is a remarkable film, which I think came out in 1961, called Victim, starring Doug Bogart. Also in the film Victim, you have the same trope of blackmail that happens. Yeah. And the other trope, and after which I'm actually going to start concluding my talk, because I realize that I've taken quite a bit of your time already. So what I will actually do is I'm going to conclude by also talking about the way in which science is invoked. Yes. And in particular, hypnosis. Now, again, those of you who are familiar with E.M. Foster's novel Morris, you will immediately recognize that there is, of course, this episode in Morris's life when he actually goes to Dr. Lasker Jones, the hypnotist, and Morris wants to be treated. He wants to be cured of his homosexuality through hypnosis. Again, in the film, we see an episode of hypnosis happening as well. So there is a way in which it's very, very interesting. See, there is no way in which E.M. Foster's novel could have been read by Oswald when he was making the film, because of course E.M. Foster's novel was being circulated very, very secretly amongst very few people. It isn't published until the 1970s. So there is no way in which E.M. Foster's novel could have been read by the makers of the German film. But can you imagine that within a space of a few years, you have E.M. Foster writing Morris, you have different from others that is being done in Germany. I think the difference between the book and the film is 3 to 4 years. And yet there are remarkable similarities. There are remarkable similarities between the way in which the novel functions and the way in which the film functions. So I think there are astonishing similarities, and this is where I would again want to invoke the idea of interdiscursivity, because it is a broad discourse, a desire for homosexual rights, which informs not only E.M. Foster's novel, but it also informs this extraordinary 1919 German film. Now, that film was produced in 1919 when there was a very, very short-lived period when they were producing what were called Enlightenment films. Now, these Enlightenment films were basically films that were shedding light, literally, because light was being used, shedding light on a subject that had not been dealt with before, namely on sexual matters. Many, many films were being made at this time. These were called the Enlightenment films. However, many of these Enlightenment films were also rather salacious. They didn't have much enlightenment, but they had a lot of heat in them, as in sexual heat. And as a result of that, there was an outcry against these Enlightenment films, and which resulted in those films being banned gradually. And in 1920, that is to say exactly 100 years ago, that film was banned. And after Hitler came to power, that film was destroyed. destroyed. It emerged later and in a terrible shape. So when you are going to actually watch the film, you are going to find that there will be major scenes that will be missing, simply because those parts of the negative couldn't be found. So what you're really going to see is that there'll be huge parts of the film that will be missing, and yet, I think the restoration has been done in a truly, truly remarkable way. So you can still follow pretty much the story, and you can now enjoy the film in its whatever goes by the word entirety, and you can actually begin to understand what it was like in 1919 when there were very, very few people who were beginning to talk about gay rights, right? And and I think what would be really interesting for you would be to take this film, which was produced in 1919, and read this film in contrast with a film like Ek Ladki Ko Dekha To Aisa Laga or Shubh Mangal Zyada Savdhan, to try and understand what are the ways in which cinematic depictions of homosexuality have changed, but also what are the ways in which cinematic depictions of homosexuality have remained the same. And because if you look at Shubh Mangal Zyada Savdhan, and if you look at different from the others, the one thing that does not change is the valorization of love. It still remains about love. There is a way in which the sexuality is shown to a certain extent, but ultimately it becomes about love. There is a scene where these two men are getting married. So there is a way in which love is continuously brought into the story to somehow contain the sexuality, right? Because patriarchy is terrified of promiscuity. And it is this fear of promiscuity which also has forced patriarchy today to hijack the gay rights movement in such a way that it can ultimately become not about sex, but it can become about love. So therefore, if you share my skepticism of the way in which love is constantly used to contain sex, that skepticism should be kept alive, because there are new ways in which patriarchy is continuing to contain and discipline the movement for gay rights. And I believe that is something which really needs to be resisted. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you, Shubhayu, for giving me the opportunity to speak to all of you. Have the organizers where are the organizers? Hello? Are the organizers there, or have they gone home? I mean, have they logged off?
While we wait for while we wait for the organizers to return, if you can hear me, can I please ask you a question? When I teach Greek, okay. Hi, my name is Samana, and I just wanted you to ask two things. Like one is about Greek literature, which is obviously going back to Iliad. Then can we say that when we talk about Iliad, Iliad is actually the best example of the story or a love story, though you would hate the word love, between Achilles and Patroclus then, because they are these two warriors that are absolutely suited for each other?
Yeah. Oh, well, I think that absolutely. Well, of course, not just Iliad, but there are many other sort of, instances of Greek literature that I could point to. Plato's Symposium being a very, very good example of that. And also, anyway, there are other books that are going to come to my mind. Yes, of course, but I think it is very interesting, isn't it, that when we talk about Achilles and Patroclus and the way in which it is sort of shown to us, it's very interesting how, yes, of course, love plays a very important role, but it also becomes something much more martial. It is somehow tied to warfare. It is somehow tied to, how you can, fight a battle. So there is a kind of masculinism which is also smuggled into the narrative along with the love. So while love is certainly there, but I think there is also a kind of valorization of war, of fighting, of battle, which is also there. So obviously, no heritage is ever pure. No heritage is ever, completely anti-patriarchal. So I think when we look at Greek literature, when we look at ancient Greek literature, even when we look at Plato's Symposium or other books, Phaedrus is the name that I was looking for, Phaedrus. When we look at these books, one has to be sort of very critical about it, because one has to, on the one hand, say, yes, I understand that this is a very good idea, but then also you have to say, yes, but there are also problems with the representation, because there are other kind of sort of patriarchal.
We can't hear you. We lost you.
Oh, nice.
Network issue again.
Convener, any convener?
Okay.
Where is the organizer, by the way?
Oh, what?
Not audible.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. We can't hear anybody. Yes, sir.
We lost Niladri. And we lost Shubhayu.
I hope I can be seen now.
Yes, Niladrida, you are back. Yes.
Sir, you are audible. Thank you very much. So while the organizers are away, I think we can play. So you can certainly ask me if you have any questions. So if anybody has any questions, you can ask me.
If others permit, I would just like to ask you one more question.
Sure.
Yeah. So I basically wanted you to, elaborate a little more about, this whole queer movement now moving towards marriage, right? So what's your take on that? And I mean, to say, like, How logical is that? Because it defeats the whole purpose from where we started from.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for saying. I am extremely disappointed that now the right for queer rights has suddenly, jumped to marriage. Because I personally happen to believe that there are many other problems that are far more urgent than marriage. I think so. Therefore, to suddenly, short circuit. I think I'm getting an echo of my own voice. I don't know why this is working.
No, that's because I think Shudipto was he switched his audio on, but now he's on mute. Please go.
Okay. So basically, yes, I have to say publicly that I'm very disappointed by the way in which the whole sort of discourse for gay rights has immediately moved to marriage. It shouldn't have gone the way to marriage. Marriage, I'm sure there are people who want to get married and they're welcome to. But I think there are much more pressing issues like guarantee of employment, like health care. These are the things that require much greater attention. Much more important issues like who you can open a bank account with, who you can put down as your next of kin during sort of important operations in the hospital. So there are other more important matters than marriage. So you're absolutely right, and I am disappointed that suddenly everybody seems to be getting excited about gay marriage. I am not. Thank you.
Hello, participants. Dr. Shomipendra Banerjee, I would like to request Dr. Shomipendra Banerjee to conduct this question answer session. There will be some few minutes. Audience, please keep patience. Dr. Shomipendra Banerjee, over
But
to
the audience
you.
don't have to keep patience. We can end the session right now.
Okay, sir, there is some technical issue. The convener of the webinar has got disconnected. So that's why he's trying to.
No, time is very over.
Okay, right. So I think maybe we can have one or two questions. Time is over. Right. Okay. So I guess somebody said time is over. So I guess I'll just have to thank everyone, and I will now mute my mic and my video, and I shall wait to hear Shomipendra Banerjee's presentation. So thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and for
Thank
that
you, sir.
extraordinary session.
Thank you, sir. For this technical problem, I would like to keep patience. Please, audience, give me a minute and I will announce that when the feedback link will be given and how would it be possible to reach you. Please wait a minute.
Hello. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just. I mean, is Shurobi here?
Yes, sir. Sir, please start your session. Please start your session.
Uh, should I? I mean, I don't. Basically, I think people.
Okay, sir. Let me introduce you first. Okay, our next session, I would like to invite Dr. Shomipendra Banerjee, Assistant Professor at the Department of English, University of Gaur Bongo, has been teaching English literature at the postgraduate level for over 15 years. He has completed his MPhil from Jadavpur University and PhD from Vishwabharati Shanti Niketan on historiography and politics of post-independence Indian English drama. He leads the drama club of University of Gaur Bongo and acts and directs plays with his students. He received an international travel grant to present his research at the IFTR conference at University of Sao Paulo, Brazil in 2017. In 2019, he completed the prestigious course from the National School of Drama, New Delhi. He is on the editorial board of several peer-reviewed journals. His areas of interest are modern Indian theatre, 19th century Bengali theatre, and gender studies. Sir, I would like to request start your session. Sir, over to you. Please.
Yes. Just a minute. So I believe I'm audible and and people can see me as well. Yeah, I mean this is slightly embarrassing, I would say, because one part of this is because it is always difficult to speak after Niladrida has spoken. Professor Niladri Chatterjee is my teacher. A long time back, we were students when Niladrida was new at the university. Anyway, so after such a wonderful speaker, and since we are moving towards dinner time as well, I don't know how much I would be really talk off. But anyway, so I'll just, with the permission of the organizers, I would just like to present my screen, and I'll just take time. How do we do this? So is it visible? No, I don't think.
No, sir.
Just a minute. Should I choose the entire screen or a window?
Entire screen, sir.
And
then select the icon, then share.
Now?
Then share.
I'm sorry. Anyway, it's not working, I think, somehow.
না এইটা ক্লিক করতে হবে, এটা তুই বলে দে না।
এইটা স্ক্রিনের যে আইকনটা আছে
Is it visible now?
Visible.
Yes.
Right. So I'm sorry about this little kind of a glitch. So basically, I would like to talk about films and theater. The title of my paper is Films and Theater: Collisions, Relations, and Reflections. So throughout the day, basically, we have been talking of films, we have been talking of the adaptations into films. So in this last presentation, I would like to move away from the films as such, films per se, and talk about the relationship between films and theater in terms of collisions and relations and reflections. There is a very important relationship, of course, because when a new film is released, we see that it is written that in the theaters now. So there's always a kind of a connection between these two forms. So I would like to move to the case in India, and in this presentation I would talk of how the early era of film and how it was connected to theater. I would start by quoting Gokul Singh and Disanaike, who, as you can see, refers to the forces that shaped Indian cinema and gave it its distinctiveness. And those include the Ramayana and the Mahabharata epics, the classical Indian theater, the regional folk theaters, the 19th century Parsi theater, Hollywood and music television. So you can see that the element of theater is so strongly present whenever we talk about films. So my idea would be to briefly talk about these early films and how theater and films can be seen as a kind of a different kind of an adaptation in itself, because the theater was being adapted into the film was adapting itself in connection with the theater. So basically we will look at the relationships, and particularly I think it was relevant because that is the other thing that I need to mention, because in these COVID times it is also important we understand that we are many papers have also brilliantly raised this issue today, that we are at the verge of another paradigm shift. The OTT platforms, the first speaker who started off with that. So this, if we go back to the beginning of the 20th century or the close of the 19th century, that was another paradigm shift when the film was coming and was taking over, was taking over from theater basically. So our focus would of course be the Parsi commercial theater, which were well established as the hubs of theatrical entertainment across in Mumbai, particularly in Bombay. The most important factors were that they were lavishly designed. They used elaborate scenery, painted backdrops, all kinds of lavishness was there on the stage, and there was a very efficient administration and a management. Now, what is interesting is that these Parsi entrepreneurs who were looking after these commercial theaters, they very soon understood or realized the impact that films are going to have, and they quickly shifted over to the films. Now, there is this very interesting idea of film theater, this notion of film theater. I'm not saying anything specifically new here, but I'm just drawing attention to certain interesting areas that are there. Now, this film theater was also there in the West and in India as well. Now, these were basically recorded versions of popular plays. I'm talking of the silent era, when the films began basically by recording popular plays, popular Parsi plays largely. And the figure that comes to our mind is Sohrab Modi. Sohrab Modi's contribution is very significant here in terms of film theater. Aga Hashra Kashmiri was one of these major Parsi playwrights, as you know, and his Hamlet was taken up by Sohrab Modi later on as Khoon Ka Khoon. You can look at the title, Khoon Ka Khoon. So this has got this connection with Hamlet. Not only that, Saeed-e-Hawass, King John, was an adaptation of King John in 1936. Ashish Rajadhyaksha, as you can see, says that Sohrab Modi can be credited with bringing Shakespeare over to the Indian screen. Now, Shakespeare, in fact, is an important link between theater and film in India particularly, and simultaneous as a source of entertainment and racy plots and an authority used to challenge colonial constructions of power. Again, a demarcative point between theater and film. So Shakespeare has got a very significant connection with theater and films. Why I'm referring to this is because it is through Shakespeare that the transition from theater and films take place, basically. One example is Bharatendu Harishchandra's Durlabh Bandhu. It is an adaptation of Merchant of Venice, which was done in 1880. This was a stage play. Bharatendu Harishchandra, of course, belongs to the modern Hindi theater, early Hindi theater. And you see, Nandi Bhatia mentions that this play was a parable for a strategy for independence from the growing encroachment of British authority. Another example, of course, is Girish Chandra Ghosh's Macbeth in 1893. Macbeth was staged first and published later on. Girish Chandra Ghosh's Macbeth, which was also a kind of an indictment of the colonial hegemony that the British were trying to imply. So Shakespeare had been one of these important sources. On the right is Bharatendu Harishchandra, on the left is Girish Chandra Ghosh. Now, Indar Sabha is another interesting example. Aga Ashan Amanat's enormously successful play Indar Sabha, which was in 1853, then was done as a silent film by Manilal Joshi of Kohinoor Studios in Bombay. And then it was made with sound, and you see the film was 211 minutes long, containing 71 songs. If anybody is not able to hear me or I'm not visible, please tell me by unmuting yourself, because I can't see anything. Later on, Tamil and Hindi versions.
No, we can hear you clearly.
Later on, Tamil and Hindi versions were also there. Another interesting note here, I would say, is Jamshedji Framji Madan, or J.F. Madan, actually, whose career is an interesting historical node in a complex web of collisions and relations between the film and the theater. Now, if you look at, we will briefly look at Madan's career. He left school early and became a prop boy in Elphinstone Dramatic Club. That was 1868, and by the end of the 19th century, he was already owning 2 Parsi theatre companies. He has got this very interesting connection with Calcutta as well, because he started the Elphinstone Bioscope Company here at the beginning of the 20th century and started owning the Corinthian theatres, the Alfred Theatre later on. Now, these were very interestingly centers of Parsi plays in Calcutta, as distinct from the Bengali public theatre that had already emerged. The third point, as you can see, he started these bioscope shows, which was a name that was given to the itinerant film exhibition troops. He had set up a tent in Calcutta Maidan, and he was doing these bioscope shows there. Now, gradually, what happened was the Elphinstone merged into Madan Theatres, which emerged in September 1919. This was so 100 years have just passed. He had also done these films, silent films, Satyavati Raja Harishchandra, which was after Raja Harishchandra, of course, of Dadasaheb Phalke in 1917, and Billo Mongol, the first Bengali film in 1919, which was done in Cornwallis Theatre, which is now Sri Cinema. So part of this is emerges from the theatres, from the halls, from the auditoriums, from the cinema halls, all of which are lying deserted right now. And in a way, Sri Cinema, for example, or Uttara Cinema, the people of Calcutta would recognize that these are the Hatibagan cinema, cinema halls, which were very popular at one point of time before the multiplex came in. And now they're all at an equal, level because of the COVID. Certain interesting anecdotes. Shirin Farhad, 1931. In fact, there were several other films which was produced by Madan Theatres, lost out by hair's breadth to Alamara in the race to become the first Indian talkie. And this is another interesting anecdote by, I think, Shumon Shengupto. This I got from their Facebook page. If you're interested, you can follow Madan Theatres research, something like that. They have their Facebook page there. And this is what is very interesting is this 1911 IFA Shield final. People from Calcutta and Bengal are passionate about football. So this is this historic IFA Shield final where Mohun Bagan won against East Yorkshire, defeating a British team playing barefoot. So the Madan Theatres actually used 4 movie cameras to record this final. And the 5th one was for the crowd. But you see, unfortunately, no footage survives today. And so moving on to the more important issues, Parsi theatre's loss, therefore, is Indian cinema's gain. Film has been seen by theatre critics as detrimental to theatre. For example, Aparna Dharwarkar, the very significant theatre critic, she mentions that the film medium has often advanced directly at the expense of theatre, and the arrival of film led on to the virtual extinction of the Parsi commercial theatre. Now that was One is because it could not compete with films in the areas of realism and spectacle. Remember that these areas of realism and spectacle were the mainstays of theater so far. But once film came in, it was taken over by film. Secondly is that the Parsi entrepreneurs shifted their entire energy towards the newly emerging form of the film. Ashok Vishwanathan also very, very closely associated with the film, but he refers to the unqualified brute strength of cinema, and which has snapped the audience's ability to resist the tyranny of the gaze. Now, this brings us to Walter Benjamin. Walter Benjamin has, of course, being reread, re-understood today. And it's very important that we take another look at Walter Benjamin. See, he was very strict about the distinction between theater and film. He says that there's no greater contrast than that of the stage play to a work of art that is completely subject to, or like the film, founded in mechanical reproduction. So there's a clear-cut distinction. Man has to operate with his whole living person, yet foregoing its aura. For aura is tied to his presence, there can be no replica of it. This, of course, this aura is present in a live form of art. That is what Benjamin is trying to say. Although for Benjamin, the basic component of the theater, therefore, was its unreproducibility. And that is what it has kept it distinct from film and other forms of media. This could, of course, include the internet today. Now, I am, of course, referring to the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction, one of the brilliant essays by Benjamin, where Benjamin is actually quoting Pirandello. As you know, Luigi Pirandello associated with the European theater to a great extent. Pirandello, what does Pirandello have to say about the film? Now, I'm quoting this entire passage because it's so brilliant. You see, the film actor feels as if in exile not only from the stage, but also from himself, with a vague sense of discomfort. He feels an inexplicable emptiness and his body loses its corporeality. So, and going over to the last part, the projector will play with his shadow before the public, and he himself must be content to play before the camera. So this transformation is very important. And my last take, of course, would be The Last Lear, which is a brilliant, which completes a full circle. This is where I would end as well. Rituparna Ghosh's Last Lear was released in 2007 because we returned to Shakespeare and to the theater in a brilliant, self-reflexive and a cinematic moment. Last Lear can be seen as multiple symbols. It could be seen as a symbol of the conceding of theater to the film, of the collapse of a social order and the emergence of a new one. And I'll just give one example. Harish, the actor, played by Amitabh Bachchan, when he sees when he sees that his shot has already been taken, he's so angry and he is surprised. But when Arjun Rampal, the director, shows him that shot, he is so pleased. Now, I'll come back to Benjamin here, and Benjamin had noted experts have long recognized that in the film, the greatest effects are almost always obtained by acting as little as possible. And that is one of the key aspects that The Last Lear explores. Rituparna Ghosh uses theatricality in his films, both as a link at the moment of conflict between the theater and the film, the actor and the spectator. So I basically conclude with this presumption, or with this idea that the film is something that, with using Shakespeare to a great extent, the film is something that is constantly working between several relationships between the actor and the audience, the spectator, whatever you may say that. And these new forms of interrelationships define the way we can see or understand adaptation as such. That's it. Thank you. I don't know if I took a lot of time.
Hello. Hello. Sir.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir. Are you done?
No, I'm here. I'm done. Yes, I'm done.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. There was some technical problems. Thank you, sir, for your deliberation. And now it's open for questions and comments. Participants, if you have any question, please unmute yourself and ask directly.
Right, Shubhayu is back. Welcome.
Oh, after all this. Hello, Shubhada.
Meeting. Please continue, Shilpi.
Okay.
No, I don't think there would be any questions, after this whole day of wonderful deliberations. But there's this another, thing that I would like to, I thought I missed out on that. The Madan theaters, they very soon moved on towards the theater, Bengali theater as well. And the Bengali Theatrical Company was formed somewhere around the night after Girish Chandra Ghosh's demise. Because one interesting moment in the history of the public theaters of Bengal was the towering leadership of Girish Chandra Ghosh, which once Girish Chandra Ghosh was, once he died, the Bengali theaters also were shifting towards the spectacle of the Parsi commercial theaters, right? So Calcutta actually was, at the turn of the century, a very, what should I say? A melting pot of several kind of activities going on simultaneously. And if you look at the advent of films, then the films and the theaters were also present very simultaneously. Yeah. That's it from my side.
Okay, sir. Thank you for being here. And now we'll go to the next session, that is a vote of thanks that will be delivered by Professor Shubhayu Chakraborty. Shubhayu, are you ready?
Absolutely, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I'm going without the microphone now. Right. Shilpi, could you kindly give a call to Somnath, sir, please?
Okay.
Thank you. I'll take some time in order to deliver my speech so that you can call Somnath, sir. Right. Thank you, everybody, for this wonderful participation. There were some patient listeners, and we had some exceptionally talented resource persons as well as session chairs. But the biggest win that we have faced here is the wonderful sessions and the wonderful papers that we had from people from different parts of the country and abroad. As I had said in the introduction of the theme of the webinar, that this is the brilliance or maybe the blessings of the pandemic. Actually, we are blessed because we had a wonderful lockdown so that all the academia can come together across all the continents, which we couldn't have found because we are so geographically isolated. It is the platform of the webinar that is actually bringing us together. From the core of my heart, I thank the president of the governing body of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, Sri Sunil Kumar Bishesh, the chairman and the teacher in charge of the college, Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, for keeping faith on us. This is a venture of the Cine Club, for which we have only 5 people as members. Myself, coordinator, Shilpi Boshak, Animesh Andrew Lulam Rai, Deepika Lama, then we have Tushar Kanti Sarkar and Rini Ghosh. And all of them had been wonderfully active today in order to conduct the sessions. I particularly thank our collaborator, Dr. Niranjan Guho, Principal, Chapra Bangalji Mahavidyalaya, along with the team members of the Department of English of Chapra Bangalji Mahavidyalaya, and especially Srimoti Surabhi Bishash, Assistant Professor, Department of English, who had been instrumental in introducing Professor Shomipendra Banerjee. The main reason is I was removed and I couldn't log in as we reached the maximum capacity for the last half an hour. This is the this shows maybe I was a bit frustrated not being able to enter, but this is the success of our webinar because a lot of people are eager to get in and have a glimpse of the wonderful resources put forward by the resource persons. I particularly thank Dr. Devajyoti Chando, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Mass Communication and Videography, Ravindra Bharati University, who is also the opening batsman, who was also the opening batsman today for his wonderful lecture. I particularly thank Basirul Sahid Hussain, Professor, Jahangirnagar University, Bangladesh, for making this particular event truly international, along with the paper presenters from Saudi Arabia, Professor Jayasri Jairam. Then we had Dr. Shubharna Mondol from the Sanskrit University, the Sanskrit College and University. And of course, we had a wonderful session by Professor Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee, who talked about the first queer in the world. And obviously, the man on whom I look forward to always, my elder brother, Dr. Shomipendra Banerjee. It is due to Dr. Shomipendra Banerjee's help that we have been able to organize such a wonderful and beautiful webinar. Thank you, because he had been guiding me through all the times. Whenever I had a problem, I gave him a call, be it at 1 o'clock at midnight. I thank all the participants who had kept faith on us. I mean, there were almost 250 abstracts from all over the world, and we could only get hold of 48 presentations today due to the scarcity of time. I thank you all for keeping faith on me, and I'm sorry for those people whom I couldn't ask to present papers, even though all the abstracts were brilliant. And I promise the next event that we organize, you all will be given a priority, which is coming in the middle of August. Right. Now, let me thank once again the Department of English of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya. There also we have 5 members. Shilpi is heading. I am there. We have Praveen Fisher, Assistant Professor. Then we have 2 other faculty members in the form of Dr. Praveen Ghosh and Priyanka Datta. Everybody is of much help. I particularly thank the librarian of the college who introduced the webinar. Then we have other members, especially the person who gave us the technical help, Srikanto Bosak. A big round of applause for him, because initially what we thought that we are going to have different technical sessions. One we had from 4 to 7, the other session was to be scheduled from 8 to 10. But it is his idea that we had conducted parallel sessions for the first time, and you can all see the parallel sessions in YouTube also, which we will be uploading shortly. One is going through live streaming, the other which will be going on shortly. And most importantly, all the participants. Thank you all. I mean, especially the participants, right from senior associate professors of different colleges, universities, to young junior teachers, as well assistant professors, then teachers from schools. We have wonderful scholars. We had PG students. We have UG students. All of them are so enthusiastic. And what I can see is, I mean, 250 people waiting till 9 o'clock at night. This is obviously the success of the webinar. Thank you everybody for believing on us. We are going to venture for much more in near future. And of course, we are going to have wonderful publications, which we will be doing as promised in course of the time, where we will be asking for your full papers, because the papers you had read today, I had time to juggle through the different sessions, and I found them very interesting, and we are definitely going to collaborate. I also thank each and everybody, and stating that the Department of English and the Cine Club of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya are always ready to collaborate. Whenever you have any idea about something, you can always count on us. We are always there for you. Thank you. Over to you, Shilpi.
Okay, now we have reached always at the fag end of the webinar. It was a long webinar and everybody must be tired. So I now request the chairperson of the webinar, the teacher in charge of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, to deliver his concluding speech. Over to you, Somnath da.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I am very much sorry for my absence at the inaugural session due to my engagement in other official work. It is matter of pride that our Cine Club and Department of English has jointly organized an international webinar on world cinema, literary adaptation and beyond. On behalf of the college, I convey a lot of thanks to all the organizers for selection the issue at this emergent situation. And I also convey a lot of thanks on behalf of the college to all the dignitaries and participants who have participated in this program with very much patience. And I also convey a lot of thanks on behalf of the college to the principal Chapra Bangalji Mahavidyalaya for giving his positive consent for collaboration. I think this webinar has created a lot of inputs about this issue. And lastly, I declare the conclusion of this webinar, and I again convey a lot of thanks to all the members of the organizing committee, dignitaries and participants, and all the other service providers who have extended heartful cooperation to organize this program. And that's all. হ্যালো শোনা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ শোনা
ঠিক
যাচ্ছে।
আছে,
ওকে,
শেষ করে দিচ্ছি না, ঠিক আছে, ছেড়ে দিলাম তাহলে শিল্পী।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে।
পরে ফোন করো, কথা আছে। হ্যাঁ,
ওকে ওকে।
ফ্ল্যাট সংক্রান্ত খবর আর কি, ঠিক আছে। আচ্ছা।